Hello everybody, welcome to Super Saturday here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. My name is Callum Helliwell and I'm looking forward to bringing you 12 fantastic races here from the Kingdom. I'm not doing it on my own though, I am joined by the man on my right, by trusty form analyst, a man who has been with me from the beginning, Rory Delagi.
For my sins, indeed. Yeah, another busy day ahead and a classy day as well.
Yeah, it is one of the classier days. We've got two races worth a whopping 1 million Saudi Riyal. We've got the opening of the primary of the Racecourses Championship. We've got one race for the fillies, one race for the purebred Arabians, and one race for the colts and geldings too. So plenty to get our teeth stuck into. Let's see three horses though, who I'm really excited to look at for the rest of the day. The first is Tabar Fail. She looks to remain unbeaten. She won 3 from her last 3, including when romping up in the Taif Cup when she was last seen. This is her first appearance in Riyadh, but she'll be the one to beat in race 8. We move on to race 9 and Lila Alem, a colt that Rory absolutely adores. He obliterated the clock in Taif. He was unlucky to finish second in the Taif Cup for colts on his most recent start. He also makes his first start in Riyadh in race 9. And finally, in race 10, we've got Jade Al-Khair, a very impressive winner last time out. She looks for a second win on the spin in the primary championship of the Racecourse Championships. For fillies, she's very exciting as well. I thought she'd be one to watch. Rory, we've got those two 1 million Riyal 2-year-old races. Lila Alem, I know the horse you were very excited about in Taif. Is your excitement remaining the same now she's come to Riyadh?
Yes, I mean, I'm really looking forward to seeing her. She ran a really good race despite being beaten in the Taif Cup last time out. Sorry, we're talking Tabar Fail or Lila Alem.
I know they're both very so I said she, didn't I?
And I'm thinking, hold on, are you talking about the filly or the colt?
Totally me.
Yes,
all on
he was unlucky. He'd have got up on another couple of strides against a very good performer who'd beaten him much further on debut. So he's been beaten twice by the same horse, absolutely bolted up, what, 15 3/4 lengths in between times, and took a step forward in defeat last time out in a race where one of today's rivals was well behind and has since bolted up here. So I'd have thought that Lila Alem should be fully effective at Riyadh. Also very much looking forward to seeing Tabar Fail as well. Tabar Fail was outstanding in Taif. Absolutely no reason to think that she's just a Taif specialist either. So she's going to take all the beating later on today as well.
Yes, two very exciting horses to keep an eye on over the course of today. Remember, we are live on YouTube as we are on Thursdays, Fridays and Saturdays. It is Super Saturday, so we expect all our regulars to be getting involved. But if you haven't had a chance to get involved, please do. Our comment section is always a healthy, fun place to discuss all racing things in Saudi Arabia. There is, however, a member of our team who we've not yet introduced. It is our man in the sky, our voice from above, Mr. John Blance.
Hello chaps, yeah, it's been a while actually, but yeah, back in the commentary hot seat today. 12 races to look ahead to, the first being at 3:25 local time. It's a local bred horses handicap for those rated 0 to 70 over the 1400 metres, and then 2 more 1400 metres after that, 2 1400 metre races. Got an Arabian horses open race at 4:15 local time, 3 mile races to get your teeth into after that. Then we up to 2000 metres for the 6:05 and 0 to 90 handicap. Then the cup races start at 6:35 local time, the Princess Setat bint Fahad Al Damer Cup. 7:05 is the Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz Cup over the 1600 metres as well. And then we've got these Jcsa championship races over the 1800 at 7:30, 1800 at 7:55 as well. And the 2000 metre contest to finish things off at 8:20 local time. Right, this is race number 1. And for that, horse number 1 is Magalet at the mount of Tariq Al Mansour. 2 is Ursula Mohammed Al Hubail. 3 is Al Neza. Fawaz Wanas takes the mount on that. Waradom is horse number 4 in this contest. Ahmed Al Shrar rides. Horse number 5 is Dante, not that one. Abdel Al Faredi rides. Horse number 6 is Tamame. Abdullah Al Kridis aboard. Horse number 7 is Ain Al Yakin, Turki Alofi. And horse number 8 is Morjazale. Horse number 9 is Zahra Teshreen, Nawaf Al-Mudiani. Horse number 10 is Jasmine, that's Abdullah Al-Kredis. Horse number 11 is Yasabek Al-Ri, Abdul Ella Al-Hussein. Horse number 12 is Sati Al Mohammedia, Abdullah Al Fayrouz. Horse number 13 is Fadea, Alexis Moreno. Horse number 14 is Sadahim, Mohammed Saeed rides. Number 15 is Yastaned, Luis Morales. Horse number 16 is Makam Al Bada, Khalid Al Mimoni. Horse number 17 is Awejan, Abdullah Al Saidi. Horse number 18 is Al Fasem, Abdullah Ralofi. Horse number 19 is Entefeya. Horse number 20 doesn't go. Horse number 21, Abu Shaybar, does therefore get a run. So the horses are in the parade ring. Big field to get things underway here. Locally bred, 0 to 70 handicap. They're in the yard now. Oh, we can get back to the guys in the studio.
Thank you, John. And yes, it has been too long. Lovely to hear from you once again. Magalet, horse number 1 in this contest, Rory. It's a tight little 0 to 70 handicap to get started.
Yeah, they're never the easiest races, are they? Magalet is £3. Well, I was going to say £3 clear at the top, but obviously Al Nasser also has the same rating as does Waradon, but they're 3-year-olds, so getting weight for age. All wins for Magalet have been at 2,000 metres or further. He's been lightly raced in recent times. I'm not sure he retains his ability. 18th and 14th in his last 2 starts with a break in between. And even if he is coming back to form, the 1,400 metres should be too sharp.
I keep thinking that Ursula is going to run a big race in this type of company.
Yeah, she's frustrating, isn't she? She has won 4 times, she's 4 from 36 overall. She stays a mile and a half, but is effective at 6 furlongs. And that's always... they're always interesting horses, those. They tend to be, tend to be paceless, whatever kind of race they go. But clearly, with the ability to run into the frame, she gets placed often enough. She could easily run into the frame again here because, her mark of 67 is perfectly reasonable. She's frustrating from a win point of view, but she's fairly treated and gets placed often enough.
Al Nasser is number 3.
Second to Toot Al Sharaf in an 1,800 metre maiden last time out, beaten the neck. That was 2 starts back rather. Would have claims on that, but very disappointing, finishing last of all last week. So questions to answer, and again the trip wouldn't necessarily be ideal anyway.
Waradon is horse number 4.
Was a 7 furlong winner at Taif, so the trip is right for him. Only 8th in a 0 to 75 last time out, a win ridden by James Doyle. I got the impression that James was kind of finding his way around the track at that stage. Has been a bit disappointing of late, but if he comes back to his Taif form, he would have chances, but needs to step up on recent efforts, as I said.
Dante ran well last time.
Yeah, Dante stepping up was largely disappointing in Taif, to be perfectly honest. Was 4th in meeting 20, but didn't go on from that. But bounced back to form. Went second to Anud Al Mutara in a 1 mile open last time out, beaten at 2 1/4 lengths. Is a course and distance winner going back, so she's got chances over this track and trip, having run herself back into form last time.
Tamami is horse number 6.
Was the winner of a mile maiden last time out, beating Faizat Sara by 3/4 of a length. Second was well held on Thursday when we thought she had a chance, so that's a little bit of a concern for Tamami, but otherwise unexposed, only 6 runs, going in the right direction. Ticks a few boxes as well.
Ain Ali Akin is horse number 7.
Oh, 1 from 23 career-wise and 10th or worst on his last 4 starts, so hard to make a case for him.
Mojazal is horse number 8.
Yeah, Mojazal was running okay earlier in the season at Taif, but seems to have lost his way completely.
Zaret Teshreen's one we know well from Taif.
Indeed, had a fair few runs there and been kept busy all season, so ran Taif at meeting 49, went 4th. Was second in a course and distance maiden, course and distance 0 to 75, then on the second day of the season here. Been well held at this level since and needs to bounce back. She's not the most consistent.
Jasmine is horse number 10.
Jasmine is another interesting one. She tends to show up well in her races. She's 1 from 21. I think she might have won right at the start of her career on debut. She's been in the money on 11 of her 17 starts this term. She's had a really busy season. She's not won any of those though, so she's the type to run herself into the frame, but she's again very frustrating to follow.
Yasabak Al Ray is horse number 11.
Nothing to write home about those last 4 runs at Riyadh this season, and I can't really see Yasabak Al Ray getting involved here.
Sateh Al Mohammedia is horse number 12.
Yeah, won a course and distance maiden, but that was 14 months ago, and has been beaten double digits in all starts since. this is a slightly easier task than he's had for a while, but he's hard to warm to.
Fadei is horse number 13.
1 from 23 lifetime, and out of the first 10 in his last 3 starts here. Again, not easy to fancy in that.
Sadahim is number 14, but Shamila, who is in the parade ring, has had her eye on some of these. Who caught your eye, Shamila?
Thank you very much, Callum. I am in the parade ring, which is, I mean, you guys have a lot better deal because it's raining on and off here in the parade ring out in the open. So count yourselves lucky that you're safe in the studio. My paddock selection for the first race of the day is horse number 6, Tamami. He is a clear standout here in the parade ring, just looking really, really well in himself, and no other horses could compare, to be honest. I did try. He is getting a little bit hot in between his back legs. However, he's not acting up or anything like that. It is quite a balmy day compared to what it has been these past few weekends. So it's probably the hottest day of the weekend so far. So I will be sticking with Tamami as my paddock selection for this race. He just looks like an absolute monster compared to the rest of these horses. 2 other horses did stand out to me as well, though. 2 fillies in particular. Number 2, Ursula, and horse number 5, Dante. They both look really well, and if Tamami wasn't in the race, I think that Ursula would have the best chance out of all of them. However, I will be sticking to Tamami. And 2 paddock negatives for you. Horse number 7, just looking a little bit underweight, so could use a little bit more condition, probably will need the run. And horse number 9 as well, wasn't too convinced on his conformation and just the way he was going around the parade ring.
Thank you, Shamila there, and wonderful to hear from you in the parade ring, giving us your expert eye. And now we must move on to Sadahim, horse number 14.
Yeah, Sadahim is a course and distance maiden winner, so again, that's in her favour. She was a 0 to 60 handicap winner in Taif back in meeting 35. Well beaten in a 0 to 75 here last time out, and this might be a slightly tougher than she would like, but it's a slight drop in class from last time out, and she does have course form, so I wouldn't rule her out.
Yes, Tarned comes here for a rating of 64.
Yeah, and hasn't really been running particularly well. 9th in meeting 46 in Taif, but well beaten 12th here after a break last time out, and not much time to recover from that either.
Makam Al-Bada is horse number 16. Sorry.
Yeah, another who's been largely out of form. 9th, the best that he's managed in his last 5 starts, and again, no reason to expect an upturn here.
Owajan is horse number 17.
Lightly raced sort, Owajan, and quite interesting here. Makes his handicap debut, her handicap debut rather, having finished a 4-length 5th of 20 in a mile maiden here last time out. Don't think the drop and trip is a big worry, and she'd be on my short list.
Alpha Them is horse number 18.
Has won 3 times, but the last of those was over 2 years ago. Often, picks up a bit of prize money every now and again, but not one to place maximum faith in.
Entefea is horse number 19.
Another lightly raced sort, 5 1/4 length second in an open. Here we got Tamami in action. Yeah, it beats Faizat Sara here last time out.
I thought it was an interesting performance this because he blasted clear on the turn.
Yeah.
They're dropping him back in trip. They're stepping him out of maiden company. This wasn't the strongest maiden. Faizat Sara was a horse I quite liked coming into her next race only a couple of days ago. She ran a stinker. So you look at this, there's not much in behind. He's run, kind of dominated them off the turn, but he looks the type that's sort of grown into himself. So you can imagine he is going to get better with each run.
Yes, I mean, you look at that with 2 furlongs to go and think he's going to win a lot further than that, but we'll come back to him in a second. We're looking at Dante running on in the green colours with the white cap. He runs on well to finish second to a nude Almutara over a mile last time out, because now by 2 1/4 lengths at the end was doing his best work at the finish. The drop to 7 furlongs is more of an issue with him, I think, on this showing, because as we saw from the footage of Tamami, he had his race seemed to be blown apart with 2 furlongs to go. Ended up getting run down to 3/4 of a length. The one that chased him home was disappointing next time out. But sometimes, I mean, he was a real eye catcher in the race.
Yeah.
The race was all over with a couple of furlongs to run, and then because he's made that big move, he's got run down late. But I think he will benefit from a drop back to 7 furlongs here, and he's got that mid-race speed to take him clear of trouble here, and for that reason I think he's probably the one to beat.
Yeah, he's a really interesting type, very good-looking individual indeed, and he sort of caught Shamila's eye, and that's why he was Shamila's eye catcher. We've just got one more to look at, because without Dinar Alanaya, who's a non-runner, we go to Abu Sheba, horse number 21, who has the 3 wins from 46 starts.
I've moved on to the second race already. Yeah, Abu Sheba, 3 from 46, as you said. Not being absolutely disgraced of late, finishing in the first half of the field, but 7th in a similar race last time out, over further and drops markedly in trip. Not the easiest to fancy, although there are others in the race who make less appeal. So Abu Sheba, unfortunately, he's only inherited stall 20, so maybe not the ideal spot for him.
Can't believe sneaks in as a reserve and still drawn widest of all over this 1400 metre trip. There's a few for the short list here, but I think you've wiped out a couple of them. Dante is a very, very good point you make, dropping back in trip, probably not ideal. Ursula is a horse that always flatters to deceive, and she never really gets the job done. Almost everyone's drawn to Tamami here, because you kind of look, you've got the least things to worry about with Tamami, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think of the draw here? Again, quite a lot of the more obvious horses are drawn wide. Is there something that could
my thinking is that he's probably got more class and sort of classy speed to get across, so he shouldn't have much of an issue. He's prominently ridden. Abdullah Al-Kredis keeps the ride, having ridden him last time. And I think, I don't think the draw of 16 is too much of a concern. He's not too far wide.
No. I thought the interesting one from a low draw was Interfere.
Yeah, that's going to be my selection.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'm going to go that way.
She's drawn in stall 1. Most of those who are fancied are stuck out in double-figure stalls, and that might be a benefit to her. We haven't seen her this season. That's the slight concern.
Interesting, the horse that beat her, the Red Stable runner that beat her last time, also hasn't been seen, and that looked like quite a smart prospect. So both those horses have taken a while to come back to the track, but she was deemed good enough to have a crack at the Taif Cup last time at the juvenile. So for me, I think there's clearly some ability there. Maybe not the easiest to train, but she's going to be my selection here. I just think she's got a big chance here, drawn low, and I think she might probably have a bit more ability than a lot of these.
And how often do we see horses on the inside able to get to the lead yesterday, even if they didn't necessarily have the class or didn't always break the best? So it's pretty easy to get a pitch from there. So I thought, listen, we're taking it on trust that she is ready for this. But a mark of 67 could be lenient based on what she's done all told. I quite like her.
Are you going to be with me on her?
Yeah, sadly I am.
Callum and Rory teaming up nice and early. Shamila also likes Tamami, horse number 6. But as the field begins to load, we can hand over to our trusty commentator, John Blance. Who do you like in this one?
Well, I did like Interfere, but I'm going to go with Our Jan, possibly to reassure you two in the studio. I don't want complete unanimity on the selections early doors. And Our Jan, the step down in trip, for me, slight concern, but it was a promising run. As my old pal Mark Richards used to say, she has fewer convictions than most of these. I think she might just be able to improve a little bit further from what she's done thus far on handicap debut. Might be quite well treated as far as that's concerned. Our Jan, I'm hoping Tamame takes them along at a good gallop as well. That will definitely suit the likes of Our Jan, who won't sit too far off the pace, but will sit around about mid-division and hopefully pounce in the latter stages. That is the theory. Whether it works out in the fullness of time, we will be finding out very shortly as Interfere goes in alongside Waradom. It's big fields today, keep me honest anyway. Almeza there getting the blindfold on. Horse number 15, Yastanet, goes forward. Number 9 is Zarat Teshreen. Zarat Teshreen goes in. Horse number 13 is Fidea over on the far side. Going in very quickly as usual here, Al-Neza to come forward. The 11 still to go in as well. That's Yesabek Al-Ri. And the 21, the last-minute reserve, Abu Sheba, is in. Stand by, 1,400 metres, first of 12 here at Riyadh today. It's like they're all in. Flags are up. And they're off and racing. Waradom a little bit slowly away. Entefea towards the near side. The green cap got a good start. More Jazale is also prominent. Ursula tracks across in the sheepskin noseband. The black and white colours of Awejan also prominent. And getting across as well from a wide gate is Fidea. And it's Fidea, the green and yellow stripes, that leads them to Awejan, the black. Then up the inside, more Jazale in the green jacket. Towards the outer, trying to get into a posse, is Awejan as well. Also towards the outer too, we have Tamame, who's trying to go forward as well as they start to make the turn here. And the leaders with Fidea too. In second position, Awejan. They're then followed in third spot by Tamame, who's still very much up there. Also there is more Jazale, the green jacket. Bit of a gap then to Waradon, one of the slow starters, looking to try and get involved. Zarat Teshreen right round the outside. The red sleeves gets a little bit closer as well. So they're starting to make the turn now. And out in front, hitting the front, is Awejan by a couple of lengths. Quickly now, tiring is Fidea, who's going backwards. More Jazale's trying to stay on. From the back then, Zarat Teshreen and also Waradon. Al-Nays is getting into this late as well. But it's Awejan that leads in the closing stages. More Jazale is taking aim, hanging towards the centre of the track though. So it's Awejan, the 17, that leads to more Jazale. Here comes Al-Nays from the back of the field, who's absolutely flying. Awejan and Al-Nays. Awejan needs the line. Al-Nays is flying. Also from the back, Dante from a different part of the Arabian Peninsula, but it's Al-Nays that wins to Dante in second. It was tight for third in the end between Awejan and also Waradom, who was staying on pretty well as well. So it's Al-Nays, who did look as though he was producing a fairly threatening run there in the hands of Fawaz Wanas, has got there. Awejan had to track across from a wide gate, was going okay and looked with about a furlong to go to maybe put the race to bed, but they probably overdone things a little bit out in front there because there were horses coming from the back very strongly. Al-Nays being one of them, Dante as well in those green colours late, but it's Al-Nays who's beaten Dante about half a length at the line. Awejan might have just held on for third there for the Ichwe Thieves, and then after that Waradom finishing in fourth. That was the 1, 2, 3, 4 there at a time of 1 minute 27.85 seconds and an official distance of half a length there at the winning line. Al-Nays prior to today won nothing from 11 starts, but has now got off at the mark at the 12th time of asking. Fawaz Wanas aboard, and Al-Nays has got off the mark in our opening race here at Riyadh this afternoon. 11 still to go.
Well, you wait all season for winners and you get 2 on the same weekend. So very well done to jockey Fawaz Wanas for his 51st winner and his first win as a professional jockey. We only saw him get his 50th winner 2 days ago. So I'd say he's absolutely delighted with that. Really good performance there from a horse none of us mentioned, Al Manazer. 20th last time out, so really disappointing last time we saw him. However, second the time before that, so definitely does better on these shorter distances. Well, you wait all season for a winner and 2 come in the same weekend. Congratulations, Fawaz.
Thank you for this. Alhamdulillah, I riding him before 1 year ago. He going second with me. And this year's first time I riding the Al-Manazer. He's good horse, but he needs just to wait a little bit. And after the 600, he go so fast, and thanks God.
How has he improved since the last time you rode him last year?
Last year he's young, but now he is old. And maybe 1 month he going 4 years ago. And he's good horse, and he's not like before. And thanks the trainer Abu Saud, alhamdulillah.
Were you expecting to win this race? Because there were a lot of quite strong horses.
Yeah, I respected this horse. He riding him knife before. Last week, he going with him for. He told me knife, inshallah, you have a chance. But he have wait a little bit. And alhamdulillah.
Well done, Fawaz.
Thank you.
Certainly a jockey to keep on the right side of Fawaz Wanas. That was his first win as a professional. He rode out his claim earlier this week in good style, and he's got another winner today. And this horse has come from the clouds in a race where, I don't know whether you agree with me, Rory, but a bit of a pace collapse here.
Yeah, generally speaking, the only horse who was up with the early pace, who was there at the finish, was Awajan, and that one was screaming out for the line late in the day. So I think there was a bit of a pace collapse. The principals were coming from a long way back.
Yeah, as we watch them jump away here, the early fractions will try to be set by the horse drawn on the inside, Entafar, but that horse ran no race. We've already looked beaten at this stage.
Yeah, couldn't get up with the pace early on at all. We had the likes of Mojazol in the green there. Zara Teshreen briefly showed forward. Fadeh was up with the pace, as was Awajan in the black, who's the one who comes through to look the winner for a long way. Tamami had to go wide, about 3 or 4 wide on the bend here. It was seemingly travelling well, but actually racing pretty freely. Didn't get home, would have won easily, but tied up late on when winning by 3/4 of a length last time out. And again, he's not really helped himself by racing with the choke out all the way through, particularly when he was parked wide on the track. You're looking back through the field for the horse with the hooked sleeves, who will come through and win in the end. But some of those who play a big part in the finish are coming from far back. You see him at about 7th or 8th place towards the inside now. If I was Wanas going for him now, a bit of trouble in behind, a few of them getting in each other's way. But Dante following the winner through here you see in the dark green with the yellow spots in the sleeves. Fawaz switches to the inside as the leader Awajan gets tired and rolls around a little bit, and he and the second both come with a similar sort of run late in the day, but Fawaz just holds on Al Nasser, who ran a very good race over further 2 starts back, and that stamina has certainly helped today.
Yeah, it was really interesting with Tamami dropping through the field like a heavy stone in water. Everything else kind of got caught up in behind. But then you saw your leader here, Awajan, for John Blance's selection. John getting very excited in the commentary because he shrugged off Mojazale, who came there with a withering run. And he sort of said, not today, and just shrugged him off. But it was the horses on the rail that ended up passing him, and he eventually had to settle for third as Al Nasser gets first run on Dante, who they've ridden Dante with some patience here, haven't they? And it's almost been rewarded.
Yeah, I'm not sure they could have ridden her much more. She could have been ridden much more forward, given the pace they went here and with her form being over further. But she's absolutely rattled home. The winner just got the run that she wanted. She sort of followed him through, but couldn't quite get on terms. We see the start again, rather messy. You see the winner doesn't get away well at all, and just it takes a while to find stride under Fawaz Wanas, who doesn't look particularly happy at that stage. But he. In the end, that was probably a blessing in disguise that he ended up getting a little bit behind from that low draw. and he's got the gaps when he needed them late in the day as the pace has collapsed. But a rather messy race to start with. But lots of fun and games there.
Yes, and certainly a jockey to watch in the winners' enclosure. So hopefully Fals Van Ass can continue the good form he's shown already this weekend and build on that. We must, however, move on to race 2. It's over 1,400 metres. It's a maiden contest, and John can take us through those runners and riders.
I certainly can, Callum. Yes, the horses and riders about to appear on your screen. Stanley Street is horse number 1, formerly trained in the UK by John Quinn, making Saudi debut today in the hands of Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Horse number 2 is Alorja, Eddie Castro. Number 3 is Speedy Monster, Azuz Al Yesh. Horse number 14 is a Randas, Mohammed Al Hubail. Horse number 5 is Aldiwan, Ricardo Ferreira. Horse number 6 is Fatin, Jimmy Carrion. Horse number 7 is Loyal Friend with Khalid Al Mamoni, a loyal friend of the show. Horse number 8 is Waktuk, Adel Al Baredi. Horse number 9 is Al Bahar Al Azraq. Alexis Moreno is aboard. Play for Time, and Luis Morales is number 10. Number 11 is Hydra, Victor Gutierrez. Number 12 is Altai, Abdulaziz Al Musa. Horse number 13 is Hayit, interesting son of Outwork. That's horse number 13. Camilo Ospina is aboard that one. Horse number 15 is Sayek Al Khair, Tariq Al Mansour. Horse number 18 is Garden, Muhammad Al Shamari. Horse number 19 is Sehan. That's the man of Mohammed Al Daham. Horse number 20 is Saudi Anna. And horse number 21 Gets In, Mekbas will be running. So that's your 21 horse there. The non-runners are 16 and 17 here. The reserves 22 and 23 not required either. So that is your lineup for race number 2 over the 1,400 metres. Back to the boys in the studio.
Thank you, John. And yes, hopefully you can go a couple of places better than you did in the last race because you're on good form at the moment. Yes, just a bit of housekeeping then. Rahati with a late withdrawal on veterinary advice, which means it's too late for horse number 22 to get into the race, which is why, although we have 2 non-runners, only 1 reserve gets in. And there, someone getting a little bit too excited there. I think there was a bit of a fly there, actually, because Stanley Street, horse number 1, just getting a bit of a big bucket of kicking.
Yes, Stanley Street is making his debut here, but he did have form for John Quinn in the UK. His best effort came on his 3rd start when 3rd in a heavy ground novice at Redcar. Very different conditions here, and he's not been in the country very long either, so he might take a bit of time to acclimatise.
Alorja is horse number 2.
Alorja was beaten 30 odd lengths in a maiden here last twice and seems to be going the wrong way, having shown a bit of form early season in Taif.
Speedy Monster looked good on debut.
Speedy Monster, yeah, did show plenty of promise. 5 3/4 lengths, 4th to 12, and of course in distance maiden, won by Al Yasub. The 3rd one next time out, that's Mabruk Al Anaya. So the form looks solid enough, and Speedy Monster should be a player if stepping forward as expected from that.
A Randas by new Super Saudi sire Sioux Nation.
Yeah, shipped reasonably well on debut, was 8 3/4 lengths 3rd. That was in a small field race though, and didn't seem to enjoy the hustle and bustle last time, beaten 47.5 lengths in a similar contest.
Aldiwan makes debut, number 5.
Yeah, a cheap purchase compared to some of these, and plenty of other newcomers in this race make more appeal than Aldiwan.
Fatin is horse number 6.
Fatin was 4th in a non-winners and 2 on debut, but then stepped up to the Taif Sprint Cup last time out, was beaten 20 odd lengths in 9th. He's not had a run in a maiden yet, and he'd be a lot more at home in this sort of company.
Yeah, Loyal Friend is number 7.
A newcomer who's a half-brother to a good UK mile handicapper, Mustawa, trained by Heather Main, so if he lives up to that pedigree, he'd be all right.
Waktuk is horse number 8.
Cost $190,000 as a yearling, resold for $60,000 as a 2-year-old, out of a 3-time US winner.
Alba Alzarak is horse number 9.
Another one who cost 6 figures, €135,800 in March, half-brother to 2 US winners out of a well-related maiden.
Play for Time, horse number 10.
Even more expensive, $225,000 as a yearling, half-brother to 7 winners out of an unraced mare.
You can see why he looked very good in the parade ring. Hydra is horse number 11.
Only 13th on debut in Taif and doesn't make any appeal here.
Shamila is in the parade ring. A couple of these cost a lot of money, Shamila. Are any of them jumping out at you?
Well, my parade ring selection for this race was a horse you were just talking about, horse number 10, Play for Time, who will be mounted by Louis Morales this time. Debutant, looking really nice, just coming up behind me here now. I couldn't take my eyes off him. His colouring is beautiful. His hindquarters even more so, and Louis Morales just waiting to get legged up onto this one. Good luck, Louis. A lot of really nice debutantes in this race. I also really liked horse number 9 and horse number 5 as well for Ricardo Ferreira. So all my hopes for this race lies in all the debutantes. So hopefully chancing my arm will pay off this time, because horse number 10, Play for Time, looks really, really well. 2 horses to note. I wouldn't say too much of a negative, because these are very young horses, but horse number 1 and horse number 14 being very naughty in the parade ring. They weren't taken to the naughty corner as such, but just on their toes a little bit and bucking and kicking, but have seemed to settle down since then.
Thank you, Shamira. And yes, no surprise that Play for Time will be liked by her, because looked very nice in the parade ring, and clearly Louis Morales oozing confidence, nice and chilled before jumping up on board. We haven't spoken about Altia, who is horse number 12.
Yeah, we're not going to say an awful lot about Altai either. 25 lengths, 6 or 7 on debut.
Yeah, fell out the stalls on that day, didn't he? Hayat, I get it right the third or fourth time.
I don't know about you, but I could not find any record of the dam at all, and I'm wondering whether there's a misspelling there which is stopping us finding Ridden
that
Taffy.
would make sense. That would make sense.
But I couldn't work. I couldn't put all the spelling combinations in. Basically, the dam doesn't exist, but she clearly does, and represents the white stable. So you expect Hayat to be an interesting enough newcomer, but I can give you no information about it at all.
Camille Ospina on board is good enough information to think that it's probably got a decent chance as well.
It isn't stable and jockey is enough to say this has to be shortlisted. Yeah.
Saad Al Wasil, a negative in the parade ring and has run twice.
Yeah, negative on the form book as well. 10th of 17, beaten 15.5 lengths over 7 furlongs last time out.
Sayek Alkera, I imagine another negative.
Rated 48, 17th last time out. Say no more.
Gardens rated 39, horse number 18.
Yeah, well, yeah, let's just move on then.
Shahan is horse number 19.
Yeah, another debutant. The last 3 are debutants. Half-blood of 3 US winners, cost $42,000 in April. Has been renamed. It was originally called Ikab.
Saudi Anna, horse number 20.
$75,000 as a full. Half-brother to California Derby winner Z-Way and stakes winner Henny Jenny in the States. So again, quite an intriguing pedigree.
Adel Al-Sahani rides that one. He's putting up a kilo overweight, and Mekbas is number 21.
Yeah, Mekbas has just sneaked in late with the non-runners. A debutant by Sharp Azteca and a half-brother to a couple of prolific US winners. Not necessarily superstars, but horses who won 6 or 7 races, and a couple of others who've won 1 or 2 as well. So plenty of winners in the family from Mekbas. And might have got lucky sneaking in at the last minute.
Yeah, certainly one to keep an eye on. That will jump out of stall number 16 as it replaces Saeed, who was our early withdrawal. Rory, plenty of interesting pedigrees on this. Are you looking towards a newcomer here?
Yeah, I think those with form don't set much of a standard in this contest, and there are a lot of interesting newcomers in this and the next maiden as well. Play for Time is the one who cost most, and has, is related to multiple winners, and this black colt looks the real deal as well. So the fact that he catches the eye in the parade ring kind of seals the deal for me.
Aldewan just going down the post. That's a very nice looking horse as well. Just a nice dapple grey coat, and looked fairly fit as well. Because sometimes with these 2-year-olds, they come into their first races unfit. Yes,
and Aldewan looks ready enough. Is a half-brother to winners as well. The dam won 3 times in the States, but he was very cheap compared to some of these, only $6,000. Maybe they got a bargain there.
Absolutely, you can only hope so. You also mentioned Saudi Anna being related to some very nice performers in the US. That's horse number 20.
Yes. As I said, $75,000, half-brother to a horse called Z-Way, who won the California Derby, which is not one of the main derbies out there, and a stakes winner called Henny Jenny. There's also a couple of other smaller winners in that family. But yeah, when you've got 4 winning siblings and 2 of them who were winning or being placed in stakes company, you've got to sit up and take notice. So.
Yeah, plenty of black type on the page, and then you've got this fascinating Hayit, who we've got no information for, but clearly the jockey booking and the connections. We're not silly. We've done this before.
It's done as Ridden Taffy. Now, what would you guess if Ridden Taffy isn't the name of the dam?
Do you know, my first thought was Ridden to Feet, just thinking of something local.
No. It wouldn't. It almost certainly US pedigree, I would say, given the sire as well.
Then I haven't got the foggiest.
I think it's just a case of changing one letter, but you could hear all day.
No, we'll eventually find out when it absolutely romps up on debut. We'll get to ask Camilo all about it, because he tends to know the pedigrees of the ones that he's riding as well. The one that's really caught my eye was Experienced Speedy Monster. We'll get a chance to see that horse in action sooner rather than later. He came into the bend actually leading, travelling really well, and just got a bit green, ran around, ended up finishing 4th. I'm intrigued that they stuck to the same trip. He's got a low draw. This is a race where he could be meeting some unexposed monster, but of the horses with the form, his is the best.
Yes, it is.
Steady, there you go, saddle's gone. That is horse number 1, Stanley Street, who was playing up in the parade ring and is now playing up at the stalls. Lost the saddle. He seems okay, and the jockey is up okay, which are both the main things. I imagine that we might see that one withdrawn.
Yes, he's very much getting above himself. It's obviously not an easy transition for him, because he was in action 3 times in the autumn in the UK, as the last of those runs at Redcar in October. So he's not had much of a chance to come over and acclimatise himself to Riyadh, and I can understand why he might be struggling with the environment.
Here is Speedy Monster in shot. Colours a little more luminous than they appear in your race card, but I thought it was a good performance on debut. I've watched this replay a few times. You watch him coming into the straight here, he's travelling the best of everything in the race, and it's just when the pressure is turned and the taps are turned, he begins to run around and lose his pitch.
Yeah, you see his head going from side to side a little bit. He was tiring as well at this stage, but he'd shaped very well up until this point, and just can't see his race out. Yeah, the stride is shortening late in the day. You'd like to think he'd be a lot more streetwise. Second time, still 3rd at the moment, gets done for that on the line. The one that caught him for 3rd was a winner next time out as well. So 2
in front look fairly smart as well.
Al Yasub looks a decent performer. We've seen a few interesting 2-year-olds in those colours of late. So yeah, that looks okay. He needs to step forward from it. I can see what you said. You might have wanted to drop to 6 furlongs, but again, we saw one win the other day. The fitness is almost certainly more of an issue than stamina there, but we'll find out in today's race.
Well, as they've started the loading process already, let's go for some selection. We see they're actually trying to resaddle horse number 1. Good luck to everyone involved with that one. Shamila likes play for time. Who do you like here, Rory?
I'm going to go for play for time as well, because he was one of 2 or 3 newcomers who really caught the eye on paper, and to get the North in the parade ring as well is enough for me.
I'm going to get the ball rolling with a experienced run. I'm going to go for Speedy Monster in the hope that he'll step forward from that debut run, and maybe just his experience will help him out here. John Blance, it's all a bit busy down at the start, so you've got plenty of time to give us a selection here.
Well, you say that, they get him in so quickly. I'm sure once Stanley Street has got the old tack sorted out, they'll be in pretty sharpish here. This is horse number 8 going in Waktuk. Yeah, it's a tricky race to have a really strong opinion on, given the amount of newcomers in here who could be rather good. I've seen enough white stable horses on debut run really well to think that Hayit's not going to be too far away, but I'm going to stick with play for time. Shamila's very effusive paddock conclusions there, opinions have just sealed the deal for me. Obviously very nicely bred. Luis Morales aboard as well, so some good connections, and I think should go pretty well. But it's a race to probably keep in mind, with the future very much under consideration as well. This is Hayit going in. Still waiting for Altai to come forward, or Altai to come forward, I should say. Altai will be into stall 12. Once again, they have gone in really quickly. Altai moves forward, 1,400 metres. Lovely drone shot as well there. They're ready. Stanley Street behaving well in the starting stalls, and they're off and racing. And Stanley Street got away quite well, actually. Also prominent in the early stages, a Randas in the sheepskin noseband, won quite a few sheepskin nosebands in the races. Also prominent is Loyal Friend in the dark blue and black colours. As they make their way through the early stages, Hayit has also shown really good pace. Camilo Ospina, once again, wide draw, gets into a lovely posse in the twinkling of the proverbial eye. Then after that, just tracking them, we've got Aldiwan in the light blue colours, and they're then followed towards the outside by the reserve Mekbas, who's got a good posse in the early part of the race. So too is Saad Al Wasil. Field trails all the way back to Saudi Anna, who's just about the back marker at the moment, and also Shehan doesn't have too many behind it. As they start to make the turn, here appearing in the front rank is Play for Time, and it's Play for Time, the black with the striped sleeves, who leads, to Hayit round the outside, the green cap, then up the inner Stanley Street, who's running a pretty good race on debut, win, lose or draw. Then after that, Speedy Monster, who's just tagged on to the leading trio. They're then followed by Waktuk, and the rest have all got loads to do from there. And it's Hayit that comes through to hit the front for Camilo. Got away well and is now travelling nicely as they come towards the closing stages. But here comes Speedy Monster with the experience. Also staying on from the back of the field now is Waktuk, who's really making up good ground down the centre of the track. Hayit leads. Waktuk, though, is finishing well. Hayit leads by a couple of lengths as they go inside the final half furlong. Camilo Ospina on a first starter. Waktuk is the only danger now, racing up towards the line. Hayit gets in. Waktuk finished in second. The third horse home was Speedy Monster, who's run another honourable race, and Alorja has stayed on to finish in fourth. Hayit has scored. The mystery dam has struck here at Riyadh. Outwork as the sire, won a Wood Memorial Stakes at Aqueduct before disappointing in the Kentucky Derby and was never seen again Outwork. But Hayit has made a very nice debut performance there. Camilo Ospina, I said beforehand, the amount of white stable runners you see up on debut, running really good races. And Hayit, well, showed really good early pace, then appeared to be struggling a little bit, but has bounced back very nicely indeed. 1 minute 26.29 seconds as well. That's a pretty good time. Waktuk has finished in second. Speedy Monster was third. That was the 1, 2, 3. Speedy Monster, obviously a pretty experienced horse in the context of this, probably gives the form a relatively solid look there. Hayit has scored by 3/4 of a length. Waktuk was mid-division throughout and then stayed on well to finish second. Speedy Monster in third. Alorja was fourth, and Aldiwan, who was quite a long way back in the early stages, has also finished well there to finish in fifth spot. But it's Hayit on debut. I'm sure we'll be able to find out more about the dam with a bit of extra digging. But Camilo Ospina, you don't have to worry about him. Like I said in the call, even stall 13 on a debutant, he can find himself in a very good position very quickly. Another lovely ride from the Colombian, and Hayit has scored in race number 2.
شكرا عبد الله. Camilo Ospina, congrats. It's tough race, and he won completed on one hand, yeah?
Yeah, thank you very much, Ali. Always thank you very much to Primita bin Abdullah, Talal bin Sharai, Abdullah Ba, McNary, It's tough race, first time. But he's good horse. He's good horse. He's doing very good in the morning, and I just scared a little bit because it's the first time he's big horse. But thanks God he do very good. Yeah, no shame, but I leave, because it's short. For me, it's short distance. And you try to chain in the last meter, you can, maybe you lose. No, because he put the saddle a little bit behind, you know. I want a little bit in front, you know. Thank you.
Nice early winner there for jockey Camilo Ospina on board the number 13 horse Hayit for trainer Abdullah Al-Bada and the King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Son stables, the white stables, and thankfully Talal bin Shreem, the racing manager, was here to witness this victory as well. So I'd say they're delighted all around. This horse didn't stand out to me in the parade ring as much as some of the other debutantes did. However, just goes to show how powerful the white stables is. And it's great to have Camilo's family supporting him here on the track as well, his wife and daughter cheering from the sidelines as he cruises to victory in the second race of the day. Camilo is just having a few words with Talal bin Shreem, the racing manager there, as you can see, before coming over and speaking to us. So it will be interesting to see what Camilo has to say. Congratulations, Camilo. That looked like a pretty easy race in the end for you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Amila. You know, always thankful with the Prince Mita bin Abdullah, Talal bin Shreem, and the trainer Abdullah Ba. He's good horse, you know. His first time, but he's doing very good in the morning. And I just scared a little bit because it's short distance. He need more time, but he do very good today.
Do you think he could do better over longer distances?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, he's a special horse for more distance. You know, it's a big horse, and in the morning we'll see he has one pace, a strong pace. You know, today thanks God she brought very good, and he's coming third behind the leader. But when I ask him, he responds very good.
And these white stable horses, first time out, they're very strong. Do you tend to push them a lot, or you hold them back a little bit when they're younger?
No. I pushing the horses until I. You know, this is the first time we had to put the horse. And he's very good. You know, it's better you win the race. After the win, you know, no problem.
And it's great to have your family supporting you here today as well.
Yeah, and always, you know, my wife and my daughter is always with me. You know, he's my support here in Saudi Arabia. Today is big race, it's big day for us, and inshallah.
Well done, Camilo.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, a wonderful jockey and a wonderful father as well. Hayit is our winner on debut there, Rory. Looked in trouble turning for home, but found plenty for pressure. And as the jockey said, he's going to do better over further.
Yeah, whereas I think a couple of those immediately in behind will want to drop back in trip. Again, Speedy Monster's travelled as well as anything in the race, but hasn't got home and has wandered under pressure. But I think that wants to drop back to six, that will help. Here we see the start again, rather a ragged start, one or two very slowly, including Saudi Anna from stall 20. That was that race over. Shehan, another debutant, out wide, missed the break badly.
Alba Alzarak nearly lost the rider at the start as well.
Yeah, and I think Randas was another way slowly, unless that's Al-Bahar Al-Azraq. But anyway, we see very quickly that Play for Time is handy, Hayit is handy, and Stanley Street, who caused all the trouble beforehand, bounced out the stalls very well. So that those three go forward, and immediately in behind them is Speedy Monster. And it looks like at this stage that Play for Time, you know, on debut travelling really well, and Hayit going up on his outside. They looked like they were going to set the things up for Speedy Monster, but it looked like that's, you know, one of those three would take it at this stage. And Hayit has proven the stronger from this point. The first one to sort of crack was Play for Time, who's weakened quite quickly, and I don't know whether it was slightly a miss there, but he certainly stopped very quickly given how strongly he travelled in the early stages. Hayit has got to the front now. Speedy Monster couldn't quicken despite having travelled very well, and it's left to Waktuk to make inroads into that lead. He's the only one to make any sort of ground from off the pace, and in saying that, he was probably about fifth coming into that turn, and has plugged on well. The first two will stay further. Waktuk was the best of the debutants here. It cost 190,000. Sorry, not the best of the debutants. The winner's the best of the debutants. Cost, we found out since it's cost $115,000 at the Breeze Up sales in the States. So Ocala sales back in March. The Dam was a multiple winner. She's already produced two very useful multiple winners as well. Information that we might have been able to find if we could have worked out what the Dam was called. Her name is Ribbon Taffy.
rather than ridden
Taffy as it's written on the race card. So I ended up going through all of the outworks who've gone through the sales this year.
Yeah.
And I thought Taffy's probably right. But yes, ribbon taffy, of course, a popular sweet in the States.
Well, you beat
Saltwater taffy.
Saltwater taffy.
It's all new to us. Ribbon taffy. So that kind of makes sense if you were aware there was an error in the transcription of the name. But yes, this looks like an above-average performer in a time of 1:26.29. Tells you that as well. But was in training back in March. That was officially in a horses in training sale, essentially a breeze ups. But he would have been pretty forward. So the only negative here is you wouldn't necessarily expect huge improvement from first start to second, but he already looks like a useful performer.
Certainly does, and Camilo giving it a very good ride from stall 13. I was intrigued by the ride of Speedy Monster. I think they might have gone a bit too soon on him, and he could have just sat and waited on the rail because Stanley Street was always going to fall into a hole at some point, and it turned out both Stanley Street and Play for Time stopped. So maybe going so far wide just cost him, because Waktuk, who ended up finishing second, running on, was really impressive. We just saw Camilo Ospina's wife in shot there as well, and she will be over the moon with the success. His daughter is also, of course, there's the man himself. Want to do that is our wonderful editor, Abdullah, who is one of the hardest working men on the racecourse here as well. Plenty of excitement here on Saudi Arabia.
Not working now, is he?
Saturday. No, not working now. I said that, he's probably got himself in trouble doing that one now, hasn't he? He marched back into the editing studio. What are you doing outside? But yeah, Rory, a good enough performance there, and a horse I'm sure we'll see a lot more for in the future. Play for Time, a horse I'm sure you'll be willing to support next time over 1,200 metres.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in fairness, I say definitely, but I'd want to see that the horse was absolutely okay after that, because he cracked very quickly, having travelled. He didn't really look to be over racing to me going into the bend, but stopped pretty quickly.
John can take us through the runners and riders for our Arabian contest, race 3.
I certainly can, yes. This Arabian horses contest, we have 13 runners in all. Horse number 1 is Kahila Aldam. That is the first there at the top. Riyadh Al Fayroz is aboard. Horse number 2 is Al Anud. That's the man of Abdullah Al Kradis. Horse number 3 is Al Dafa Jorda, Nawaf Al Fayruz riding. Horse number 4 is Hadid, Mohammed Al Habib. Horse number 5 is Nadam Al Moluk Al Khaladir. And an Alpha Radies aboard. Not one you want involved in the driving finish, but has got some very good form. Horse number 6 is Yazmi Athbar. That's the man of Alexis Moreno. Horse number 8 is Shafa Al Hazam. And that's the man of Asil Al Sahani. Horse number 9 is Alhambra, in the hands of Ahmed Al Azari. Horse number 10 is Tagruda. That's the mount of Fawas Wanas. Horse number 11 is Azam Al Khaladir. Horse number 12 is Maraya. That's in the hands of Asil Al Sahedi. And horse number 14 is Hazal, the mount of Khalid Al Mimoni. Horses 7 and 13 do not go, so a smaller field here for our first Arabian race of the day for horses aged 3, fillies and colts, over the 1,400 metres once more. And with that, it's back to the studio.
Yes, thank you, John. Interesting contest. If we go over 1,400 metres, it's an Arabian horse open, and we're going to start off with Kahila Aldam, who is horse number 1.
Yeah, just a modest maiden on balance, Kahila Aldam, and others more likely here.
Here's Al Anud.
We've seen plenty of Al Anud, and is a very consistent sort. Behind Tagruda when 4th in a 7 furlong open at Taif in meeting 51, but has run well to be runner-up on her last 2 starts, and not easy to rule out of the places, although there's a couple of very classic performers in here who are liable to have her measure.
Yeah, Al Dafi Jordan, horse number 3.
Placed in opens over a mile and over 2,000 metres on last 2 starts. It's behind Vizier last time out, went 3rd. Should be in the mix for a place. Again, I think it'll be hard for Al Dafa Jordan to win this.
Hadid is horse number 4.
Beaten by Azam Al Khaladir on debut, and takes a big step up in class here. For all he looked promising enough on debut, this is much harder.
Horse number 5 is a really exciting horse, Nadam Al Mulk Al Khaladir, King Faisal Cup winner.
Yes, and again, this is why we're talking about these 90 rated horses maybe struggling to win here, because Nadam Al Muluk Al Khaladia won the listed King Faisal Cup at Taif in really good style last time out. With the Yazmi Athba, who's probably his main danger here, tailed off that day. Looked a really good performer, 3 runs in Taif. Saw him win 2 and finish second once, and just looked out of the top drawer.
Yazmi Akbar was tailed off on that day, but bounced back with a vengeance after that.
Yeah, something clearly amiss. Was beaten far too far on that occasion, but bounced back to form when winning a course and distance open last time out, beating none other than Foudapine.
Yes, Foudapine, who was beaten in Qatar earlier this week. Shafa Al Hazam is horse number 8.
Rated 96, won a 6-furlong maiden 2 starts back, and then finished 13.5 length third in the course and distance open last time out behind Dim Al Bar. She looks to have a little bit to do on paper.
Alhambra is horse number 9.
Alhambra only had the 1 run and was well beaten in 9th last time out. Might need a bit more time, but this looks far too tough.
Tagruda, horse number 10, my favourite filly.
Yeah, you do like Tagruda. She keeps galloping to the line. She's no superstar, but she's a reliable performer. Second in an open over 7 furlongs at Taif, meeting 51 over this trip. Beaten 15 3/4 lengths by Rakud Al Ansuri last time out, and she needs to step up a fair bit on that, but we know what we'll get from her. She'll run through a wall for you, but she's not quite good enough.
Not quite good enough to be featuring in this contest. Azim Al Khaladir made the most of slipping in as a reserve last time.
Yeah, beat Hadid in a 1 mile maiden last time out, but that's only ordinary form and much more needed here.
Shamila's in the parade, and we have to hear about number 5 and number 6 in this one, Shamila, because they're 2 classy individuals.
2 very classy individuals indeed, Callum. And I've decided to stick with horse number 6, Yazmi Athba, rated 110. First last time out at meeting 63 for Lucas Gaitan and Alex Moreno. Just a stunning looking gelding here. And it was really a toss-up between horse number 5 and horse number 6, because I had seen horse number 5, Nadim Al Mawog Al Khaladia, back at Al Khaladia stables when I did their stable tour, and they are really keen on him. But we haven't seen him out since meeting 39 when he won at Taif. So it will be interesting to see what he does today, but I have my eyes firmly set on Yazmi Athba. A lot of nice horses in this race, much like Tagruda. I mean, bless her, I feel like we've seen Tagruda many a time at the race courses. She's been really consistent, really nice filly, so I'd like to see her in the placings as well, but I will be sticking with Yazmi Athba for the time being. And I'll give you a little weather update as well, because the rain clouds have seemed to have disappeared, but however, now we are faced with a sandstorm, which is great fun. So I hope you're having a great time in the studio.
Shamila, yes, I'm sorry, you're being faced with all the elements. You've battled wind, rain, and now a sandstorm. So good luck out there, and make sure you do keep next to those nice warm fires when they get lit up, if it gets a bit chillier this evening as well. Rory, we haven't gone through all of them, so let's keep going. It was Maria, who is horse number 12.
Yeah, Mariah, again, just had the 1 run this maiden and finished 14th, so well out of her depth here.
And finally, Hazel on horse number 14, as we've got a couple of non-runners here.
Yeah, rated 75, is consistent enough in maiden company, but struggling to get his head in front, and is very unlikely to be doing it in this company.
Yeah, so it seems to be a toss-up between the 2, Nadim Al Mulk Al Khaladir and Yazmi Athba. Yazmi Athba was awesome last time out, beating Foudapine, who might be taking a step backward of the early form he showed earlier this season, but you can't ignore that run, can you? Although they had met before.
Yes, the issue with Yazmi Athba is for giving that run 2 starts ago, one behind Nadim Al Mulk Al Khaladir. But I'm inclined to favour recent course form. He produced a very good time there as well, 1:35.94 in victory. And I'd go with Yazmi Athba here, even though Nadim Al Mulk Al Khaladir made a really good impression in Taif.
The best looker in this field is Tagruda, horse number 10. She is just drop dead
She's the
gorgeous.
apple of your eye, isn't she?
She is. She's a stunner. But also, you have to admit, though, the 2 well-fancied right here's Yazmi Athba. Looks absolutely red fit and ready to go, doesn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Looks in really good condition. And of course, as we said a number of times, the yards in remarkable form.
Yeah, they had a rare poor runner, didn't they, earlier on in the week, who shaped well early and then
sometimes some of them aren't very good horses. You've just got those, but the ones who are capable of winning tend to be placed very well to win. And yeah, it's very difficult fielding against Lucas Gaitan runners here.
We just saw Alanud, horse number 2, in those blue colours with the white polka dots. Interesting horse from a consistency point of view, because very rarely runs a bad race. Took a while to adjust to racing in Saudi Arabia, but seems at this moment in time has been in really good form.
Yeah, been in the first 4 on her last 4 starts. Alanud. She's only rated 85, so she's got a lot of work to do with the top ones. You know, she's got the 25 pounds to find with Yasmi Athba, but she will run her race, and she's one of those who'll be fighting out 3rd and 4th places, I think.
Nadam Al-Kaladir in shot here, and this is him winning this big race at Taif. It was the biggest day of the year for racing in Taif, and this was a cracking race because the horses that finished 2nd and 3rd have gone on to boost this form and then some.
Yeah, it looked a really strong race on paper, and Nadam Al-Kaladir won it in really good style, and as you said, it's form that has worked out since. So the one thing you've got to bear in mind is you're racing on a slightly deeper surface at Taif, and you see with this action that Nadam Al-Kaladir has, might just be suited by a slightly deeper surface, hits the ground pretty hard. So it just has a little bit to prove racing here for the first time.
This is Yami Atbar, Shamila's paddock selection, who's just making his way down to the start. He looked very good on this occasion. Fudapine just couldn't get by.
Yeah, I mean, he looked absolutely superb in the paddock this day, Yasmi Athba. I know you were expecting Fudapine to go and win this. He's a big favourite of yours.
He certainly is.
Just couldn't get on terms. I'm not sure he ran right up to his very best, but he's a very highly rated performer. And I thought Yasmi Athba did this really well, considering the time of this race was pretty impressive, the way it was run. And I also got the impression that he might come on for it as well.
Certainly, I'd agree with you on that one. I thought Fudapine was given a bit too much to do there, but take nothing away from the winner, who, once given the slip, would never be able to be reeled in.
No, I mean, he showed really impressive early pace that day. Just about got home in a strong race. This, aside from Nadam Al-Kaladir, doesn't look quite as strong a contest. But when I say aside from that, that's a very
big barrier in the way.
Yeah, that is a big barrier. But beneath those two, it's not the strongest compared to last time out. So I think he can improve again. I think he'd be even better at 6 furlongs, given that blinding speed that he has. But there aren't that many opportunities at 6 furlong at the top level for purebred Arabians.
Now, you do need to think about John Blance here, because Nadam Al-Kaladir runs for Prince Khalid bin Sultan bin Abdulaziz, and Azim Al-Kaladir runs for Al-Kaladir Stables, which means we're going to be dealing with the normal V and the inverted V, both horses wearing black caps. So it won't be easy to spot them. The only advantage for John is that Azim Al-Kaladir is a bay, so hopefully that will be the way you can tell the two of them apart.
Sean will know.
Yeah, he's a very
they're
professional with that, John.
They're different colours. That is your biggest clue, really, when it comes down to it.
Yeah, the tightest of all different colours there, indeed. But it's interesting to see that the Al-Kaladir stables have this Azim Al-Kaladir, sired by Lays Al-Kaladir. Nadam Al-Mulk is also sired by Lays Al-Kaladir, but in different colours. So it'll be good to see how this horse gets on, and it'll be good for the stallion as well. They've already started loading, so we'll do our selections. I am going for Nadam Al-Mulk Al-Kaladir. Who are you with, Rory?
I'm going for Yasmi Athba.
Oh, we're all taking each other on here, because Shamil is also with Yasmi Atbar. So 5 for me and 6 for Rory and Shamila. John, who do you like here?
Yeah, I'm a Yasmi Athbar man as well. It was a very impressive performance last time out, and I am incredibly touched by Rory's faith in me to get this right. Hopefully I will. It shouldn't be too difficult. He got the old colour-coordinated saddle cloths as well here. So you've got the green saddle cloth for Nadam Al-Mulk Al-Kaladir, and you've got the brown 11 saddle cloth for Azim Al-Kaladir. That's how I'm doing it anyway. We'll see if it works. Horse number 9 still to go in Alhambra, down at the 1400. Again, a very fast loading process. And the gates back and they're underway, and a terrible start from Kahila Aldam, reared up at exactly the wrong moment, has come out very awkwardly as well and is already tailed off, far from ideal. Yasmi Athbar has gone on here, the blue headgear. Also prominent is Nadam Al-Mulk Al-Khaladir. They're then followed up the inside by Alda Jorda, who's racing in third spot, but racing a little bit awkwardly. Then in fourth position we have Shafa Al-Hezam for Asil Al-Sahani. The rest just a little bit out of touch at the moment. They're headed by Tagruda. Also there we have Alanud, who's getting a little bit closer in the blue jacket, but one or two of these have got a little bit to do in the early stages as they make their way around the top third in this 1400 metre contest, and it's Nadam Al-Mulk Al-Khaladir that leads to a driven along now Yasbi Athbar in second position. Then towards the outside, the pink saddlecloth of Shafa Al-Izam gets a little bit closer. Then Al-Dafa Jorda, they're well clear of Tagruda. Trying to get into this race round the outside is Hazal as well, but this leader goes very nicely out in front. Nadam Al-Mulk Al-Khaladir to in second position now Alhambra, or Shafa Al-Izam I should say, moving into second. Nothing doing at all from Yasmi Athbar, who started well and hasn't finished the race particularly convincingly at all. So it's Nadam Al-Mulk Al-Khaladir who's well clear and piling it on out in front. The further they go, the further clear this one goes. Nadam Al-Mulk Al-Khaladir, racing up towards the line, is in a different county. 20 to 25 lengths clear as they go to the line. It's horse number 5, Nadam Al-Mulk Al-Khaladir, geared down to win. Alanud has stayed on for second. They're coming in dribs and drabs. It's going to be tight for third, possibly Shafa Al-Izam, but Hazal was getting into it late as well. But Nadam Al-Mulk Al-Khaladir has absolutely pulverised them in our first Arabian race of the day. Took it up about halfway, really, as the last start winner, and a pretty impressive last start winner as well, Yasmi Athbar, was already beginning to fire off a distress flare or two. Nadam Al-Mulk Al-Khaladir, I'm hearing and reliably informed, has broken the track record for an Arabian race over 1400 metres here at Riyadh, and has won by 17 3/4 lengths, geared down, as they say in the States as well. So there we go, horse number 5, a very, very easy win. And if you like your Arabian races, well, that'll have got the eyes popping out the head. A win for the 5. Second was the 2, Alanud. Third, number 11 in the end, Azam Al-Khaladir, who was staying on. Hazel was there, and also Shafa Al-Izam, but they were all playing for minor money in behind the extremely impressive, the completely dominant Nadam Al-Mulk Al-Khaladir, who has now won 3 of his 4 races in all and looks a very, very exciting prospect based on that performance.
Now, for those that were with us in Taif, you'll remember that our great paddock reporter Shamila was fortunate enough to get an inside, behind-the-scenes look at the Al Khaladia setup, where they said this horse was very good. Well, Shamila didn't go for him. Rory didn't go for him. Nobody went for him apart from myself. Nadim Al Mulk Al Khaladia. What a monster, Rory. What a performance breaking the track record.
Yeah, listen, he looked really good in Taif. It's just a shame that we've got two ways of running for Yasmi Athbay. He ran a stinker behind this horse 2 starts ago. Looked a world beater last time and then has run another stinker here. He's beaten really after a furlong. I know he was up there, but Alex Moreno never happy on him at all, and Nadim Al Mulk Al Khaladia just went through this like a machine and has come clear to win by 17 3/4 lengths, which could have been further, smashing the course record by 1/10 of a second. Yeah, I mean, it's not much more to say. Really impressive. Just a shame that we didn't have a really good rival to push him all the way to the line, given how things have panned out. I don't know what the issue with Yasmi Athbay is, because I don't know whether it's just if he gets taken on, he just sulks.
We talked about this with the White Stable runners quite a lot, where they've looked very good when being able to dominate. Fou de Pine allowed him to dominate last time, and he just kept going out in front. But you saw Adel Al-Faredi, a jockey who we both critiqued for his ride aboard that nice American import at the beginning of the week, where I was really keen for him to get out in front and try and make the running on him, and he ended up about 5 horses wide, and the horse still won. He's not known for his ability to do it from the front. He is obviously one of the best jockeys here, ridden over 600 winners now in Saudi Arabia, but he doesn't often do it from the front. He knew exactly what he wanted to do on this occasion. He hit the lid and just said, I'm leading, and I don't care who's on the outside, they're not going to be as fast as me. And I think we've got a really, really good horse on our hands.
Oh, absolutely, there's no doubt about that. Coming into this with a rating of 109, which will only be going north from that, and yeah, we saw a few track records broken in Taif in these colours as well, and we've got another nascent star in the Al Khaladia colours now, and this just giving a tiny little bump to Yasmi Athbay out of the stalls, both of them going forward, but Yasmi Athbay's having to be asked, and that's the difference here with. Even from an early stage, you can see that Nadim Al Mulk Al Khaladia is just travelling that little bit more sweetly. Alex trying to keep pressure on the leader, because I think he knows that that his colt won't find an awful lot if he drops him behind, but fighting a losing battle here, and quickly drops away.
We're just hearing that Shamila is in the winner's enclosure with a very special guest.
I am indeed. It is Camilo Ospina, and he is being presented with a 900-win saddlecloth commemorative saddle towel. Absolutely amazing achievement. I mean, to achieve that many wins in the space of time that he's been here is absolutely incredible. So very, very well done to Camilo Ospina for his 900 wins. And I'm sure he's almost like Wigberto Ramos. I'm sure he's closer to 1,000 now than when he first achieved his 900, and great for him to have his daughter and his wife to support him here as well.
Yes, wonderful scenes here on the race course. This is where we left you, and you can just see at this point Nadim Al Mulk Al Khaladia is beginning to turn the screw.
Yeah, and Yasmi Athbay, just once he's not able to match strides, he pretty much I was concerned there might be an issue with him, but I think he's just dropped it, hasn't he? He wants to boss it. When he can't boss it, he just sulks, and he's dropped himself out. So at this stage, you've got is it Sharfa Al Hazam?
Yeah, Sharfa Al Hazam came there with a nice run as well, and I thought they've gone very hard early because they're trying to take each other on. Is Sharfa Al Hazam going to pick up the pieces?
Oh no, I think he was far too close for that for a horse of his ability, and he couldn't sustain that run. She rather couldn't sustain that run to the line. You saw that Al Anud out wide on the track on the turn, runs on through beaten horses, as is her wont.
Yeah, it would be great if we could see the start again, because Khalila Aldam got it all wrong coming out the gates, came up on 2 legs, and that horse's chances had gone straight away, and that was a shame because Khalila Aldam had been quite consistent over the last couple of days, but no way would she have had enough to beat this horse on the day, because Nadim Al Mulk Al Khaladia justifies what now looks to be some of the best purebred Arabian form in Saudi Arabia in that King Faisal Cup. The first, second and the third have all gone on to bigger and better things now.
Yeah, I mean, that's I think the one thing that we saw that was better consistently in Taif was the standard of the purebred Arabian racing. I know obviously we've got the same number of races here, but I think we're really blessed with some absolute superstars there.
We were
And that-
really gifted to see the
Yeah.
Zaf and Al Khaladirs and
Yeah.
the like, didn't we? We were very lucky, and there were some really good performances. And even the horses that we saw beaten in type have now come to Riyadh and won. So you
Indeed.
clearly see that the form was very strong.
It's got quite an extravagant action in front, doesn't he? I was slightly concerned that maybe that was the action of a horse who would like a deeper surface, but absolutely bounced off this.
He looks like he's running into a headwind, doesn't he? He's almost like he's sticking his face up in the sky, like, oh, there's got a bit of wind in my face.
But he really throws his front legs out in front of him. I wouldn't actually call that a knee action as such. It's just he just throws the whole leg in front. Yeah, it is very expressive, and it's nice to see. It's a very attractive action when you get used to it. It's slightly unusual, that's all.
But what we did see was his early speed. And that's something that had to be tested. There it is. Look how high up Khalil Al-Dam's got up there. That is really well sat by the jockey there on board. But yeah, that horse's chance is gone. But look at the early speed this horse has shown. We've not seen this before. He hasn't had to fight for the front like he's done here before.
No, but in saying that, he's done it so comfortably within himself, and that's what broke this race apart very early on. That Yasmi Athba wasn't able to get to the front. If that horse had been able to get to the front, you get the impression, given how good this performance is, that Nadam Al Mulk Al Khaladiya would have run him down anyway with this record-breaking performance. But once he got his head in front of the first furlong of the race, the riding was very firmly on the wall.
Yeah, very good performance and a track record broken on only our third race here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. It's race 4 now and it's over a mile. It's a maiden and John Blance can take us through the runners and riders.
I certainly can, chaps. Oh, look at that. Fantastic lunar shot there here at Riyadh Racetrack. This is a mile maiden contest. It's for 2-year-olds. Thara Najd is horse number 1, Asil Al Sahani. Horse number 2 is Mahoud, that's the mount of Alexis Moreno. Horse number 3 is Damis, Ali Al Mutib. Horse number 4 is Ocean Cruiser, Ricardo Ferreira. Number 5 is Moad, the mount of Rayan Al Tawash. Horse number 6 is Saka Alanea, Victor Gutierrez. Horse number 7 is Alaham for Wigberto Ramos. Horse number 8 is Al Shahs, Mohammed Al Hubail. Horse number 9 is Manshud, Abdullah Al Fayrouz. Horse number 10 is Samu and Eddie Castro. Horse number 11 is Ala Yebarek, in the hands of that man Camilo Ospina. Horse number 12 is Zilia Adol Al Faredi. Horse number 13 is Light the Road, Jose Rodriguez. Horse number 14 is Liekel, in the hands of Abdullah Al-Lofi. Horse number 15 is Kamra Al Mohammadiyah. That's horse number 15. Number 16 is Ruma, just to say, by the way, Kamra Al Mohammadiyah, Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Horse number 17 is My Runner, Mohammed Al Dahan. Horses 18 and 19 don't go. And horse number 20, Call Me Mischievous, does get a run. Luis Morales is aboard. So those are the runners and riders for race number 4. This maiden, the first race of the day, over a mile. They're making their way into the parade ring. Back to the boys in the studio.
Thank you, John. And yes, the action keeps coming thick and fast here on Super Saturday. Tara Najd, horse number 1 in this 1 mile maiden contest.
One of many debutants here, 80,000 2-year-olds, half-brother to 2 winners, including a 4-time winner in the US called Slots.
Mahoud for the powerful owners of Prince Saud bin Salman Abdulaziz.
Yeah, we've seen some interesting horses in these colours of late, and this one looks interesting. By Gunrunner out of Mom's Laugh, a 247,000 euro 2-year-old out of a stakes winning mare.
Damis is a horse who we're convinced needs shorter than this.
But actually, oddly enough, Damis, having been tried at this trip, was actually running on late over this mile last time out, but his rating of 62 tells the story. I do think he's capable of better than that, but we think he's a turf sprinter.
Absolutely. Ocean Cruiser, 4th on debut.
Cheap by the standards of these, only $5,000, but did show ability when 4th to South Army on debut. 2nd, 3rd and 5th from that race have all won since, so Ocean Cruiser can't be ruled out.
Mode is horse number 5.
A better effort today. It went 2 3/4 lengths 3rd to Almshay on a 1 mile maiden 2 weeks ago. Needs to build on that, but that was a promising enough effort.
Saka Alanea is horse number 6.
$35,000 earlier this year, half-brother to 2 US winners out of a 3-time winner, but quite a cheap purchase price compared to one or two of these.
Yeah, these owners are the colours to watch, though, aren't they? They tend to have good 2-year-olds. Alaham is horse number 7.
Was a neck ahead of Muad when second to Almshay, and of course in distance maiden last time out. Pretty consistent, but more exposed, and you thought that Muad might be able to turn the tables.
Al-Shah's horse number 8.
Al-Shah's was slowly away on debut when 7th for Richard Hannon at Pontefract in September. From a good staying family, should improve, but you know there's a lot of 2-milers in this family, so this trip is sharp enough even at this early stage.
Manshood, horse number 9.
Debutant, half-brother to the brilliantly named Moral Turpitude. I do love that name. He cost $450,000 as a 2-year-old, a son of Uncle Mo out of Jade Princess.
Samu is horse number 10.
6.5 lengths, 8th to Almshay on debut, behind a couple of these in Alaham and Moad. First time out, and needs to improve an awful lot to turn the tables.
Ala Yaberek is horse number 11. Camille Spina, White Stable, and the trainer looking for a double.
Yeah, ran a very promising debut, 4 lengths, 3rd to Maluk Alanaya and Almshay on debut over course and distance. Almshay obviously went on to win next time out and has had a couple of these behind. The first 3 were clear of the rest of the field that day, and Ala Yabarek should improve enough to be competitive here.
Zilyar is horse number 12 for FMQ.
Best effort to date, went 4 1/4 lengths, 4th to Saden in a course and distance maiden last time out.
Light the Road, horse number 13.
Was behind Ala Yabarek and Damas when 6th over course and distance last time out and has work to do here.
Ileki is horse number 14.
I think that's the first letter is an L.
Lieki.
Liekel, I'd go for. Debutant half-brother to several winners. Cost $50,000 as a 2-year-old. So, again, another one you can't completely ignore.
Karma Al Mohammedia.
I'm happy to ignore Kamra Al Mohammedia. Only 13th last time out, having finished dead last at Taif on her previous start.
Shamila is in the parade ring.
I am indeed. It's our 4th race of the day, and it is a maiden contest. I will be siding with horse number 12, Zilyar, for FMQ Stables. This is a stunning 2-year-old. Gelding by Run Happy for an under a man that we've just seen in the winner's enclosure, Adel Al-Faredi, as well. I couldn't take my eyes off him, much like all of the FMQ stables. They are really, really well turned out and really well bred as well. Try not to get run over while I give you the rest of my opinions from the paddock selections. I also really like debutant horse number 8 for the Thamar Al-Dehani stables, who have been doing really, really well over the last few weeks. And horse number 14 as well stood out to me because he is absolutely huge, towers over the other horses. However, I don't think he looks as strong as horse number 12, Zilyar. As for paddock negatives, I have none to report for you for the 4th race of the evening.
Thank you, Shamila. Love to hear it. Everyone looking good and ready to go. We got to Ruma, horse number 16.
Yes, 19th on debut. I don't think so.
My Runner, horse number 17.
Yeah, My Runner's got ability. Was 3rd of 8 on debut, beaten 4.5 lengths, but was beaten much further when 9th to Maluk Alanaya over course and distance last time out.
And finally, Call Me Mischievous, horse number 20.
Yeah, I was going to say got in late, but actually was always due to be in here, wasn't it? Call Me Mischievous. $375,000 yearling, half brother to 2 US winners. Again, a really interesting pedigree by Into Mischief out of America called Anything You Can Do. I'd love the names of these dams to be spelled correctly. There's been 3 errors so far. It makes it really hard to find them on the old database. But yeah, very expensive, and therefore, you know, we've seen some decent performers in these silks of late. And Call Me Mischievous would definitely be on your shortlist. Just see him going through our shot there.
Yes, Call Me Mischievous, one to watch here.
Look at a bit of misbehaviour going on here.
Number 9, isn't it? That's Manshood, who cost quite a bit at a youngster. Running this, he knows he cost quite a bit of the youngster.
And he's not on his best behaviour going to post, it has to be said.
Yeah, hopefully he can settle down once they get down there. It's quite interesting. You get Shamila's point of view when they're in the parade ring, and then sometimes you can get the complete opposite occurs once they get down to the start. Horses that were calm at first suddenly get quite revved up. Horses that were really revved up can suddenly really calm down.
And that's it's really important to spot the change, and horses who who are keen early on, but then calm themselves at the post. I mean, that's always a really positive sign. It shows that they're in the right mental frame of mind. They've got that keenness to get on with things, but they also know inherently that they need to focus in the race itself. I remember seeing this, just watching horses at Cheltenham over the years. The number of horses who go around the parade ring like sheep, and you think, oh, this is really coping well with it. And just going down at the start, they can just lose their minds completely. Yeah, it's well worth keeping an eye on them. Also, if you ever get a chance to see them coming back in after a race, the demeanour of a horse after it's run a race will tell you an awful lot about how it's likely to run next time if you just watch them.
We saw that with Nadam Al-Khalidi, still full of beans after breaking a track record, so clearly a horse to keep on the right side of it, although I'm sure everyone is thinking the same thing there. We've got a few horses that we have a look at form-wise here as well, can't we? Because Alahan is in this as well. You've also got Ali Yabarik too, the white stable runner. Camille Ospina looking for that double. It's interesting, his performance third on debut. I imagine he can take a step forward from that. But I was really taken by Moad, horse number 5. I thought his run was a step up from his debut performance.
Moad might be right. Who knows? But there you go. Yeah, he has stepped forward markedly from that debut when third to Almshay last time out, and he's got less experience than that.
This is Alahan in action, and we'll see him in the same race as the horse we were just talking about in Mode as well, because they both finished second and third on that day. So let's see them in action here, Rory.
Yeah, you see Alahan coming through in the centre there. The winner of this race is Almshay, and running on in behind with the white cap should be Moad, who's only a neck behind at the line. It gets a bit messy in the finish. You see Moad on the far side in the white cap, just getting run down for second place late in the day. Weakened, not terrible, but weakened very late in the day, in the last sort of 75 yards or so, having shown an awful lot more. You'd like to think he will progress again.
Here's Ali Yabarik in shot here, looking gorgeous going down to post. I was really intrigued by this run last time because he looked absolutely run off his feet coming around the bend. He sort of then worked out what he was doing and then sort of picked up again. But you can see him there. He's flat to the balls. Camille was throwing everything at him. And then he looks like he's going to win.
Yes, interestingly, the time of this race was a little bit slower than the last one that we've just seen, where Alaham and Moad were second and third. Only marginally, though, 141.88 for Alaham and 142.01 for Ali Yabarik, so very little between them on paper. Maluk Al-Anaya takes this with Almshay second, who obviously ran that decent race next time out. With Ali Yabarik just weakening back in third, but still running a decent race. That was first time out, so there should be a fair bit of improvement to come. Yeah,
I thought with Alaham as well, they were stepping him up to a mile for the first time, and the way he ran on after switching suggests that that trip isn't too much of a concern today.
No, I would tend to agree with that. And these are still very young horses finding the way, and I think all those horses we've seen should benefit from the experience they had last time.
We've started loading, so let's go for some selections. Who do you like in this one, Rory?
Well, again, I can't help but feeling that a newcomer is going to take this, and it's just a question of working out which one it's going to be. I'm worried about Stall 20 for Call Me Mischievous, but he does look the part to me, so I'll take a chance on him being fast enough away. They usually are horses in this colour as 2-year-olds.
Morales will get them across, won't
and Luis
he?
Morales knows what he's doing.
So Shamila likes Zilia, Rory likes Call Me Mischievous. I'm going to stick with Mode. I'm giving him one more chance. I was really taken by that run, and hopefully he can take another step forward. So 5 for myself, 20 for Rory, and 12 for Shamila. John Blance, are you with us or are you against us?
Well, I'm with Shamila here. Zilia, not with any great deal of confidence, and obviously the points that Rory's made about some of these expensive debutants are extremely valid and could well, 1, 2 or 3 of them could all end up being much better than Zilia. But Zilia does set a pretty solid standard, I think it's fair to say. Those 3 runs, beaten plenty of rivals, has got a rating of 80. Again, you don't necessarily have to find the winner here. You can have a bit of a play up and try and find a horse that's going to finish placed, and I think Zilia will be there or thereabouts at the finish for those of you who fancy a little bit of each way thievery. Last 2 or 3 going in, we have Ali Yabarik to come forward, definitely a very interesting runner. Also moving in is Mahood, very well bred by gun runner, cost a pretty penny, as Rory was saying. Manshood goes in. Horse number 5 is Moad, one that Callum likes. 1600 metres, first 1600 metre race of the day. Still got Call Me Mischievous to go in. Also the load is Samu. And horse number 7 is Alaham, another horse who's got some pretty solid form and could be there or thereabouts. Certainly be one that some of these fancily bred and expensively purchased newcomers might have to shake off. Last couple going in, 1600 metres in front of them. And they're off and racing. Oh, veering out very badly was Alaham and careered into one or two of those. Al Shah's wasn't helped by all that going on as they make their way through the early stages of this mile contest. Mahood has shown plenty of professionalism on debut and has come through just about lead at the inside. Also prominent in the early stages is Moad, showing good pace. Towards the outer, getting into a prominent posse, is My Runner in the green colours. Also towards the outside, trying to get a good position, is Call Me Mischievous from a very wide draw. Also there is Camera Al Mohammedia. So there's quite a lineup here as they make their way through the early stages. Field trails back to Samu, who's the back marker. Not too far in front of Samu is a Rumour as well as they make their way towards the turn out of the back straight. We're about 6 abreast here, and it's Moad who's just about the leader. To in second position, Al Shah's, who's now moved into a decent posse after that somewhat unfortunate beginning. Mahood's up the inside, having lost a place or two. Now driven along towards the outside is My Runner, being asked a question. Then towards the outside, looking to get in it, is Zilyar as well as they start to make the turn. Camera Al Mohammedia is going the scenic route and taking the turn 6 wide. They're swinging for home now though, and out in front it's Moad, the blue jacket. To round the outside now, Zilyar getting into this in second. In between the pair of those, My Runner, who's trying to box on but only finding the one pace. Now trying to stay on from a position towards the rear of the field is Ala Yabarek, who's getting into it as well. But the lead in the latter stages with Moad. Moad still by a couple of lengths. To in second position, Zilyar. Now down the centre of the track, Thara Naj, who was quite slowly away but is now staying on very strongly, and it's Thara Naj. To over on the far side, Ala Yabarek, and Thara Naj. They've paired off, racing up towards the line. Ala Yabarek, another one for Ospina, beats Thara Naj. In third was Zilyar, fourth or so, it was tight, possibly Moad, but also in the mix for that was Damis. Ala Yabarek and Camilo Ospina once again. I mean, listen, you wouldn't go too far wrong if you just turned up at Riyadh and decided you were going to just side with all of Camilo's runners, because that was another tremendous ride. He has this knack, it's Moreira-like, of just getting a horse into almost the perfect position and doing so very quickly in the run. And, well, Ala Yabarek, who ran very well last time out, has definitely improved on that. Thara Naj in second. Thara Naj didn't get away particularly well at all, was miles behind Mahood in the early break for those horses down on the rail. Interesting to see that one again in the run. That was a very interesting run too. Zilyar has done what Zilyar always does and has run a very solid race, and again you've had a decent run for your money there. And Moad has finished in fourth, ran very well for a long time. Callum flagged this one up as a horse who'd run well, and certainly did. Some of those expensive purchases have done okay. Mahood certainly showed plenty of early speed but didn't really see it out particularly well, so I wouldn't say totally back to the drawing board, but something to work on there for that one. But Ala Yabarek, who prior to today had run very well to finish third, has improved on that. And Camilo Ospina, the man for all seasons here at Riyadh, any sort of race, any type of draw, he can find a good position to get to in the run, and he's done it once again here. Ala Yabarek, the winner from Thara Naj, who absolutely flew home to finish second, and they were well clear of the rest.
Camilo Ospina. Wow, it's a tough race.
Yeah, tough race, you know. because my horse in the 600 meter, he can't fall. He can't follow the another horses, but thanks God, I try to come behind the horses. And when I ask him in the last 400 meters, he's coming but not strong, yeah. And thank God he's coming one horse from the outside, and my horse is come back, and thank God he won the race. First time third, yeah. Was very good. Now yeah. Now today is the first time we blinker, he improved a lot. Thank you very much.
A fantastic ride there for Camilo Ospina. Probably one of the best rides we've seen him do here during the English coverage channel, at least. And what a way to celebrate after receiving his 900th winner saddlecloth memorial towel as well. So really good race there. So Ala Yabarak wins the 4th race of the evening, 3rd last time out, but as we heard Camilo say there to our colleague Sala, that the blinkers probably helped quite a lot. Really, really nice colt here by Uncle Mo, really well bred, and yeah, another winner for White Stables as well. So huge well done to Camilo Ospina, trainer Abdullah Al-Bada, and the White Stables as well for this race. Oh, and Camilo's just being stolen by the trainer Abdullah Al-Bada quickly to congratulate him for that race. Congratulations, Camilo, on your double, and what a way to celebrate after receiving your 900 saddle towel.
Yeah, thank God, I'm very good present, you know. A tough race, because my horse he tried to come follow the leader, but too strong. My horse is coming from behind better, and when he has clear, he coming but not strong. Thank God, one horse is coming from outside very strong, and my horse come back. Thank God, he won the race.
And that's it's one of the strongest races we've seen you ride. You were really, really good in the saddle.
Thank you very much, Amila. Always I try to do my best job, and thank God he won the race.
And you said that he liked having the blinkers on today.
Yeah, it's the first time we blinker, first time he ran without blinker, and he's a little bit scared with the horse, but today with blinker is more improved, and it's much better than last time.
And I'll talk to you quickly about your 900 winners. That's a massive achievement. Really, really well done for that. How do you feel achieving 900 winners in the time you've been here in Saudi?
No, I feel very good, and especially thankful with Prince Mita bin Abdullah. He believed me for the first time here, and thanks God I be here for him. And the whole people give me support, the trainer, the jockey, the owners, the jockeys, because thanks God every jockey is my friend, all jockeys, and I feel very good, and I try to do my best job always, and thanks God I try to win 1,000.
Well done, Camilo.
Thank you very much.
Camilo Ospina there, recently celebrating his 900th winner, and he's bagged a double already today. And what a ride. He said that the blinkers have brought out an awful lot of improvement in this horse from debut, Rory, and you can see why, because he wasn't being passed, was he?
No, this race was set up for a finisher, and Tara Najd looked like he was going to sweep through on the outside to pick it all up. Given the quality on show here, I think that there is a fair bit of quality. This wasn't a particularly good time. We're going to see the start again. Really bad start for Sakar Al Naya, who missed it badly. Also, Tara Najd is last but one after 50 yards, but does really well to go close here. But the story of the race is that about 8 of them wanted to lead, and they end up coming into that bend 7 horses abreast. Something's got to give when that happens. The horse on the inside, Mahood, couldn't get room. The horse on the outside, if you're on the outside of 7 runners coming around the bend in a mile race, you can call them mischievous. It was. You can basically wave goodbye to your chances. The winner was reasonably close up there, but Camilo just holding on to him, and he's lasted better than most of these Ala Yabarak, and came on for that debut run. A few of these showing speed first time out have struggled to see it out. And then the winner himself looked like he was going to be vulnerable later on. They are going hard here. There's no quarter asked, none given in this sort of scenario, and you can see why the horse was slowly away, Tara Najd. has ended up coming there with a big chance, because a lot of these horses flagging, having gone too hard earlier on and got involved in a battle. Jcsa on the purple colours with the green cap, coming home strongly. Looks like he's going to get there. Moad in front at the moment, but just beginning to tie up. And you see that coming through.
Look how tight they get there.
Coming through with the blinkers is the winner, Ali Yabarak. But you'd have thought that the strong run from the horse in second would have carried him to the front, but the winner and his jockey are having none of it and battle back to go on to win by 3 points for length in the end.
We've talked a lot about the second coming from well off the pace there, but let's give some flowers to the winner and flowers to Camillo as well, because the way he has been brave enough to put this horse in position, when he said in his interview with Selman that he didn't like following horses, he got him out into the open there, and at this point they've absolutely shrugged off Al Mohammadiyah in behind and got very close in. The eventual fourth, my selection, Mode, has just got a bit tired and started to hang. They've all concertinaed together. Zilyar is a horse who's got lack of gears, hasn't he?
Well, I mean, this is I wouldn't want to rule.
Here's the start. We just see the horse coming out of stall 7, colliding with everything and causing a real concertina effect. That was Alaham, who ran such a good race last time, but he's taken himself out the race.
Yeah, that hasn't helped, and it hasn't helped one or two next to him, notably Manshood, who was difficult on the way to post. You had speed from My Runner here in the dark green colours early on. Speed also from Call Me Mischievous from the widest stall, and Muad and Al-Shars also showing up well in the early stages, but they went hell for leather, and a few of these were crying enough. Mostly because they'd lost the battle for the lead. You know, when a lot of horses, when they get past and they're determined to get to the front, they just drop the bridle, and a few of them just did too much work. The obvious one being Call Me Mischievous, who was stuck really, really wide, but racing the whole time to get there, which is never ideal, and he's dropped out from the turn and been well beaten in the end. He's liable to show this form to be all wrong another day. I wouldn't be too negative about Zilyar. He was always in the van as well, and he's kept on better than most to finish third. He'll find a race. He looks like he wants further than this at this stage. He's a horse who should stay 2,000 metres. He's just plugging on willingly without being able to find a change of gear. On the other hand, Moad, who's in front at this stage, doesn't really get home and probably wants a drop back to 1,400 metres. The winner, I think it's probably the right trip for Ali Yabarak at this stage, although you'd have thought he will be capable of showing his form over 1,800 and 2,000 in the future as well.
Let's go on with this card. We stay at a mile. We look for a non-winners of 2 contests this time. It's race 5, and John Blanc, who've just had a brilliant contest. Have you caught your breath, and can you take us through the runners and riders for race 5?
Yeah, welcome back, and we're going to go through the runners and riders for race 5. As Callum said, horse number 1 is Arawa J in the hands of Mohammed Al Nasser. Horse number 2 is In Baher, Abdullah Al Fayrouz rides. Horse number 3 is Moeta in the hands of Ricardo Ferreira. Horse number 4 is Jahura in the hands of Rayan Al Toesh, a white stable runner that won't be ridden by Camilo Ospina. Horse number 5 is Al Rila, Eddie Castro. Horse number 6 is Alea Al Elm, Tariq Al Mansour. Horse number 7 is Arkaldi, Fawas Wanas. And horse number 8 is Beezen Al Mola, Ahmed Al Shra. Moving on, horse number 9 is Win Spree, Adel Al Faredi. Horse number 10 is Nayazi, Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Horse number 11 is Gar Al Mali in the hands of Alexis Moreno. Horse number 12 is Damak, Ayad Al Tarisi. Horse number 13 is Al Anwar, Adel Alofi. Horse number 14 is Rams Twake, Camilo Ospina. Interesting jockey booking there. Horse number 15 is Ala Petit in the hands of Abdulaziz Al Musa. Horse number 16 is Abu Rakan, Neof Al Mudiani. Horse number 17 is Roland, Luis Morales. Horse number 18 doesn't go. Horse number 19 is Jama Al Mohammadiyah, Asil Al Sahani. Horse number 20 doesn't go either, Motorcar. So you're up to speed with the horses who will be running in this 5th race on the card at Riyadh. Still not a huge amount of sunshine today, but the rain is at the moment holding off as they make their way into the parade ring. And we can get back to Rory and to Callum.
Yes, thank you, John. Another good-looking contest here to get our teeth stuck into, and a horse who I know Rory and I will have very strong opinions on right towards the bottom as well. But it is race 5. We do go over the mile here. Roweja is horse number 1.
14 3/4 lengths, 8th to Marsum Al Nayef in a 7 furlong open last time out. Looks to have a tough task in this company.
Inbahar is horse number 2.
Half a length second to Yakfek in a 6 furlong no winner to 2 starts back. Well beaten last time out. His win came over 7 furlongs in Taif back in meeting 14.
Moeta is horse number 3.
Beat Mudhim 3/4 of a length on a mile maiden in meeting 49 in Taif. But that was a bit disappointing. 13.5 lengths, 6 of 9 to Leila Dora and a mile and a furlong Jcsa award last time out. That was a very strong contest, and this is probably easier.
Johora is an interesting filly in this one.
Beat Rimal Riyadh and Neck in a 7 furlong Taif maiden, and then finished 5th to Chakra Sultan in a 7 furlong Jcsa award last time out. Again, that looks good for almost Chakra Sultan bolting up here the other day.
Al Rila is horse number 5, a winner last time out.
Yeah, improved on earlier efforts to win a 6 furlong maiden by 7 lengths from AFA. I wasn't sure that the longer trip would suit Al Rila, but that was certainly an improved effort.
I'm just looking in the parade ring and looking for Al Rila. Might not be in, so we'll let you know any update. Horse number 5, Al Rila, we'll let you know any update if there is any change there. We've now got Alea Alim, horse number 6 in the parade ring.
Finished 7 1/4 lengths 5th in the municipality of Riyadh Cup. That was 2 starts back. But then ran poorly over 1,800 metres 2 weeks ago. If you forgive that run, this has got a chance, but you do need to be in forgiving mood.
Cadley is horse number 7.
Rated 43 and looks out of his depth here.
Bezan Al-Mawiya is horse number 8.
Rated 47, hasn't run this season and also looks out of his depth.
Winspree made a winning debut and then struggled in better company last time.
Yeah, I thought he looked a really nice sort on debut, but he beat Roland by a neck. We'll get to Roland later on. And then was behind that rival, win only 9th next time out. I'd be inclined to give him at least one more chance to build on the debut promise that he showed, because he looks a nice sort.
Shamila is in the parade ring.
Thank you, Callum. A lot of really nice horses in this contest. I'm going to go with horse number 3, Mowater. Won really impressively back in Taif at meeting 49. 6th last time out, but it was a really, really strong contest. This is a little bit less strong, so hopefully he can get his head in front there for Red Stables and Ricardo Ferreira, a man who we spoke to quite a lot last weekend. Hasn't had the same success this weekend, however, but I think they can do it. The horse is rated 79, so top end of the scale for this race. I also really liked Winspree as well for FMQ Stables, and also the look of horse number 13, Alan War, rated 64 for the Gaith Al Gaith Stables. That would probably be my second selection, actually, horse number 13, behind horse number 3. As for paddock negatives, 2 horses very much on their toes, horse number 15 and 16. Saying that, horse number 4 as well for White Stables was also acting really naughty when the jockey was being put on board. So hopefully he can keep things under wraps before the start of the race.
Thank you, Shamila. We are going to ask you, as you are our paddock eye, have you seen number 5, Al Rila, in there? Because we couldn't see it when we were looking just behind us in our position.
Horse, it might have been a really, really late scratching because the horse is still on the board to be racing. However, I have not seen the horse or Eddie Castro, so to me it looks like a non-runner.
Thank you very much. I must admit, I think I actually agree with you on this one, because the only horse left in the parade ring now is horse number 19, who's going to be very late down to post. That's Jama Al Mohammedia, who is just leaving now, and I think everybody else has gone down, so it looks like we're going to go without number 5, but when we get official confirmation, we will let you know. Nayazi, horse number 10.
Yeah, off the mark and of course in distance maiden at meeting 72. Been kept busy since then. Turned out quickly to run in the 60 handicap the following week and bounced from that, ran poorly, but did run a lot better when 7 3/4 lengths 4th in a non-winners of 2 last time out. So not out of this, but there are others who have a little bit more talent on paper.
Gar Amali might just be one of those.
Yeah, was a 7 furlong winner in maiden company in Taif. Finished 9 3/4 lengths 9th in a 6 furlong non-winners of 2 here last time out. Hasn't run to her best at a mile, which is a concern.
Damak is horse number 12.
Rating of 59, ran okay last time, meeting 73, finishing third. That was a step up on 3 poor earlier efforts, but needs to step up again if he's going to win this.
See, Rory, they are buzzing to be here. It's wonderful to see so many young people and children here on the racecourse of all ages enjoying the action here. And you've mentioned it before, you've got to start them young in this game.
They certainly do, and they're all enjoying their time out at the races. I wish I could have gone to the races when I was that age, but...
Yeah, big crowd here for Super Saturday. We move on to Alanoir, horse number 13 on your race card.
Alanoir won a caution distance maiden in a pretty moderate time last time out. And I thought on balance of form, he was breaking his duck at the 12th time of asking. I thought it was liable to struggle up in class.
Rams Twaik is horse number 14, rated 63.
Rated 63 and not without ability, but again, you'd have thought with a rating of 63 in a race of this nature, he's going to struggle.
A la Petite, paddock negative for Shamila.
Yeah, has chances on the form of his course and distance maiden win in March, but he's changed stables since last season and hasn't been in anything like the same form. Although the last run on 7th and meeting 73 was a lot better than the previous two where he was tailed off.
Yeah, Abu Rakan is horse number 16, another paddock negative.
Yeah, and has not been in any form this season, finished 12th in meeting 57, given a short break and came back last week and ran even worse.
Horse number 17, Roland.
Roland. What can we say about Roland? Yeah, well, he finished in front of Winspree in Taif. He was beaten by Winspree when runner-up in his maiden. You've had your ideas about his attitude. He hasn't carried his tie forward to Riyadh. Got a little bit to prove at the moment, but I would love it if he bounced back to form here and kept you quiet.
Jama Al Mohammedia is horse number 19.
Yeah, Jama Al Mohammedia was 5th in the Taif Flower Festival Cup. Was a 7-furlong debut winner in Taif, so does have plenty of ability, but has been disappointing otherwise and needs to bounce back to something like his best form.
Now, Rory, we need to discuss Roland because I'm shocked at the comments here. Carried his form from Taif. What form? He finished second once.
He won and he finished second twice.
Oh, he did finish second.
Yes.
Right at the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
Didn't take that form through, changed ownership, and he made his first start in the Taif Derby. He then ran in Open Company, the Latin America Cup, and another open race. Well beaten in all of those occasions. I think they found his level here. I think this is his level.
This is a lot more. This is a lot more like it. And to be honest, when I'm going through this race, it's negatives for almost everything in the contest. I'm going to come down on Jahura, who was a 5th to Shakra Sultan in a Jcsa award last time out. Moater was also not disgraced in that company last time out. I think that pair have a lot more going for them than most.
I'm going to go for Moater as well. So the selections are Shamila likes Moater, I like Moater, and Rory likes Jahora. None of us are going for Roland, which only means Roland will dot up now.
Sneakily, I'll be cheering for Roland.
Yeah, absolutely. But the runners are loading up. John Blance, who do you like in this one?
Yeah, I like Moetta as well here, horse number 3, decent enough draw, and obviously got the rating, which doesn't single him out as the best of this lot, but certainly the top echelon, and Ricardo Ferreira aboard I think will go very well, but that's not something that hasn't been seen by my colleagues prior to me being brought in on all this. The horses are loading, and as will often be the case, or will probably be the case as is often, they'll go in pretty quickly, so there'll be no hanging around. We can see horse number 14 and shot there, Rams Twaik. The next we can see is Neazi, horse number 10 in that distinctive check jacket, a winner 3 starts ago, and as Rory said, has been kept busy after that. They looked to try to strike while the iron remains hot with that horse, but didn't really work subsequently. Alea Ale Alelm goes in. Alea Alem into the chosen stall, stall 6, where the stall cam is positioned. In Baher goes in. Pretty solid performer this one as well. Another horse that you wouldn't be surprised to see be in the shake-up once we get to the end of the race. Still waiting for Rams Twaik to go in. The 9 is still to load as well. That's Win Spree. Horse number 17 still to load as well, Roland. And well, I think once we've got those 3, we'll be having a full complement. There is Rams Twaik and Camillo Ospina on a treble Camillo already. But they say it is interesting that he doesn't ride Jahura here and has opted to get aboard Rams Twaik, which could be interesting. I mean, has quite a bit to find for some of the better horses in this field, but maybe Camilla can find the key to him. Waiting very patiently to go in at the moment. Problem with the 12-horse Damak, who's just been taken away. And a chance to see the younger racegoers there at Riyadh this afternoon. Now, it looks like the 12's been taken out of the race. Been taken well away from the starting stalls there. Maybe not. Never wise to assume these things. There was a sort of trotting up process going on a long way back, and has made a Lazarus-like comeback, this 12-horse. Reports of his withdrawal were exaggerated. And the 12 goes in, Damak. Unwise to employ UK logic when looking at Saudi Arabian racing. Horse number 9 goes in, Wind Spree. Horse number 14, Rams Twake, to move forward. Rams Twake is in. We're ready. 1600 metres, and away they go. Very pedestrian out the gates. Niazi has lost a good 3 or 4 lengths in the early stages as they make their way through the early parts of the race, and Wind Spree has shown good early pace, as indeed as In Baher, and it's In Baher towards the near side that leads at the moment to Abu Rakan, the red jacket, towards the outside in second. Then Jahura, the green cap, who's got away quite well. Also prominent is Alea Al-Elam in the sheepskin noseband, the orange cap. Then right round the outside, going into a prominent position too, on the outer of them is Gar Al-Ma'ali, the black cap. So that's your leading sextet or so. Bit of a gap back to the rest. One that's forcing into a more prominent position is Roland, right round the outside. Then we have Jama Al-Mohammadiyah, who's towards the back of the field. The slow starting Niazi is still just about the back marker. Also towards the rear is Rams Twake. Camillo Ospina will need to perform a miracle to win from them, he thinks, as they start to make the swing for home. And the lead is now with Abu Rakan, the red jacket, who's gone on to In Baher up the inside in second. Then in third position, Alea Al-Alem, who is now trying to stay on. Right round the outside, still trying to maintain a posse, is Wind Spree, but it's hard work. Here now is Moetta getting into it, the red jacket, the blue saddlecloth, suddenly finding a lovely seam down the centre of the track. So it's Moetta that goes on for Ricardo Ferreira. Then down the centre as well, Jama Al-Mohammadiyah, still persevering, is Wind Spree. Now staying on from the back is Al-Kadli as well. And here over on the far side is Jahura as well. But it's Moetta who leads by a couple of lengths and might have just now eked out a decisive advantage and racing up towards the line. Moetta is going to be too strong for them. Moetta has scored. To in second position, Jahura. Third horse home was Al-Kadli, who stayed on well from the back. Then Al-Anwar, another fast finisher, was ahead of Jama Al-Mohammadiyah. Moetta was the winner. Callum Helliwell getting very animated in the studio after tipping that one up. And, well, Rory was on the train as well. Well, Shamila was too. Rory was on the second, actually, but did flag up Moetta as well. But Moetta is one of those races where there was a lot of competition for the early lead. Moetta was sort of in mid-division in the early scrimmaging, and then suddenly appeared on the radar with about 3 furlongs to go, and then sliced through the field, got a lovely gap, a Red Sea-like gap to run through as they came towards the final furlong and a half or so, and then put the race to bed. Jahura has run very well, another white stable horse who's gone well, hasn't quite managed to win, but despite the fact that Camillo Ospina was aboard something else, still got on to score. Finished in second, I should say. Al-Kadli's finished in third, another horse from the back got going late. Fourth horse home was Al-Anwar, another one who finished really strongly. And Jama Al-Mohammadiyah was pretty wide throughout. There was a pretty solid race to finish in fifth, horse number 19. But it's Moetta who has scored. Prior to that, they'd won 1 of his 4 races, is now 2 from 5, has followed up that win at meeting 49 with another score here in this non-winners of 2, and will be moving up in class for his next start. But deservedly so on the basis of that. Moetta has won race number 5.
Ricardo, congrats, champ. It's a tough race. How is he?
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you, this table, whole team, Prince Fighter, for giving me chance. Today horse have a chance. Horse come behind. I keep my seated very good, strong in field. Thank you. Yes, good stable, you know. I'm happy riding for him. Thank you.
Fantastic winner there for the Red Stables and Ricardo Ferreira as he wins the 5th race of the evening. The horses who won 0-1 with 65,000 Saudi Riyal. Really, really good result there for Prince Faisal bin Khalid and everybody involved with the Red Stable team. I love this horse in the parade ring. Really, really nice, big, strapping 3-year-old colt by Connect out of Taxi Lady. Rated 78, so on the higher end of the scale in ratings there for the race, and just went on to prove it. We've seen Ricardo Ferreira quite a lot recently. He's riding really, really well, confidently. He's getting more and more chances with Thamar Dehani, the likes of Red Stables as well, so it's great to see him getting a chance and being respected as he deserves. So really good there. Will be interesting to see what he has to say after that race. He always has good insights as to after his winners. So we'll catch him before he goes out. Congratulations, Ricardo. What did you make of that race?
Not easy, but today good chance for him. I scared last 400 because come very easy. Then when you look alone, a little it stop, but I think favorite this race.
And he seems to really do well over 1,600 meters. He won last time in September over the same distance. Would you say that?
I think maybe more distance, no problem, you know. Race very fast for him. Nice horse.
And it's good to see you riding out for the likes of Red Stables as well. That's a good opportunity for you.
Yes, all champion, all honors in Saudi Arabia important, no? But Prince Faisal and some stables is important to give me a chance.
How did he handle coming out of stall number 3?
Better if I come outside, but alhamdulillah, good.
Well done, Ricardo.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ricardo Ferreira, a man who's often seen riding around courses like La Teste de Bouche in France, a Portuguese jockey. He was champion jockey in Spain.
I'll have to fine you from saying La Teste de Bouche as well.
I love it. It's one of my favourite racecourse names in the world. La Teste de Bouche. It just runs, it comes really well.
La Teste de Bouche.
Better than Pornichet.
Trending in the right direction. You love to see it.
You love to see it.
All on the banned list when we come back.
Absolutely, that should also be on the ban list. Absolutely, it gets said far too much. But we're seeing here the winner, Moetta, broke really poorly, and one other who struggled out the stall I saw was Gar Almeida, who also just got a bit unorganised going out the gates.
Yes, but you could see who went forward well. In Bahar went well. It looks like yellow colours on the race card, but more like beige up there towards the front. With others showing pace. Johora wasn't too far away. Alea Al-Elm wasn't too far away either. And you had pace out wide from the likes of, I was going to say Abu Rakan, no, Roland showed speed wide. And Gar Al-Mali showed a little bit of speed as well in the black cap. But that was your leading group at this stage. And you've got your eye on Moatter looking to work his way into contention from about 8th place at this stage, but going quite nicely. He
looked outpaced to start with, and you could just see Ricardo was just giving a bit of a squeeze on, and then all of a sudden he sort of found himself in front because everyone fell away so quickly.
Yeah, again, we're getting big fields in all these races, and there seems to be an unseemly rush for the front in a lot of these races. But yeah, he burst to the front here, Moatter, a little bit earlier, I think, than he would have liked.
Yes.
Johora struggled to go that pace, and then has plugged on. You'll see in the white stable colours of the green cap now moving into 2nd place with the nose band on, and Arkadli back in 3rd. The 43 rated performer in 3rd does rather let the form down, but the only 2 in the race with vaguely positive profiles. I've ended up coming first and second, so at least the right horses have come to the fore.
He needed the line, didn't he, not Arkadli, Moetta at this point, because you could just see Johora was beginning to reel him in.
He was, but I think Johora was just going on at the one pace all the way through the race rather than quickening up, and he was in need of the leader weakening, and the leader idled a little bit.
Look at the start from horse stall 11. He did get it wrong there. That was Gar Al Malay. Just wrong for a very long way. He was sat fully on like he was riding a dressage horse for a long time there before being able to regather.
Yes. Who else caught the eye in behind here? Rulan, I'm afraid, couldn't bounce back to form.
If I speak.
If you speak. Niazi was always behind after a slowish start. But yeah, you saw a little bit of early speed. I thought that Abu Rakan was going to play a fairly serious part in the finish for a long way. That's been disappointing so far this season, but again, it's checked out rather tamely, having gone pretty well for over half the race. And again, just a lot of these have got a little bit to prove. Some of them looking, there's plenty of ability on show, but some short runners.
right there, and then just stops. But so many of them also do.
Yeah, and that's travelled well through it. That's he ran well when fifth in the municipality of Riyadh Region Cup. But then disappointed last time out, and looked like he was going to bounce back to form for a long way, and it's just, as you said, checked out pretty tamely in the finish.
Yeah, and I think our Cadley, if you're the connections of our Cadley, you're over the moon there, because the race has sort of fallen into your lap.
I'm trying to find reasons why so many horses would be checking out tamely today when they're on to form. I wonder whether the weather might be part of it. It's a strange day. A lot of them are getting more on their toes than we'd expect. There's still dark clouds
there was the wind
us.
as well. We said there was a headwind in the back straight, but there should have been with them in the home straight, so there's not much of an excuse there. I was intrigued by maybe the possibility that the track's riding a little differently than normal.
I don't think it's that. I mean, it could be.
Did we have any bias yesterday? I don't think we've had much of a bias.
It's not a bias. Yeah. It's a case of horses just stopping quicker than they should do, or horses just for whatever reason. Maybe there's a little bit more. The horses are coming back with more of the dirt on their faces than we're used to seeing, and maybe there's more kickback than there normally would be. A lot of horses seem to be going perfectly well on the front end, and when they get in behind, they're stopping very quickly. As you used to see, if you remember the old days of fibre sand in the UK, whenever they were getting there, or even in the old days of Lingfield, the kickback was quite severe there. And horses, when they started getting that in their face, they would just drop right off the pace, as if they just, they didn't want to be in the firing line. So once you're in front, it's absolutely fine. Yeah. Once you start getting behind far enough that you're getting it in your face, they seem to be just, not wanting to run on rather than getting tired. I can understand horses finishing tired on this surface, but a lot of horses, I don't think they're finishing tired. I just think they're not running on for some reason or other. Maybe it's just a coincidence, but it feels like a slightly strange day compared to the last two we've had.
Well, the way to work this out is to go through this next race, which is a much classier affair. So we should see a lot of horses right up in the vanguard again, and we'll check those in behind and see if they cut.
To be honest, a lot of the runners we've had in our previous races are horses who've got the ability to win races, but who've been disappointing, and maybe we just have a lot more of that kind of horse on show so far, and they're running to type. But in the next race, we should have no such excuses, should we? Yeah, Super Saturday rolls on regardless of when you can keep up with results or not. And it's a really fascinating contest because this is race 6, and John Blance will take us through the runners and riders.
Many thanks, Callum. Yes, the sixth race is for 2-year-olds, and the first is horse number 1, Yaflan. Jimmy Carrion is aboard that. Karam Alanea is horse number 2. Alexis Moreno is aboard. Horse number 3 is Sokut, Rayan Altoesh. Horse number 4 is Quantar, the man of Khalid Al-Mimoni. Horse number 5 is Rams Al-Wasil, Hamza Saad. Horse number 6 is Mondrial, Camilo Ospina. Horse number 7 is Simo, in the hands of Adel Al-Faredi. Horse number 8 is Hala, Ricardo Ferreira, looking for a quick double. Horse number 9 is Fiber, in the hands of Thurbal Timyat. Number 10 is Matluk, Mohammed Al-Daham. Horse number 11 is Sultan Road, Mohammed Saeed. Horse number 12 is Medha, Abdullah Al-Fayrouz. Horse number 13 is Al-Abjar, Eddie Castro. Horse number 14 is Farhoud Fawas Wanas. And horse number 15 is Sarden, in the hands of Luis Morales. So an open 2-year-old race. Looking forward to this. Back to the Chuckle Brothers in the studio.
Thank you very much, John. Yes, a really good contest this, and I think although there's plenty of horses in with a chance, I know where I'm nailing my colours too very early, but we'll go through them. Yeah, Flan, horse number 1.
Yeah, Flan's not easy to fancy on recent evidence. Failed to finish last time out, only 10th at meeting 70, with a rating of 68. Has questions to answer.
Karam Alanea is horse number 2.
Was beaten 15 3/4 lengths in a maiden won by Al Wakad last time out. The winner is very good, so it wasn't a terrible performance to be beaten that far, but there's still a bit of work to do. A rating of 76 suggests he should be reasonably competitive, but he needs to do better than he did last time.
Sakut is horse number 3.
13th on debut, and this looks a pretty tough second race.
Kontar won right at the end of the Taif season, didn't he?
Yeah, meeting 52. He was a 7.5 length winner of a non-winners of 3, but hasn't repeated that form in 3 runs in Riyadh. The first 2 were okay. I think this is a horse who'll do better on turf in time. He's bred to improve with age. He's clearly got ability, but he's not always going to progress in an even manner.
Rams and Wasil, horse number 5.
Rated 60, terrible runs his last couple of starts. Not easy to fancy here.
Here's the first of the exciting ones. Montreal comes here with a rating of 94, a 2-time winner in France.
Yeah, 1, 2 from 3 for Jean-Claude Rouget over 7 and 7.5 furlongs on contrasting ground, but both on turf. Has that high rating of 94. Needs to show that he can handle this different surface. But we've seen a couple of French
yeah,
horses
do really
well.
Handle it, aren't they? Yes.
And Current Connections bottom for 370,000, and they clearly believe he will make the transition.
Smo is horse number 7, another interesting runner.
Yeah, won a 6 furlong open here last time out by 2 3/4 lengths from Albshire. 5th over 7 furlongs, 2 stars back behind Caflahom. Trying a new trip in a mile today, and that's the question for Smo.
Hala is looking to give Ricardo Ferreira a quick fire double.
Yeah, both wins have come over 7 furlongs to date at Taif. Stayed on well though, went second to R. Alaneo over 6 furlongs last time out. Just give the impression that the step up to a mile actually will suit Hala.
Yeah, big fan of Hala. Fibre, horse number 9.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of Fibre. Still a maiden, more than capable of getting involved in sort of minor open company, but this is slightly above his pay grade, and I'm not sure he wants to win races anyway.
Matt Nuke is number 10.
Rating of 83, beaten 3 lengths when down the field in the Chesham Stakes at Royal Ascot before switching here, but unplaced in maidens since, including on Saudi debut last time out.
Sultan Road, horse number 11.
Sultan Road has a decent enough pedigree, but has finished out the back on his last couple of runs, 13th and 14th here.
I love to see Medea in the parade ring. Big, strong type who looks like he'll get better with every run.
Yeah, I thought he was pretty impressive despite being beaten last time. I was 3rd in a course and distance maiden behind 2 well above average sorts in Jubail and Sadin. The first 3 dipped under 1 minute 40 for that, which is very unusual for a maiden race. And I think Medea is above average. I think he's better than his rating of 81 would suggest as well.
Al Abjar is horse number 13.
Not really running to his rating. He's rated 72 based on his first couple of runs in Taif, but again, another one who hasn't carried that form over to Riyadh and was disappointing 11th last time out.
Farhood was very disappointing last week.
Yeah, and no really excuses for that. I mean, he's not without ability. He's rated 73, but he's just been struggling to get into the money. Only scraped into the money once in 5 starts, and while I think he'll find a race at some stage, it won't be this one.
Got handicaps written all over him, hasn't he? Sarden is horse number 15, and the final one we'll talk about.
Yeah, Sarden I think is decent. We talked about Medha dipping onto 140 last time out. Well, that was the maiden won by Sarden. I thought he was a really smart prospect when beating Jubail and Medha. Then of course in distance maiden first time out will improve.
Shamila is in the parade ring.
Yes, thank you very much, Callum. So hoping to find you another winner off the back of my last winner in the last race. And I'm chancing my arm at this one. I'm going with horse number 6, Montreal, for Camila Ospina and Abdullah Al-Bada, all chasing that hat-trick. Really interesting colt by Blue Point for the White Stables in this race. I just really quite liked him. He's quite a nice, compact-looking horse, all muscle. And I'm just really interested to seeing what he is capable of doing in in this race over 1,600 meters. I also really like the look of horse number 7, Samo, really impressive last time out for Adel Al-Faredi. Horse number 2, Karam Alanea, as well as horse number 15, Sarden. Sarden would probably be my second choice in this race behind Camila Ospinas for Louis Morales. As for horses in the negative category, no one is getting too worked up or looks to be carrying too much condition. Horse number 13 is a little bit on toes, however, but not too much of a red flag. So I'll be sticking with Camila Ospinas, Mount Mondriel for the White Stables.
Yeah. 101.
Thank you, Shamila. Interesting to see how Mondrial gets on. There's Keith Otterson, clerk of the course here, gentleman on the left there. Mondrial's fascinating, typical Blue Point, big, strong type, has carried that into Riyadh. What do you make of these young horses making the journey across so early in their careers?
Well, it
because
depends
we've seen the older horses do it. That's why I
Yes.
talk about the French horses, showing that they've been able to handle the dirt surface. They've
Yeah,
all
it's a
been
fair
older,
point, yeah.
and a lot of the younger horses we've seen have often, although they've looked okay, they've slightly struggled. They've not quite made.
Jury's out a little bit.
Yeah.
As I think it's difficult for a 2-year-old to race in two different hemispheres, if you like. I think it's a lot more mental pressure. I think when they get older, it's a little bit easier for them to adapt. But obviously, the final arbiter of this will be the results on the course.
Yeah, and that's it, because you imagine Camiro's on this one, Mondrial's come into training and has been pulling up trees in the morning, and suddenly they're like, okay, we'll run him, because I wouldn't imagine the White Stable would send something out ill-prepared.
No.
Because it just doesn't seem to be the way they do their training. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes. And I know a lot of people are attracted to Medea, the stablemate, who is another fascinating contender. We're just seeing a shot now.
Seeing him.
Look at the size of the boy; he's massive.
He's a big unit. He looks like he will do. He's typical of the stable, though. They do tend to go for a particular stamp.
He's a practical joke
juvenile.
as well, so not quite the same as we normally see with. I can't remember who the stallion they normally go to.
There would normally be.
It's not Blue Burner, because that's Kaflahom, because he's a rarity as well. We know the obscure ones, the one that they always go to. But you can't remember off the top of my head. But
Premium Tap.
Premium Tap.
Tends to
That
be
is the one.
the
Yeah,
they
it
go
tends to
for.
be Premium Taps. But yeah, interesting to see how he gets on. Sargent as well, a horse number 15. That debut was very good, and it'd be crazy if none of us are going to look at Sargent.
Well, I'm toying with the idea of going from again. I keep saying I think they might be able to get away with a wide draw, and they're just not getting away with a wide draw.
With
at
the
the moment,
pace
are they?
on their inside.
Yeah, in a really good race. In
mid.
maiden races where you can outclass your opposition, doesn't this look well?
Yeah, that was
Mondrial.
Mondrial, yes. Shamila's paddock pick.
Yeah.
You can see why.
Looks really well. Clearly thriving. I'd be slightly worried about a horse coming across from France at this stage of the season, whether they'd hold a condition. But he looks absolutely magnificent. Again, if you're going to be critical, getting quite keen now and very much on toes. But
typical Blue Points, aren't they? They're a little bit ready to go.
What do you think about the trip? I know he's won at 7.5 on turf, and you kind of said, well, a mile on dirt will be fine, but a mile on dirt is more of a test of stamina than a mile on turf, isn't it? So that has to be a little bit of a worry.
My concern is that, and if he's pulling up trees, he'll be pulling up trees because he's quick.
Because he's quick, exactly,
and
yes. Yeah.
That would be my other concern. Is he just going to go flat out and then fall into their laps, or is he going to be something really classy and go flat out and stay there? So.
Yeah, I think the question will be how well he settles in the race. If he gets to the front, I mean, we're assuming he's going to go to the front, given his demeanour, but if he gets to the front and settles, then he might be very hard to pass. But he can't afford to do much wrong.
Gee, look at 12 in the shot there. He is a big boy. I think everything he does now is a bonus.
Yeah, well, listen, Sarden, who beat him last time out as well, he's not as tall,
but
he's quite well put together as well. So this is a well above average contest. Again, we've got a few of these who've run multiple times, who've got ability, and I'm not sure they're going to live with the front. I'm not sure that all the three we've talked about are going to run their races, because there is the worry with the trip, there's the worry with the draw, and as we've seen tonight, not every horse is running as well as they might in the conditions.
Here is Sarden under a very relaxed Louis Morales, who's just breathing their way down to post, a pair who will be surely ones to watch. This is the win last time, and you can see as well horse number 12 in your race card, Meda, there in third.
Yeah, this is an impressive performance on debut from Sarden. Had to come wide around the bend. You'll see the horse, the grey, finishing really strongly into second. That's Jubil, who's run well again since. And this just looked an above average maiden. And again, the most important thing to look at in races like this isn't the winning margin, it's the clock. And the clock was remarkable here. To have 3 horses in a mile maiden all breaking a 140, and indeed the fourth wouldn't have been far outside it either, is a sign of a very good race. Much deeper than your average maiden. The question is how much they're going to come on for that.
Here is Smo, who got off the mark last time. No, didn't get off the mark, sorry, I apologise. Second win for Smo. So he's 2 wins from 3 starts now. A lovely looking individual, and I thought did it well last time.
Did do it well.
Beat Albshaw as well, who had a big, highly rated.
Yeah, he beaten Albshaw at 2 3/4 lengths. The concern for me about this is a 6 furlong contest. So it's over the 1,200 metres. He's kept on well in the finish, but whether he's kept on well enough to suggest that a mile is what he wants is not easy. Again, you can do the old hits the line hard over 6 furlongs here.
Different kettle of fish.
It's a different
over
kettle
a
of
mile.
fish. I'm not saying he won't get it. And of course, if he is a miler and he's doing this at 6 furlongs, then he must be a very good horse. But for me, he doesn't give the impression that he's only just beginning his run there. I think he looks natural enough at 6. 7 would be fine. A mile is definitely a question mark.
He beat plenty of winners on that occasion as well.
Yep.
It was a nice little contest. But again, the trip is a massive concern. Can I tell you who I'm going for?
You can.
Hala, for me, is, I think, being unduly punished because of the way that she was beaten last time out, where she was given far too much to do, dropping back in trip. I couldn't understand the logic of the way they campaigned her. She looked so good in her first 2 starts in Taif, hitting the line hard, looking like she wants to go further. And they've seen an opportunity in an early Riyadh season race and gone, oh yeah, we'll just drop her back in trip and I'm sure her class will see her through. And she just didn't get going till late enough. You can just see her in shot here. She's a lovely looking individual. She's Tom Collins' favourite filly. He absolutely adores her. And I think she's going to run a very big race here. So Hala will be my selection as they start loading.
Yeah, she gives the impression that she will benefit from the step up to a mile. I mean, as she said, drop back to 6 furlongs from 7, or 2 wins came over that trip in Taif. A mile here should suit, and she's definitely a player.
Who do you like here, Rory? It's hard, isn't it? There's so many you want to give a mention to.
I didn't think I'd be with this, but he's blown me away looks-wise. Montreal. I mean, we know he's got the abilities to win it. It's just a case of whether he was going to be adaptable to the environment. Now we don't know how well he's going to take to dirt in a race, but he clearly takes well to it in training, and he just
looks magnificent, doesn't he?
You see horses that you kind of expect will run up. They might look a little bit lighter than they were in Europe, and you know, you'd like to give them a break before you see the best of them, but he might need a break at some stage. He doesn't need it now.
He's certainly not missed a meal, has the boy. So, Montreal is a selection of Shamila in the paddock and Rory on form. I am going for Hala, horse number 8. And good to see David and the chat beginning to pop off as well. So, David's got a selection of this as well. He likes number 12, Medea. So, that's Medha, sorry, for David. Hala for myself, and Montreal for Shamila and Rory. John Blance. It's a really, really good race. Is there anything that you want to bring to it, selection-wise?
Well, I've sort of taken the hint here, really, with Montreal and everything that was said. And obviously, when you see the horse's form in France, which wasn't brilliant, but it was pretty solid, and you see the fact that Camilo Ospina has opted to jump on, and Medar, you know, has got some pretty solid form as well. Would have been an easy horse for Camilo to ride, and probably given him a pretty good ride as well. But he's plumped for Montreal, and obviously Sarden as well ran a really good race on debut. And yes, stall 15 is not absolutely ideal, but proximity to the pace rather than proximity to the running rail could well be the more important factor as far as how this race turns out in the end. So we'll see. But if you have to nail me down for one, I'd go to Montreal, I think, as Farhood goes in. Goodness me, they've gone in quickly, even here for Riyadh. That was a tremendous loading process. Hats off to all the boys down there. Stand by there, ready. 1,600 metres once more. Now I've got one that's just backed out a little bit there, I think, or causing a problem or two in the starting stalls. Could well be Al Abjar. It is Al Abjar who's now backed out. I spoke too soon when I said they'd loaded quickly, and in fact Medar's rider has got off as well. They're Abdullah Al Fayrouz. So Al Abjar is out. And Medar is being pacified there in the starting stalls, but it is somewhat nervous, I think. And the 11's come out as well here, so Sultan Road has been backed out too. Now, it looks like they're putting Medar back in, but the horse again is not desperately compliant at the moment. But I prematurely withdrew one in the previous race, so I'm not going to make the same mistake here. Al Abjar still to load, and then Sultan Road to go in. I think Medar seems to have calmed down now. I'm sure they'll try again with Medar as Al Abjar comes forward. Al Abjar is in. Montreal is safely in there with a handler just calming that one down. Still waiting for the 12 to come forward here though, Medar. Are they going to try again? Now we've got one of the handlers there who's just zipped across to make sure that the gate has been properly prepared. Looks like they are going to try again with this horse. Didn't get overly agitated. No, they're not. They've gone without the 12. Racing without the 12. They're off, and rather slowly away as well was Matnuk as they make their way through the early stages. Good beginning from Montreal. That one has moved forward into a prominent posse. Also there is Simo in the early stages. Montreal and Simo, that's your leading duo. Followed then up the inside by Halar, who's going quite well as well. Also in a prominent position in the early stages is Sokut as they make their way through the first 400 metres or so. Towards the outside, Sarden from a wide draw is trying to float down but having problems doing that, and looks like will be trapped out wide as they come to the bend. Farhoud is in the orange jacket, racing in around about 6th spot at the moment, followed then by Sultan Road. Back marker at the moment is Fiber. Also towards the rear of the field, Kontar and Rams Al Wasil as they start to make the turn. It's Simo's gone on here to Montreal up the inside, who can't find much of a gap. Then right round the outer, Sarden in the sheepskin noseband, who's moving pretty menacingly. So it's Sarden that leads, to Simo in second. Montreal, the green cap, now just getting the hurry up in third. Then Halar, who's in fourth, is now coming past Montreal, who's been into fade on Saudi debut. As they make the turn, it's Sarden who's travelling strongly and goes on into a 3/4 of the length lead. To Simo in second, now staying on in third spot. Halar needs to find 3 or 4 lengths, but is now getting going. As they come towards the closing stages now, it's Sarden straight across to this 15 draw, still leading them, but Halar continues to make progress. 2 lengths to find. Sarden and Halar from the back of the field. Karam Alanea is getting going late as well, but Sarden, who was a nice winner on debut, has backed up here and scores. Sarden to Karam Alanea. Halar has finished in third, and the 4th horse home was Matnuk from the back. The VT team knew Sarden has scored 2 from 2. Luis Morales has parted this one to victory by Mendelssohn, who was a top-notch dirt performer in his day and has passed on some ability to his progeny here in the shape of Sarden. We were talking about stall 15, and well, was kept out quite wide in the early stages, and did cover a bit more ground than 1 or 2 of the more vaunted rivals there, but Sarden has backed up the promise of that debut. That's a very nice performance. 1 minute 39.26 as well, a good time. Karamanea in second, 1:39.91, and Halar was third, 1:40.13. So that was your 1, 2, 3 in race number 6. Sarden is now 2 from 2 here in Saudi Arabia, and stall 15 was no problem whatsoever. 1 or 2 horses who I'm sure will improve for that in behind, most notably Montreal, who got a lovely start, showed up well for a while, but in the end probably needs a bit more time to acclimatise. But Sarden certainly doesn't. He's now a 2-time winner here in Saudi, and he's done that very nicely indeed.
Lewis? Good race, Lewis.
Yes, alhamdulillah. No, he did good first time out. And he proved it today same time. Alhamdulillah. Everything okay. Thank you.
Well, a man of many words, Luis Morales wins the 6th race on board Sardin, horse number 15, from the widest gate, stall number 15. And it's this horse's second run and second win. So 2 wins on the bounce there for Sardin, trained by Mitab Al-Mutawa. For Prince Saud bin Salman Abdulaziz. This colt is a 2-year-old by Mendelssohn out of Jet Away Sioux. So really nice American bred there. So bred to run on the dirt, and he glides through the dirt perfectly here at Riyadh. And it'll be interesting to see what they do with him for the rest of the season, because he looks like he's going to be a really strong horse, and at some point in his career, a cup horse as well. It will be interesting to see what rating they give him after that as well. Really good run as well from the horse that came in second, Karim Alanaya. But we love talking to Luis Morales after the races, and especially after a good race like that. Will be interesting to see what he has to say. He's just finishing weighing out there now before he comes over to us. Congratulations, Luis. Second win on the bounce for you and Sardin.
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
And what did you think of the race today? I mean, similar conditions as to last time, but drawn in stall 15.
No, today was a little bit stronger than the first time out. A couple of horses win 2 or 3 or two horse races and won. So it was a challenge for him today, and he showed me some speed. I keep him, close to the favorite, and then from the last 400, I just took off. He's good.
Do you think he could be a cup horse one day?
Sure he is.
And what did the trainer say to you before the race? Were you all confident and to get him out in front from stall 15?
No, he said just win. That's it.
Those were your only instructions?
He gave me the instructions, no instructions.
What would happen if you didn't win?
Okay, we keep working. I keep going, this is horse racing. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. You have to be glad to continue, sound and safe, come out from the races sound. This is the most important thing. After that, every achievement is, we have to say thanks God,
Do you think he could go further as well?
For sure.
Nice, well done, Luis.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
That's really exciting, isn't it?
A really exciting finish here for our 6th contest on the card, as Sardin makes it 2 wins from 2 under Luis Morales, and a very confident Luis Morales I saw all the way around there. You heard his instructions were just win. He looked to be oozing confidence all the way.
Yes, he did, and this was a horse I was absolutely convinced I was going to put up as my selection in the race. But having gone with Luis earlier on from the wider stall and realised how difficult it was to come round here, I've been put off. Of course, he didn't have any Medar in stall 12 inside him to bother him. He's got across pretty easily in the end, with a considerably less early pace in this race than we've seen in some of our earlier contests, although classier pace, it has to be said. I have to say, Montreal, he got to the front, travelling strongly, but I just thought he just looked to hit it. He had his ears flat back. He was going fast enough, but it wasn't like he was burning up excess fuel. He just seemed to really not enjoy racing on the surface, which is an odd one. And he was beaten before he got past, for me. He'd done his running before the 2 big rivals came and joined him. And
Smo emptied out as well. Interesting passage for Smo, wasn't it? Just staying wide for a lot longer than we normally see.
He kept wide and then came across. It's actually a pretty clever thing to do in the end, the way it panned out. So it meant he didn't get involved in a burn-up with Montreal. But yeah, the problem with Samo was that he was successful over 6 furlongs last time out, and pretty impressive. But just looks like a shorter ship is what he wants. He backs out of this with 300 metres to go. The stayer Hala comes through to try to throw down a challenge. She's a nice filly, but I just think I think she hits the line well enough. I think she just got one pace.
Oh, she stops here. She ended up finishing 3rd.
I know she, she finishes 3rd because the filly who finishes 2nd is better is just better than her. The colt who finished second, Cara Malinea, in the end. I don't think she's stopped. I think she's just kept going at one pace.
I must admit, I thought she wants the drop-in trip.
Oh, yeah, finish it. You might be right there. Her wins have come at 7 furlongs. I think she's trying to get on terms with the horse who's better than her anyway, and then she makes her effort, and then there's nothing left later on. I think if she was rated to win a race at this trip, and then lesser company should just about get home.
And Ricardo was clearly given the instructions rider to get the trip, because he didn't go involved with those front three when they kicked on early, waited, got into a bit of a weird sort of slight bumping match with Sakut, who broke really well and ended up running quite well. You'll just see in the white and blue colours with the cheek pieces on Sakut, never quite looked under full control for a lot of that race. Seemed to be running around, probably didn't help Haller either. But Haller was ridden, I think, to try and get the trip, and then Ricardo sees that he's got an opportunity to try and get by, and she uses that energy and isn't able to get by, ends up fading back into third. I'd be interested to see her back amongst her own sex as well, and drop back to 7 furlongs.
Yes, I mean, 7 clearly is absolutely fine for her, because she's one over 7, and yes, she's not as strong as at the finish as you would have expected stepping up in a mile today. But I think part of that is because she's been asked to make a big effort chasing the winner down, and then something that's made its effort later has come past her.
And you can see with Karim Al-Anai has just followed the passage really.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
that's done well to pick up second place prize money.
He's the son of Cara Conti. He was a very good performer, Cara Conti, and he's I don't know how well he's doing as a sire. You'll be a bit more aware of that.
You beat
more
me
than
there.
me. But obviously he'll be getting winners all around the globe. But yeah, I thought Cara Malinea ran pretty well here, but essentially was just picking up the pieces later on.
Yes, it'll be really interesting to see what they do with Saturn next, actually, because that's a horse that I think has the world at his feet. We've seen so many exciting 2-year-olds, so it's good to see yet another one throw his hat into the ring. Yeah,
and I liked his demeanour through that race as well. He was relaxed. And a few of the horses that we've been looking at today have just been too keen. I don't know what it is about today, but more horses are keen today than are normally. But he was very relaxed, and he was very relaxed as he came through in the finish as well. You see him again showing his form as he gallops out and just looking like a real natural. As I said, that was a really good maiden that he won.
The time, you said again, the clock doesn't lie.
Yeah, to me, and again, you've got to look at the times here. Only 2 horses have beaten 140 in this race. He's gone slightly faster than he did on debut to show improved form. He's a good performer. Yes, another good win for Prince Saud bin Salman bin Abdulaziz, and we can look and see how that's affected the tables here right now. Let's look at the jockeys to start with. Camillo Ospina has continued to roll through the weekend here. He's had a double already. Again, reminder, these championship tables are from before we started racing, so Camillo creeps ever closer to 100 wins in the season. Alex Moreno there in third, 55. Adel Al-Faredi getting there in second. Lou Morales has had a very big week, hasn't he, Rory? He has, yeah. Well, he's picking up some very good rides at the moment, because the stables that he rides for tend to hit their straps at this time of the year with some very, very nice imports, some talented 2-year-olds. So those that aren't capable of winning first time out will often be winning second time as well. So there'll be plenty more winners for Luis Morales to ride in the next few weeks before Saudi Cup week.
And yeah, Naif Al-Anazi still on a ban, so he can't quite bridge that gap yet. We see Ahmed Mahmoud here in the Trainers' Championship. This is getting tighter, isn't it? Said Mutlaq, again, he's just had a winner in the Arabian race as well, so that'll push his totals up even further. Ahmed Al-Bada is there too. Naif Al-Mandil up to 30. He was out with the rankings only yesterday. He had a winner, gets himself straight back in the green stable. We see a lot of their types.
Yeah, again, I'm not entirely sure what sort of strength there is in the green stable at the moment, but they've had some decent horses showing up recently.
They seem to be very well placed as well. They seem to know what they're doing when it comes to placing and targeting races. They've got Kootenai Mac coming up today as well.
And also sourcing horses from the UK, horses that have maybe raced in the Almondale colours in the UK and bringing here. They seem to have the right horses to bring here.
Yeah, so now we look for the Owners' Championship. This is really exciting. I'm a big fan of this championship because the White Stable, King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons are flying away with it. Prince Faisal bin Khaled bin Abdulaziz, they've had a winner today as well. The Al Khaladir Stables, they've had a win today as well. Oh no, they haven't. They had the other Al Khaladir horse, so they haven't had the win today, have they? Sheikh Abdullah Hamoud Al Mek Al Sabah is those white colours with the green sleeve. They're always doing well. Just look how many Cup wins they've
Forget
had.
the gold braid.
Don't forget the gold braid either. And then you've got Sultan bin Mishal bin Abdulaziz. The colours are not navy, they are black, and the sleeves are white.
Well,
but,
actually, the sleeves aren't white either.
Oh my goodness, the sleeves are silver.
It's kind of silvery grey, yeah.
But what's interesting about that, and what's fascinating about how the Jockeys Championship represents this Owners Championship, Louis Morales rides mainly for Prince Sultan bin Mishal bin Abdulaziz and for Prince Saud bin Salman Abdulaziz.
Yeah.
So you can clearly see when they're successful, he's successful.
Yes, exactly. And I think those are two stables that will do very well in the next few weeks. So Luis Morales is a jockey you're going to see more of in the winners' enclosure, and he's looking very happy at the moment, looking very relaxed. Everything's coming easy to him.
Yes, John can take us through the runners and riders for race 7.
I certainly can. Yeah, we're over the 2,000 metres here now, and we can see the lineup. Horse number 1 is New Treasure, Ahmed Al-Shra. 2 is Trancaferro, Abdulaziz Al-Musa. 3 is Bismillah Alay, Adel Al-Faredi. Horse number 4 is Gainline, Ricardo Ferreira. Number 5 is Kuthni Mark, Alexis Moreno. Horse number 6 is Loving Feeling, Mohammed Al-Dahan. Horse number 7 is Maker of Light. That's in the hands of Nawaf Al-Mudiani. My producer's having a great time behind the scenes. Horse number 8 is Riyadh Spirit, Luis Morales. Horse number 9 is Drawing Clocks, Ahmed Al-Azari is aboard. Number 10 is Thib Al-Gara, Tariq Al-Mansour. Horse number 11 is Freshwater Cliffs and Turkey Alofi. Number 12 is Mota Fared, Ayad Al-Turisi. Horse number 13 is Aden Castle for Abdullah Al-Hussein. Horse number 15 is Never Alone, because horse number 14, Gone Going, has, well, definitely gone. Number 15, Never Alone, is out. Is in. Number 16, Al-Mutib is running as well. That's in the hands of Mohammed Al-Nebsi. Not a jockey who rides very often, but he's got a mount here. Horse number 17 is Mujir for Jimmy Carrion. Horse number 18 is Burnish for Fawaz Wanas. Horse number 19 is Al Marid, Mohammed Al Shurima. And horse number 20 is Saitama, Abdullah Al Saidi. So those are the runners and riders for this 0 to 90 handicap over 1 mile and 2 furlongs at 2,000 metres from the metric perspective. The track being prepared, and we can get back now to the boys in the studio.
Thank you very much, John. Just hearing that 21 Star by Cloth of Stars does get the run, but will need to do massively better than he did last time out to feature here. But we'll start with number 1, New Treasure, a nice horse for the Red Stable.
Yeah, clocked 2:06.18 when winning a course and distance open last season. If he can come back to that form, he wins this. Fairly simple. That's a really good time. 2 1/4 lengths third to Tath Beat in a course and distance non-winners of 3 with Bismillah Alea back and forth that day. Again, that form would see him go very close indeed.
Yeah, Trancaferro is number 2.
Was third in the Okaz Cup at Taif back in 2021, but off a long time after that, and unplaced in a pair of course and distance open after a long absence. Perhaps running himself back into form, but a bit to prove at the moment.
Bismillah Alea, a hard one to catch right.
Yeah, is talented enough, was a winner of a not to 80 over 1 mile meeting 59. Changed stables then before his latest start, and he finished, I thought, a very respectable 7th in the Side Al Majd Cup over course and distance. And I think translating that form back to the handicap company could give him a big chance. I think the change of stables could be a big positive for Bismillah Alea.
Gain line is horse number 4.
4th in course and distance open, won by Making Miracles 2 starts back. Slightly misleading because Making Miracles was well short of his best despite winning that day. And then 2 1/2 lengths 5th in a not to 80 handicap over course and distance on his previous start. Disappointing last time, but I think you can probably put a line through that.
Ricardo Ferreira is on board, and he's the rider riding at the top of his game right now. Alex Moreno rides Kootenai Mac, a horse who looked really good in Taif, but was so disappointing on first start in Riyadh.
Yeah, he was impressive in Taif, winning twice over 2,000 metres, but was well held in the course and distance, not to 90 here last time out. Just, you know, the depth of challenge there compared to the Taif contest he was running in was a bit of a shock. This is slightly easier, but he does need to bounce back.
Loving Feeling is horse number 6.
Was behind Maker of Light, went 5th in a 1.5 mile open on his debut here. Was placed in a couple of maidens for John and Thierry Gosden. a long-term prospect, I think, from a good family.
Lovely pedigree, isn't it?
Yeah, lovely
It's a
pedigree.
gorgeous Normandy stud pedigree.
Yeah, just not a typical Saudi pedigree.
No.
You wonder how well he'll adapt, because he wants at least a mile and a half, and there aren't that many opportunities.
Did you notice when he made his Saudi debut, he did exactly the same thing that he did in England, where he just looked slow, and then all of a sudden was just there at the end. Every single run in England, he only ran twice.
Well, he ran twice, yeah, but he just looked like he was a horse who needed a bit more time to come to hand. Looked not clueless early on, but took a long time to find his stride, and then was doing late work. I'm surprised they got rid so quickly, because I thought he would have been a really interesting long-distance handicap prospect.
Shamila is in the parade ring. She's had a chance to have a look at some of these. Who's caught your eye?
Had a chance to look at these horses. I have had a good chance to look at the horses going around the parade ring for this contest. I am going to side with horse number 5, Kuthni Mac, ridden by Alex Moreno this time. I just really like Kuthni Mac. He's really impressed me all his starts. I think he was really unlucky last time, coming 13th at meeting 71, his first time running at Riyadh this season. So he probably needed the run. I think he was really unlucky that time because he's been pretty consistent throughout the whole season. I mean, he won twice in Taif. So I really like his chances. Jumps out of stall number 11, rated 80 for the Naif Al Mandil stables, who've also been doing really well. And they continue to do well throughout the whole season. Just waiting for them to come up behind me. I will say that I really like horse number 6 as well, Loving Feeling for Thamar Al-Dehani. 5th last time out, and Mohammed Al Adham is on fire this weekend. But let's talk a bit about Kuthni Mac again, just coming up here now next to me under Alex Moreno. I really like this horse, and I hope that he can get the job done. What do you think, Alex? Do you think he can get the job done today? Well, fingers crossed for Alex and Kuthni Mac in this contest. And another horse that I also really like is horse number 8, Riyadh Spirit, first last time out under Louis Morales, and I think that they can go and do really well again. One horse to note is horse number 1, New Treasure, looked to be getting really hot behind the saddle before the jockey was mounted, so hopefully he can simmer down before getting to the start, but fingers crossed for Kuthni Mac.
Thank you, Shamila. Just a quick question there. We understand that Kuthni Mac is the favourite of a lot of people here on the English-speaking channel. But what is it about his actual physicality that makes him such a paddock eye catcher? Because there's a lot of good-looking horses in this field. What made him stick out more than the others?
Yeah, he absolutely is an eye catcher in every sense. I mean, he's a nice big horse by Saxon Warrior. His hindquarters are really nice, and just his whole body is really well developed, really muscular as well. If you look at his hindquarters, we always say this, you need nice big hindquarters for dirt racing. So yeah, that's why he is probably the best looking horse in the race.
Thank you very much, Shamila. We must keep going on because we got to Make of Light, horse number 7.
Yeah, Maker of Light was a winner over a mile and a half in Taif. Beaten 19 3/4 lengths on the race we're going to call the Land Cruiser contest.
Yeah,
that's where first prize, which was won by Musher Jumbo, was a Land Cruiser 23, or a Land Crossar, as it says in the official results. Yeah, that obviously was a very deep contest. That was over course and distance last time out. Stays well. This is more realistic than his last run, so although his form figures aren't particularly impressive, I think he shouldn't be disgraced.
Riyadh Spirit is horse number 8, and I thought this is plan B because he was balloted out of a race earlier on this week and found himself in this race, and 2,000 metres looked far too far for him.
Well, I mean, he won over 1,800 last time out, so that was a maiden company. I think this is maybe a little bit too soon for him, stepping up and trip. But at least the third from that maiden that he won last time out has won since, so the form has been franked. He doesn't have, I would normally say a race of this nature on a big night like this would be too much for him.
He was stopping last time as well in that maiden. He wasn't going away at over 1,800 either, and this is going to be much strongly run.
You'd imagine so. So he's liable to be vulnerable, but he is unexposed, so you don't want to prejudge horses. He could easily find a bit of improvement.
Drawing Clocks is an absolute favourite for me, number 9.
He's
How do you catch him?
Yeah, you like a character, don't you?
He's a time test as well, so he's very close to my heart.
when he's showing, the interesting thing about him last time out, he's been out of form for a while, but he was like that in Taif, and then he had one run where he goes, look at me, I'm coming back to form. I caught the eye, oh, that's interesting. And then the next time he bolted up. So the time before that, he showed signs that he's about to hit form. Did that again last time out. So he hadn't been in form for a while, but he bounced back when he was third to Media Stream in a course and distance long winners of 4 last time out.
Media Stream's a good horse too.
Yeah, exactly. So if Drawing Clocks can build on that, then he's a big player. Did 2:08.34 there, and that's not far off the best sort of time here. And he is getting weight off a few of these. So with 54 kilos on his back, he looks dangerous to me.
Thebe Algara, another horse for Naif Alman Deal, who looks to try and climb up the trainers' rankings.
Yeah, he's still in maiden, but I thought he ran an absolute cracker when 7 1/4 lengths fourth to Die in a 0 to 90 course and distance handicap last time out. All in was third that day. That's good form. You're always worried about backing a maiden. But again, good time, 2:08.08, so even better time than Drawing Clocks did, and getting chunks of weight here, so I thought that's a player as well.
Yeah, Dahi went on to run in a Group 1 race, and I think All In beat Mahalik later on, or just before that, so it's clearly good.
Yeah, All In had beaten Mahalik on his
beat Mahalik before that.
Start,
Freshwater Cliff is a 72 rated horse, number 11.
Yeah, it turned out quickly after a modest 8th last week, and needs to do a fair bit better. Now, I'm going to make this reasonably easy for you from this point onwards. It doesn't tell us, but I reckon everything else is now out of the weights. When if you look at the ratings of these horses, Saitama number 20 is rated at 56, but is on 54 kilos. So 54 kilos is clearly the bottom weight. But a load of these
at the bottom
horses.
Clocks is rated 73, you can get to carry the same amount.
Exactly. So basically, everything below that is racing off the incorrect
so
mark
far out the handicap,
because they're out the handicap. There's no information about that on the race card. But as you know, basically I put a line through everything from 15 downwards.
Yeah, I can understand.
And even
that
those
as well,
a little bit further up, I think have got work to do.
The only thing we would say is I'm just looking to see if there'd be any claimers or anything. So
yeah, but even then
wouldn't take enough off it, would it? Yeah. So
you still when a claimer's on a horse, you assume they've got the claim for.
I got drawn to Falavana, then I realised he's not claiming anymore anyway. So
exactly.
Nigh on impossible.
But I mean, there's a few of these that are worth talking about to some degree. Motafared.
Who out of all that line?
Yeah, Motafared. I mean, obviously the further up, the more interesting they are. As a mile winner, was 2 3/4 lengths fourth to All In and Mahalik in that mile open last time out. Obviously, we saw how that form worked out next time. Is a pretty consistent sort, and although he's racing from out of the weights essentially, he should be in the mix somewhere.
Would Never Alone have had a little bit more time to adjust to racing in Saudi Arabia now? Would that be an interesting angle, making third start?
Possibly. I don't think his UK form was that good, to be honest. It's 2020 when he was he won in January and February at Wolves for Charlie Appleby going back then. And I think if he was going to bounce to form, he would have done before now.
Yes, right. Let's look at selection. Shamila likes Kutni Mac. Who are you going for here, Rory?
I am tossing up between Drawing Clocks and Thebe Algara. I'm going to go for that old rogue Drawing Clocks.
Are you going Drawing Clocks? Yeah. You love to see it. I'm going to go for the nicely bred loving feeling and hope that he might be able to work his thing out over 2,000 metres. I could be made to look very silly though. So Shamila likes horse number 5, Kutni Mac, looking for redemption. I like number 6, Loving Feeling, probably looking for a longer trip. And Rory likes Drawing Clocks, who hopefully will be on a going day today. So those are our selections. Horse number 9, 6 and 5. John Blance, it's over to you.
Yeah, I'm steadfastly late generation X, so I'm not a you love to see it man, but I think Drawing Clock should go pretty well from stall 1 here, so I'll be frightening Rory by flagging up this one, but I think he should be able to get into a nice posse, and certainly did hint at a return to form last time out, Drawing Clocks, and there he goes into stall number 1. Of course, the saddle cloth's not corresponding to the stalls as well here, just bear that in mind as well as they load. So Drawing Clocks has gone in alongside Star, actually very similar colours, Drawing Clocks and Star. That's a nice little livener for me just before the start of a race. They're both drawn next to each other as well. Star with the grey cap, Drawing Clocks with the green cap. In goes Freshwater Cliffs as well. Still waiting for Burnish to go in. That one's out the back. The 7 is Maker of Light at the back as well. Maker of Light in the blue and white colours. Burnish is in the blue and yellow with the blindfold on. All In. 2,000 metres. Stand by. And they're off and racing. Starter caught them in a pretty good line there, although I say that Thibaut Garra was a little bit slowly away. That's one of the slower starters. And also, it looks like Saitama was very slowly away. No, it's not Saitama, I do apologise. It's Aidan Castle who was a little bit slowly away as they make their way through the early stages. One that's definitely got away well, though, is New Treasure in the red colours. Also, there is Freshwater Cliffs in the orange and blue. They're then followed right up the inside by Star. Didn't start very well at all, drawing clocks, the one in the same ownership. That's got a dickens of a lot of work to do to get involved from there. Mujia around the outside in the maroon and green. Bit of a gap back then developing to the next tranche of runners headed by Riyadh Spirit. Also there as well as Loving Feeling, not too far away. The white and green colours with a sheepskin noseband. Then Thibaut Garra, the white cap, who's recovered from that slightly pedestrian start. Al Muttib is round the outside as well. They're then followed by the blue and yellow colours of Burnish, who's mid-div at the moment. Another one that's in mid-div is Maker of Light in the blue and white jacket. Right towards the outside in the white and red is Gainline. At the moment, towards the rear of the field is Drawing Clocks, who got a terrible start and is still well off the pace. And indeed is the slow starter, Aidan Castle. So they're starting to make the turn here, and Kuthni Mac in the green colours has now come along to join New Treasure. Kuthni Mac and New Treasure, followed then by Mujia, still Freshwater Cliffs, the orange and blue pretty prominent. They're then followed in fifth position by Burnish. Now going right round the outside is Al Muttib, the 16 horse, but it's Freshwater Cliffs who's gone on now in the orange and blue colours, leads by a couple of lengths. Right round the outside now, though, getting into this is Motta Fared from the back of the field. Look at this one on the scene late. So it's Freshwater Cliffs and Motta Fared. It's Motta Fared and Ayad Al Turisi who's hit the front and quickly goes on. Motta Fared by 3 or 4 to Freshwater Cliffs, who's run an honest race in second, but has absolutely no answer whatsoever to Motta Fared, who's clearing away to win this in a very, very taking fashion. So in second position, Freshwater Cliffs. The third horse home was Bismillah Alay, who got going late, and after that in fourth was Drawing Clocks. Motta Fared, though, scored 2 minutes 6.26 seconds in the hands of Ayad Al Turisi. He was fourth last time out. Is now a 2 from 12 horse as far as wins to runs ratio is concerned. Has beaten Freshwater Cliffs. They used a good draw well there and has boxed on to finish in second, but was beaten 7 1/4 lengths in the end. It was pretty much hard held as well, Motta Fared. Bismillah Alay finished in third, and Drawing Clocks, goodness me, very slowly away and has come through to nab fourth. Once again, quite a few horses coming from off that early speed to get involved. And yes, another big winning margin. There's been quite a few big winning margins at Riyadh this afternoon, and Motta Fared has added 7 1/4 lengths to that cumulative total as well. Freshwater Cliffs in second. Bismillah Alay has finished in third. That's easy for me to say. And Drawing Clocks has finished in fourth. That was the 1, 2, 3, 4. Burnish ran a decent race as well to finish in fifth. But it's Motta Fared on the scene late. But once he got to the front, goodness me, he gave him an absolute pasting. This 3-year-old by Cloud Computing. Far too good for them today.
Ayad Al-Tarisi is our winning rider aboard Mutafared, who has won yet another wildly entertaining, if very, very complicated 0 to 90 handicap over 2,000 metres.
Yeah, he'd been pretty consistent up until. He's only won one race, but he just seemed to find a bit extra there. I thought he could get involved. That 2 3/4 lengths forward to All In and Mahalik over a mile last time out was a good effort. And up and trip to 2,000 today. He seems to have absolutely relished that and has come home very strongly. Again, we've had with the story of tonight really big fields and jockeys wanting to get to the front, and we've had another pace collapse of some sort here. But the winner seems to show improved form, but the handicapper is going to take action after that, and he'll take a bit of a hike in the weights as a result of this. But good performance. Just a little bit awkward off the bend, but he stays on strongly to beat Freshwater Cliffs.
Wasn't as awkward off the bend as Al-Matib, who got himself in all sorts of bother around the bend. Looked like he was going to unseat his jockey for a while.
Yes, yeah, that's not absolutely unusual around here, but yeah, Al-Matib did look. Oh, a few. There seem to be more awkward customers in those cutters than there are in most. I find.
Yeah. I think we need to give you a shout out as your expert form analyst here, because you called it. Rating is 72. Anything further down has no chance. Everything else above it should be watched. And you've called it bang on, because Mutafarid rated 72. Freshwater Cliffs rated 72. Bismillah Aleh rated 87. And Drawing Clocks flying home for your selection rated 73. So it's hard to say the good horses have come forward, but those that were weighted to be involved in this race have been involved.
Yes, I mean, and I think the one thing you have to say here is you look at the rating sometimes and go, where have you got that rating from? But more often than not, horses who are highly rated prove that that the ratings are justified here. And I mean, you get a handicap and you get horses 4, 5, 6, 7 pounds out of the weights. It's really tough for them.
Let's talk about 3 horses that were right up with the vanguard, or at least 2, and another who got a very positive mention. New Treasure, he seems to pull too hard and just stop. That's like the 3rd time in a row he's done that now. Kootenai Mac ran a much better race for a much longer time, but again, stopped. And Loving Feeling just looked slow and just never really looked to get into rhythm.
Well, unlike the first couple of runs, for Loving Feeling is a strange one here, given his pedigree and given the family that he comes from. The fact you'd think that he would want a 1 mile and 6 on turf and maybe a little bit more time, but he's actually raced close to the pace here, which he hasn't been able to do in his first 2 starts. In his first 2 starts in the UK, he ran on late to be 3rd. Looking a work in progress. Here he's shown the speed to be reasonably competitive and then's dropped out of it. As you said, his New Treasures on the red colours on the inside begins to feel the pinch now and drop back, as does Kootenai Mac just in front of him in the green colours. I think Kootenai Mac actually stops more dramatically because Third Kingdom, New Treasure comes past him again. One who's come from just off the pace has cleared away. Drawing Close got himself in an awful position and has stayed on really strongly to finish 4th.
Funny start, wasn't it, though? They were a bit of a ragged start. They looked to break quite evenly, but then you saw Aidon Castle nearly fell over coming out the stalls.
Well, literally, when talking about horses walking out of the stalls, they very much did.
Yeah, so and I think down the inside there might be a bit of bunching towards that rail because a lot of the horses drawn low seemed to get themselves in all sorts of trouble.
With Drawing Close, you could see sort of making ground from a terrible position. Coming into the turn, you thought, he might just nick a place here, but he was never going to win the race. Freshwater Cliffs is a horse I've struggled to warm to as well. But listen, it's a good time. 2:06.26 is a very solid time for the trip. So it's not a case of this race falling apart, and you'd be pretty positive about the winner, and you'd look to take the positives about those who maybe didn't get the run of things. Disappointing from both Kootenai Mac and New Treasure, who were well placed earlier on, but I don't think being in the vanguard was any great help in this race.
It probably wasn't. Just a lovely message on the chat from Jose Martinez. Jose's just saying, we forgot to mention good morning to Jose with his morning coffee. He said the lovely thing about Shamila, saying she does a very, very good job and she's part of a great team on this Jcsa YouTube channel. We're very grateful to have Shamila down there. She does a magnificent job in the parade ring, and it's great that you guys at home feel the same way. We have to move on past this contest because otherwise we'll just get drawn into discussing horses that finish 6th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. So let's
Star,
move on.
eh?
Star, what a pony. Good big future for Star sneaking into the reserve. But we do move on to race 8, and this race is worth a whopping 1 million Saudi Riyal. This is the Princess Selat bin Fahad Al Damir Cup. It is for fillies, and it is a fascinating contest, Rory. I'm really excited by this because we're going to get to see Tay-Bar fail once again.
Yeah, Tay-Bar Fail was one of the most exciting fillies we saw, well, maybe the most exciting juvenile filly we saw in Taif, and I would be surprised if she doesn't transfer her form. I'm getting slightly worried now that we've seen a lot of horses go forward here who've just not lasted home, and that is her style of running. But yeah, she was really exciting. She's got a rating of 110, and that's no great surprise because she beat some good fillies when winning by a long way. Beats, I mean, our Alanea, for example, you know, she's a filly who won her maiden race and came here and won a 6 furlong open in really good style last time out, beating Hala. Well, she was beaten 21 3/4 lengths behind Tay-Bar Fail last time out, on Tay-Bar Fail's last start, because she just absolutely blew her opposition away. So it's no surprise to see her get a rating as high as 110. And hopefully she continues her progress because she's a really exciting sort.
She certainly is an exciting horse that you want to get on the right side of. And if you weren't fortunate enough to join us in Taif, she did it very impressively on debut. She then won by half the track on her second start. She went into the Taif Cup as a really warm order. A lot of people were supporting her. And what she did was quite frankly terrifying. And John, you've got the privilege of taking us through this race as well as the runners and riders.
I wondered where you were going with that link for a second there, Callum. But yeah, Gashemar, horse number 1, is leading the field here. Jose Rodriguez is aboard. Horse number 2 is Taranim Alays. Horse number 3 is Tay-Bar Fail, Mohammed Al Shurima. Horse number 4 doesn't go. Number 5, Mini Baria, is the man of Asil Al Sahani. Horse number 6 is Our Alanea, Abdullah Al Fayrouz. Number 7 is Alem Radar, Ayed Al Tarisi. Horse number 8 is Istitea, Camilo Ospina. Number 9 is Leia Oyunak, Victor Gutierrez. Number 10 is Hadabar, Abdullah Al-Lorfi. Number 11 is Fazael, in the hands of Mohammed Al-Daham. Number 12 doesn't go. Number 13 is Bidawar, Jimmy Carrion. 14 is Aldafla, Alexis Moreno. 15 is Anzer, Rayan Altoesh. Number 16 is Hasna Al-Red, Nawaf Al-Mudiana. Number 17 is Moscow, Tariq Al-Mansour. Number 18 is Nafael, in the hands of the Wigman, Wigberto Ramos. 19 is Al-Wathka, that's the man of Luis Morales. 20 is Merba Alays, Khalid Al-Mamoni. 21, Misail does get a run. So too does number 22, Ya Azima. So the two run reserves there, 21 and 22, do get the nod. So it's a big field here for this valuable race. They're in the parade ring now, and it's back to the studio.
Thank you very much, John, for taking us through the runners and riders for this contest and letting us know that Misael and Ye Ezima are both getting a run here. We'll start off with horse number 1, Gafamar, who was quite disappointing, really, when second on the time we first came in to Riyadh.
Yes, we thought Gashama would win well. It wasn't, it looks okay on paper, first and second on our 2 starts. It was an open race last time out, but that second Depeche Alakem was just a little bit underwhelming, wasn't it?
Yes, she tried to make all and just got hustled out of it, really. Taranim Alays is horse number 2.
Second in the caution distance maiden last time out, but with a rating of 80, she has plenty to find in the bare form. She'll win races. She's very eligible for maiden still, obviously, but this is a tough one.
You can see her getting into one of those late season maidens and maybe running up a bit of a sequence, I should say.
Yes, possible.
Tay-Bar Fail, number 3, the one we've already given a lot of words to.
Yeah, we said all there is to know about her. She beat Ireland by 21 3/4 lengths when winning the Taif Cup last time out, and she was just enormously impressive that day.
Minbaria is horse number 5.
Unplaced, well, 5th is strictly placed here in terms of prize money, but out of the frame on her last 3 starts since winning a Taif maiden, and faces an uphill task, I think.
Here's one we mentioned earlier, Our Alanea, her only defeat coming at the hands of Tay-Bar Fail.
Yeah, she's a nice filly, Our Alanea, a 6 furlong winner on debut, and improved again to win a 6 furlong open last time out in good style from Hala. Now, my worry with her is she's speedy, and 6 furlongs. I think 7 furlongs would be okay, but 6 furlongs looks an ideal trip for her. I think this 1600 metres is going to stretch her.
Alain Rada is horse number 7.
Only rated at 65, still a maiden, and although she ran her best race last time out, that's not good enough to win this.
Ayad Al-Tarisi looking for a quick-fire double. Jcsa is horse number 8.
Beat Hadouba by 10 lengths over course and distance on debut, and ran pretty well. Went third to Eighth Barat and Al Dafla in the King Khalid Cup last time out. Was beaten ahead, finished ahead behind Al Dafla. I thought she ran a little bit better on debut, despite the fact that was up in class. The second time out, she was very impressive on debut. Did a better time there than she did when third in that open race next time out.
Leo Unak is horse number 9.
Rated 68 and is still a maiden. This is a tough ask.
Yes, Hadaba, horse number 10, has won her last 2, but she's been very busy, hasn't she?
She has. It took a long time to get her head in front. On her 10th start, she won a course and distance maiden and followed up in an 1800 metre open last time out, beating Moscow 4 1/4 length. That's okay, that was a step forward, but again, 79 is probably a fair rating for her, and she's going to need to take another step forward to win this. We did see a horse win the other day who took 2 big steps forward even on his last 2 starts, but I think it's asking a little bit more of Hadaba to do that.
Fasayel is a horse who bounced massively back from a quiet debut to win impressively last time out.
Yeah, we've seen her early in the season, meeting 56, but only 10th, but was quite an impressive winner of a 6 furlong maiden last time out. The 5th has won a race next time out, finished strongly from off the pace to win that day. So this is not a horse winning at 6 furlongs who's a 6 furlong specialist. This is a horse who probably wants a mile, and although Fasayel has to improve to get involved here, I do think she will take quite a step forward for this step up and trip.
We often see these Haif Al-Qatani horses take a massive step forward with time, and they tend to improve with running, so don't be surprised to see that one run well. Wahij is horse number 12.
Another maiden rated 65, too tough I think.
Bidawar, horse number 30.
Again, remarkably similar profile. Not from 11, ran okay last time out, but still a maiden, and surely won't be winning this.
Yeah, so horse number 14 is Aldaflar.
Yeah, 6 furlong winner, best effort to date, win a length and a half second to Eighth Barat in the King Khalid Military Academy Cup last time out. Nafel was behind that day, and that's Istita was third on that occasion. So pretty solid form. Again, for a normal open race, that would be encouraging form. For this, with the likes of Teba Fail in there, probably not enough.
Just have to admit, I made an error here. Wahij is a non-runner, so number 12 doesn't go in this contest. Aldaflar we mentioned, and Zay is horse number 15.
Anze is rated 78, was a course and distance winner. No, it wasn't a course. It was actually at the end of the Taif season when it won over this trip, meeting 54, the very last day of the Taif season. Better effort since when 6 lengths 5th to Al Waka in a course and distance open. I like Al Waka a lot, but that 13th 2 weeks ago needs to be forgiven.
Hasna Al Red is a horse that won on debut for the Red Stable. Jimmy Jerkins runner, surely one to watch here.
Yeah, again, another 6 furlong maiden winner stepping up and trip. This daughter of Taif won by 4 lengths in meeting 47 at Taif. Looking back at that, the one note I made was she was absolutely certain to stay further. Difficult to know how good she is, but this longer trip will suit, and she's interesting. Another
who will enjoy this trip is Moscow, who's always doing her best work late.
Yeah, she's got a work to do with Hadaba. She was 4 1/4 lengths second to Hadaba in an open over 1800 last time, I'd having won her maiden the previous week. She's a really likeable filly, but this is too tough for her, I think.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Who's caught your eye here?
Well, I think it's pretty obvious who's caught my eye. I think it would be really silly not to go with horse number 3, Teba Fail, this stunning 2-year-old little pocket rocket. She's really nice and compact, so she'll probably still grow into herself as she is only 2 years old, so we might see her come back bigger and stronger next year, which is pretty terrifying for the other horses in this race because she is already a really, really strong contender. Has won 3 races on the bounce, all of which have been in Taif. So it'll be interesting to see how she takes to the Riyadh surface, as many jockeys and trainers have said that the surface in Riyadh is very, very different from the surface in Taif. But I'm really looking forward to see how she plays out. Now, this is a very, very, very valuable race worth 1 million Saudi Riyal. So best of luck to everybody in this contest. I really like horse number 6 as well, Our Alanea, bred locally by Tariq Mohammed Alanea as well. So really good for them to be in this contest as well. And I really just like the look of her, so I hope she does well. And I like the look of horse number 16, Hassana Al-Reda, for the Jimmy Jerkin stable, won at meeting 47 back in Taif as well. So a lot of Taif contenders in here. I'll be really interested to see how these fillies take to the Riyadh surface. And only one paddock negative for you in this contest, horse number 2 being very naughty in the preliminary stages. But best of luck to Tabar Fail.
Thank you, Shamila. Yes, very exciting race to look forward to. We've got a couple more to go through. Nafail is horse number 18.
Nafail was 7 length fourth to 8th Barat in that King Khalid Military Academy Cup last time out. Certainly wasn't disgraced that day and is a consistent performer, but with a time of 1:42.83 for this trip, she looks vulnerable here.
Awathka, number 19.
Was disappointing. 8th in nominators of 3 last time out. That was a competitive affair. She had won a course and distance Fillies Open at meeting 59 by a length and a half rather from Lily Nation, who was 4th here on Thursday. But that's, again, slightly lower class of contests. And Al-Wafka, she got place claims here, but I think she'll be, again, doing well to... Every horse we look at, we're looking through the sort of prism of Tabar Fail.
Well, we can go through these last 3 quite easily. Merba Alays, Misael and Ya Azima all are probably looking to be playing second fiddle. Merba Alays had a rating with a winner last time after a string of decent performances, though.
Yes, had been a winner in weight race, the second 3 times before winning last time out. That was a local bred maiden over 6 furlongs. The time was pretty modest. All her efforts have come over 6 or 7 furlongs, so the longer trip is a question mark, as well as the level of the form. Misael ran well enough on debut to be 4th in that auction event, but there wasn't a huge amount of depth to that behind Ayat Al Mohammadiyah. She will improve though from that, and she's got a decent draw. I think she's inherited draw 4 here, so she could do better. But this is a tough ask second time out.
Great to see Mohammed Al Sharima keeping the ride aboard Tabar Fail. He's ridden her on each of her last 3 starts, keeps the ride today, forcing Camille Ospina to be on what looks to be the stable's second string. So good to see them keeping the faith, and you often see that with this stable.
Yes, it is nice to see, you know, if someone gets an opportunity and gets it right, they're not jocked off for the senior jockey next time out.
And if they don't get it right, they are jocked off for the senior jockey next time out. That's the way the game works. That is the way it works. Camille Ospina doesn't just get to walk in and pick everyone he wants, but if there is a situation where a jockey doesn't give a horse the ideal ride, Camille is then drafted in as a replacement for these white stable horses. But just looking at a couple more of these in the parade ring, these are the ones more lower down Rory's list, but I think Alderflower looked lovely in the parade ring there. And his and there, who's a really big, imposing filly. Look at her back end. She's fit and ready to go, isn't she?
Yeah, she is. She's strong. She's well muscled. And a lot of these that we're being slightly dismissive of are fillies who will win open races.
This is it. They're good fillies, aren't they? And it's just that they might be bumping into something that's a very good filly. Here's one of Shamila's picks as well.
Yeah, she very much catches the eye. Hasna Al-Raya, 4-length winner of that 6 furlong maiden in
She's
Taif.
quite long, doesn't she? It's almost like she'll probably be better later on in her career.
Yeah, you might want to see her with a run behind her, because when they're lengthy like that, it's maybe a little bit more difficult to get them absolutely fit and get all the muscles working.
Which then makes it even more impressive that she won on debut.
Yes, exactly. And that was almost certainly the wrong trip as well. So she's a real dark one here. She's the one who could be a fly on the ointment.
Wigberto Ramos recently celebrated 600 winners. He's well on the way to 700. I think he's only got 24 more winners to go now to reach 700 winners. He rides Nafayal, a horse that will probably, like we said, rated 83, good enough to run an open company, but this is a big step up in class, isn't it?
Yeah, and well, in fairness, there was a cup race last time out. There was the King Khalid Military Academy Cup. But she was only 4th there, beaten 7 lengths. That was a solid performance in the context of overall form, and she will win more races. But We're hoping that Tabar Field turns up today.
We've had a few
the
horses who we've given big pushes to, who are making their first appearances at Riyadh, who have not run to the form that they've shown previously.
Yes, that's definitely true. So it has to be a little bit of a concern. You can't just take it for granted. So you know, if she does fluff her lines, who's liable to step up is the question.
I think I'm very interested in Hadaba. They seem to have worked out what they're doing with her now. She was in such good form. She ran 3 times second before winning back-to-back races. She's been really highly tried. This is start number 12. She's only 2. She's a filly. I know you say the word, if they're fillies and they're running well, keep them going, but surely there's going to be a point where she goes over the top, isn't she?
I'd have thought so, and to be honest, although she's running really well at the moment, I don't think you could argue that she should be 10 pounds higher than her mark.
No.
The one thing we know about her is exactly what her worth is, and fillies like that in form are maybe able to take the form up gradually with the run, but they're not taking huge steps forward at that stage, especially when they've had that many runs, and her rating of 79 does tell a story.
This is Tabar Field going down to post. We'll have a look at her victory in the Taif Cup.
She looks so much bigger with the jockey on board, doesn't she? That's because she seems to grow when the rider gets on board.
But look at this performance. She stretched out a field that looked very good behind her. We were excited about this race.
We were. This was better than the Colts race on the same day. It was worth a lot of money, and there were lots of promising sorts in behind her. But she's absolutely torn the race to pieces, and she wasn't, she wasn't stopping at the end at all, was she? Even though she's out on her own for a long way, and that's a good enough reason for horses to idle. She's been enormously impressive.
Talk about big reputation. Zain Al Zain was starting with her on that day. Camille Ospina had stuck with Zain Al Zain, and they were just blasted apart from the start. So it really was a top affair.
She was straight into that on her second start, quite close to her debut. Zain Al Zain. I was the one who wasn't massively keen on her. This is Ar Alinea. Winning a competitive race over 6 furlongs last time out, and she shows a good turn of foot to get clear here.
The horse in second boosted the form in our previous contest.
Yes, you could say that. That's she's run very well.
Yeah.
And this trip was too short for her. The 6 furlongs for the runner-up. Stepped up to a mile today and maybe didn't quite get home. Back at 7. Next time you'd have thought, so the form has been boosted to a degree, but is the winner looking for further?
No, the winner doesn't want to go any further. Hadaba, though, had already won over further. She won over 1,800 metres last time.
Yes, we know she stays, and actually she probably wants a trip. She's very strong at the finish here. You'll see her coming off the turn in 3rd place, Hadaba, and she stays on really strongly to beat a reliable yardstick in Moscow by 4 1/4 lengths. You just want to see her stepping up to 2,000.
Look at where Moscow's come from.
Yeah, Moscow really flies home, and Moscow's another one who's hitting her straps rather at the moment. But again, the runner-up is rated 72. The winner is 79, and has done this nicely. But again, allied to the time of the race, you can't rate it an awful lot higher than that. I like the winner. She's a really likeable type, but she's not suddenly going to turn into a 100 rated filly here.
Yeah, look at what they're running for as well. Plenty of silverware up for grabs, and there's some gorgeous trophies and plates around there, aren't there, Rory? It's a nice thing to win.
It is, yes, very nice. I wouldn't mind having that on my mantelpiece, although I need a bigger mantelpiece.
You need a much bigger mantelpiece than that to fit those all on, so certainly a race to really look forward to. Yeah. There's been a lot of chat in our comment section. Great to see the comment section really bouncing and vibey today. Istatea is a horse that's been mentioned. The White Stable, what we would call the second string, but it's getting some love in the comments. What do you make of this one?
Well, she was really impressive on her debut, and obviously the race she ran in second time up was a strong contest. She was 3rd to 8th Barat with Al Dafla just in front of her as well, ahead in front of her in the King Khalid Military Academy Cup last time out. Now, I thought she actually did a faster time on her debut, and what we've seen a lot of time with the White Stable runner stepping up in class quickly after a maiden win is that it's just a little bit too much too soon. But the best ones will take the experience they get when they're beaten in those races and come forward for it. And some of them, are a little bit lily-livered, and they like beating up lesser rivals. You bring them up to Cup company, they get beaten, and then next time they say, "I didn't like that very much."
Put the hand up quite early.
Yeah. So the question is which one she is.
Aldeflar was second in that race, which I think is a nice link. We haven't given her much of a shout really, but really number 14 is a horse that has to be worth a mention here.
No, she did 1:41.72 for the trip, so she's got a better time than the majority of these who've done it. Istataye did 1:40.89 on her debut. Hadaba's got 1:41.67 for her penultimate run as well. So these are quite close together. Al Dafa, yeah, she's going in the right direction. She proved her stamina for this trip last time out, and she should run another good race if she can get away from stall 14.
Let's go for some selections. Shamila likes Tabar Fail. Who do you like?
Tabar Fail.
I also like Tabar Fail. So all three of us have given Tabar Fail what I like to call the English broadcast kiss of death when we all go for the same horse. But it's worked a couple of times this week, so we'll do it all again. Tabar Fail for us. John, are you with us or are you against us?
Well, you've got to really be with Tabar Fail on the evidence of what we've seen thus far. But as Rory was saying, there's no guarantee that form from Tape is going to be repeated here at Riyadh. No colour-coordinated saddle cloths here. So just bear that in mind if you're trying to locate your runners. I certainly will be. Taraneh Malaise goes in. That's horse number 2. Into stall number 2. They are actually going in race card order, in post position order, but got the red saddle cloth. This is horse number 11, Fazayel, going forward. In the hands of Mohammed Al Daham. Fazayel is in. There's Taraneh Malaise. Also in there is horse number 21, Misael. Into stall 4, of course, replacing the original stall 4. Horse number 10 goes in, that's Hadabar. And there's the other reserve there, Ya Azimia, or Ya Azima, I should say, Ya Azima. The stars of Bidawar. You can see Anze in there as well. Now moving forward is Aldafla for Alexis Moreno. Horse number 7 to go in as well, Ale Murada. The 5 to move forward, Minbaria. And the 8 as well, Istitea. Interesting that quite a few people seem to like this one. Minbaria to come forward. Istitea still out the back, as indeed is Awa Alanea. Istitea, the yellow distinguishing cap there for the white stable. Tabar Fail is in the first colours. Moving forward now, Awa Alanea. Big field here. It's for the Princess Setat bint Fahad Al Damer Cup. 1,600 metres. They appear to be happy. One or two shouts. Looking at a horse over towards the far side there, Hasna Ala Red has been taken out. Maybe he'll be put back in again. It's been trotted away, Hasna Ala Red. Jimmy Jerkins trains, now if Al Mudiani riding. Going to try again. Hasna Ala Red to come forward. Is in. This looks promising. Still waiting, but they are off and racing now. And a pretty solid start from Tabar Fail, the favourite, who moves into a relatively prominent position in the early stages, as indeed is Taranim Al-Yays. And also prominent there is Gashamar. So the horses towards the inside have all got away pretty well. The other one that's moving into a prominent position early is Fasayel in the blue sleeves. The red jacket of Hasna Ale Red is also quite prominent, as indeed is Istitea in the yellow distinguishing cap. So following through White Stable Companion there, the favourites. And also there in the early stages is Leia Ayunak as they go through the early part of this valuable race. Ye Azima is towards the back of the field, and also right at the back is Anze. Those two comprehensively outpaced at the moment. Our Alanair is pushing on up the inside in the yellow and black colours to lead, to Tabar Fail racing on the outside in second. Then in third spot, Leia Yunak. That's the 1, 2, 3. Istitea is now being driven along. Then Hasna Ale Red, who's also now just being nudged along as they start to make the swing. One that gets a little bit closer now from the back of the field is one of the reserves, Misael. But as they turn for home, it's Tabar Fail who's stretching on here from our Alanair in second. Istitea, the yellow cap, is in third. They're well clear of the rest, but it's a procession at the moment, and the procession is being led by Tabar Fail. 5 or 6 lengths the advantage at least as they go inside the final 200 metres here. Tabar Fail well clear. Istitear is boxing on, but as they race up towards the line, Tabar Fail was impressive over at Tafe and is going to be so here at Riyadh as well. And it's Tabar Fail just kept up to its work in the closing stages, but wins nicely to Istitear, who's finished in second. The White Stable have absolutely blitzed them here. We'll sort third out in the moment. 15 Anzea was staying on pretty well, but there's no doubt about the winner. Tabar Fail was in a different league. Mohammed Al Shurima probably a little bit under pressure today to make sure he could translate that form from Tafe over to Riyadh, and he's done just that. He had Camilo Ospina breathing down his neck, both literally and metaphorically, in the finish of that race, but in the end has been too good for them. Tabar Fail. Istitear has finished in second, has confirmed the promise of the debut run, but was beaten 4 1/4 lengths. Another big margin to pile onto the winning distances here at Riyadh today. Anzea has finished in third. Alderflower was fourth, but they were miles behind. Tabar Fail, 1 minute 40.11 seconds, has done that, pretty much jogging over the line in the final sort of 100 metres or so. So Tabar Fail has scored and has done so very well. Istitear in second. Yet another good race for the White Stable, King Abdullah bin Aziz and Sons. But this time round, it was Mohammed Al Shurima who was on this horse last time out. They kept faith, and he's done the job very nicely indeed. A very good filly to keep an eye on for the rest of this year, and indeed next, Tabar Fail.
Well, we thought she was good. She is very good. That's 4 wins from 4 for Tabar Fail, and Rory, she just puts them to bed on the turn, doesn't she?
She does. I'm not sure she wanted the full mile here, to be perfectly honest. I know she's in cruise control, if you like, but I think she won this with a turn of foot off the bend and went clear as Alanea, who's got tons of speed, just began to weaken. That was the time to go on. And to be honest, I think she's getting a little bit tired towards the end. She's been closed down by Jcsa in second place, who's more of a stayer. 7 furlongs will be her ideal trip, but again, because she gets over a mile, that's probably where she's going to be campaigned. But I think she might just be vulnerable later on at this trip. In very good races.
She'll be vulnerable against the boys, for sure. She still looks quite a light type, and I think she's going to stay running against her own sex. We can just see this is the moment where she puts them to bed.
Worth pointing out that the fillies, very much hold their own against the colts here, and she was definitely better than the colts in the Type Cup. But yes, she doesn't have that. If you look at horses who you think are going to do better with time because of their physique, she's not really one of them. But in saying that, I think we overplay that a little bit. We tend to always look at horses who are backward physically and who've got size about them and think, oh, how much better they're going to do. They don't always, because bigger horses tend to develop more physical problems as well. And well put together, lighter framed horses like this tend to stay sound and give the running. And I wouldn't be too negative about that. But if they continue at a mile, then I think she might just find her match at some stage.
Yeah, we need to especially give a shout out to Mohammed Al-Shrima, who is our winning jockey, who you can just see with winning connections as well here. But it's beautiful because Ahmed Mahamoud deserves all the flowers after this because he was so successful in training the 1-2 here, including Tabarfel winning and Iftitea taking second place, as well as we get a wonderful prize ceremony as well. And this, remember, is the Princess Saylat bint Fahad Al Damir Cup, which is, as you can see, plenty of trophies on offer. So I'm sure everyone involved will be clearing some space on their mantelpieces, Rory, to fit all these trophies.
You definitely would want to clear a little bit of space for a trophy like this.
Yeah, it's wonderful to see, and it's great to see connections getting rewarded for their success. And the White Stable have just been so dominant this year, not only in Taif, where they set the standard, they've continued that in Riyadh.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're a hard outfit to match. Tremendously well organised. They know exactly where to run the horses. They know what the pecking order is. They know what the programme looks like, and it runs like clockwork, doesn't it?
It certainly does, and they are rewarded with their perseverance, and clearly they've got the numbers advantage, and they're clearly as well breeding the best with the best, but they're doing really good work.
Yes, they are. I mean, yeah, it's easy to point out that they do have the best the best horses, but they don't have the best horses by, they don't just sort of turn up at the door, knocking on the door saying, let us in, we're the best horses. You've got to source those in the first place, and they're going all around the world, buying up the sales, breeding, finding breeding stock, both broodmares and stallions as well. So there's an awful lot of work that goes on in that.
And with the talent of their 2-year-olds, it's good to see that is going to continue onwards throughout the next couple of years as well.
Yes, exactly. There's an awful lot to look forward to here. Not just, for the White Stable and what they've got coming, but also just for Saudi racing in general. And that's they're not the only ones who are looking to build up breeding stock and looking for good stallions who can stand here. Obviously, there are limitations to the breeding industry here, but no reason why you cannot pick up talented horses from both Europe and the US. And there's been some very shrewd buying going on.
As my old boss Tim Lane used to say to me, a good horse can be bred in a car park. It just doesn't matter where you are. If you can breed good with good, you tend to get good. As we can see,
we can't name that many good horses bred in car parks, but in theory it's possible.
Our Alanea showing that early speed, but Tabor fell right up with her, and at this point you just saw there was a little bit of nerves, especially with us in the studio, that she needed to be
She just needed to be nudged along to keep. She didn't want to lose touch with our Alanea, but she also knew that if she could just sit on our Alanea's shoulder, that filly would weaken. Because she's not really a stayer, and as our Alanea began to crack, that was the time to kick on. That's exactly what he's done, and as you'll see in the last furlong of the race, he's gradually getting close down without ever looking like he's going to concede that lead. And she's a smashing filly, Tabarfel, and hopefully there are plenty more wins to come for her.
Yes, all fingers crossed for everyone involved with her and the second, who's also run a very, very big race, hasn't she? So good to see that both those White Stable runners, both Ahmed Mahamoud trained, are really stepping forward from their previous runs and just continuing to improve. We, however, must continue through the card because we've got another 1 million Saudi Riyal race here to look forward to on Super Saturday. It's race 9. We stick to the mile, and it's the Prince Faisal bin Khaled bin Abdulaziz Cup. It's for 2-year-olds, and now the Colts are coming out to play, Rory.
They are indeed in a very similar sort of race. We don't have a standout in this as we did in the previous with Tabar Fail. We've got a lot of horses who look like they're biting off a little bit more than they can chew, but in fairness, with no absolute, well, I say no absolute standout, obviously. We're talking about Lila Alem at the top of the show.
Standout.
But he's got a rating of 97.
John is our man upstairs who will give us all the runners and riders for race 9.
Thank you very much, Callum. Yes, big field once again, and we will see them on screen very shortly. Mohammadi is the first one, and a very nice shot of the inside of the track there at Riyadh. Some excellent high-definition pictures and camera work here at the Saudi Jockey Club. Mohammadi is the favourite, though. That's the mount of Mohammed Al Daham. 2 is Sateh Al Anaya, Abdullah Al Rashed. Yatafel Rayan Al Toesh is one of the white stable runners here in the field. That's horse number 3. Horse number 4 is Lila Alem, the horse that Rory and Callum have been talking about. Camilo Ospina is aboard. Horse number 5, Fonda, for Wigberto Ramos. Horse number 6 is Kaseb Al Maidan, Abdullah Alofi. Number 7 is Besht Al Kalem, or Al Hakem, I should say. Abdullah Alofi, right? Oh, sorry, Luis Morales, right? I'll get there in the end with this. Horse number 8 is Rida Al Bari, Ricardo Ferreira. Horse number 9 is Samsum, Jose Rodriguez. Horse number 10 is Marquez, another white stable horse, Mohammed Al Sharima. If he's got down from Cloud 9, he'll be aboard that one. Horse number 11 is Mohib Al Dareya, Ali Al Mutib. Horse number 12 is Tawi Al-Bayed, Eddie Castro. Horse number 13 is Ale Wagi in the hands of Mohammed Al-Hubail. Number 14 is Al-Kawakibi, Alexis Moreno. Horse number 15 is Saud Al-Kail, that's Tariq Al-Mansour. Number 16 is Fel Mohammed Al-Nevzi. Horse number 17 is Al-Frame, that is the mount of Khalid Al-Mimoni. Horse number 18 is Anna Al-Saif, the mount of Victor Gutierrez. 19 is Hakim Adel Alpha Radi, and horse number 20 is Wakid, another white stable horse, this time in the hands of Adel El Ferouz, Abdullah Al Ferouz, I should say, who's won 1 of 4 and will be coming out of stall 20. So it's safe to say King Abdullah bin Aziz and Sons are very, very well represented in this 9th race. Another very valuable contest. Horses making their way into the parade ring, and we can run the rule over them now with Callum and Rory.
Thank you, John. Yes, Mohammadi is horse number 1, Rory, one last time out.
7 3/4 length winner of a 1 mile Taif maiden, but the runner-up and the third have let the form down quite badly since, so a little bit to prove from Mohammadi.
Absolutely bolted up in that race, though, didn't he? He was very impressive. Sateh Alanea, number 2.
Sateh Alanea was a 6 furlong maiden winner, but has shown better form when 4th, despite being beaten by 12.5 lengths in the Ministry of Education Cup. Behind Fee Regia Kerr, who's an absolute star last time out.
Yatafel is number 3.
7th to Ibn Al Areen and Leila Alem in the Taif Cup, but improved on that when taking a course and distance non-winner to 2 by 4 1/4 lengths last time out, and comes into the equation as a result.
Leila Alem is number 4.
Yeah, won his maiden by 17 3/4 lengths, and then finished the next second to Ibn Al Areen in the Taif Cup. That's his most recent start. Looks an exciting sort. Got going just a little bit too late to catch the more prominently ridden Ibn Al Areen in that Taif Cup. Was actually second to Ibn Al Areen on his racecourse debut as well, before improving to win that maiden in spectacular style. There should be more to come from Lila Alem here.
Fonda is number 5.
Fonda is running very well at the moment. Beat Matahill, who won yesterday 2 starts back in a course and distance maiden, and then won a course and distance open by a length and a half last time out. Not sure he had to improve an awful lot to do that, to be perfectly honest. Just striking while the iron was hot. This is harder.
Kasab Al Maidan is horse number 6.
Still a maiden. 1 fairly good run in Taif, but 3 stinkers, so not easy to fancy here.
Best Alakem, Lou Morales rather than Nath Alanazi on board now, obviously with a ban.
Yes, Best Alakem, 6 furlong maiden winner and was beaten 5 1/4 lengths when third to Hakimi in a course of distance auction race last time out. I'm not convinced how strong that form is, to be honest. But Best Alakem is consistent and is liable to run his race.
Riyadh Al Bari, a horse who was very good winning last time.
Yeah, that was a non-winners of 3 in Taif, won by 5 lengths from Karam Alanaya with Marquez back in third. Marquez is a winner since. I didn't think the overall form of that was particularly strong, but obviously Marquez has bolted up since then to give it a bit of substance.
Yeah, Samsung is horse number 9.
Half a length behind Taj Alanaya in the Ministry of Education Cup over 7 furlongs last time out. Has also won a maiden over 7 furlongs. This trip is a little bit of a question mark.
Marquez, fascinating horse. The jockey who has just had a winner. This would be some double, wouldn't it?
It certainly would be. Marquez had been beaten in a few times in maidens. Was second to Riyadh Al Bari, for example, on debut. Has improved since that and won a course and distance maiden in a time of 1 minute 41.52 last time out. I think he needed to be going a second faster than that to have a chance of winning this, but clearly going the right way, rated 92 and one to consider.
We'll see the video footage. He's just got that stride.
Yeah.
It is just awesome to see, and hopefully he will be able to go a bit quicker than that. Mahib Al Daraya is horse number 11.
Rating of 72, and although he ran okay on debut when third in Taif, hasn't gone on from that and has plenty on his plate, I think, here.
Taway Al Baid is horse number 12.
A rating of 73, did win first time out, but hasn't gone on from that, and I think he probably will win more races, but this looks really tough.
Alo Agi, I think, is a really nice horse and a good prospect going forward.
Yeah, winner on debut in Taif. All 3 runs have come at Taif. Was fourth to Ibn Al Areen and Lila Alem in the Taif Cup. 2 starts back and then finished third in a Jcsa challenge event next time out. So his form is solid. It's got depth to it, and he should keep progressing this season.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Who's caught your eye in this one?
Thank you very much, Callum. I'm just watching my back here because a lot of these colts are being very naughty. I have more horses on the naughty list than I do on the nice list. Today, want to know is horse number 15, Saud Al Khail, has been taken to the naughty corner and has actually gone down to the start early with Tariq Al Mansour on board, just getting really round up in the parade ring here with all the people and all the noises going on around him. So to avoid any more conflict, they have taken him out of the parade ring and down to the start early. I think that Mohammed Al Sharima and White Stables could go for a double here in this next big race with horse number 10, Marquez. That will be my paddock selection for this race. Rated 92, really consistent this season, yet again, like Tabarfel in the last race, and I think Mohammed Al Sharima can get the job done at no problem, and we know that the White Stables are very, very strong competitors. So best of luck to them. I think that they will win this next race. I also really like the look of horse number 2, Sateh Alanea. He was just looking really well in the parade ring to my eye. And more horses to add to the naughty list. Horse number 6 as well, and horse number 18 and 19, who have spent most of the time on 2 legs going around the parade ring here. But I have all my hopes in Marquez and Mohammed Al Sharima.
Thank you, Shamila. Sounded like Santa Claus there with the naughty and nice list. We can put 15 on the naughty list, 18 on the naughty list, 19 on the naughty list, and 6 on the naughty list as well. But she really likes Marquez, Rory, and you can understand why. A real paddock eye catcher, big, strong type.
Yeah.
Typical White Stable.
Yeah, clearly has developed as well from the summer, and looks like he will continue to thrive.
Let's talk about your favourite name in racing, Al
Al
Kawakabi.
Kawakabi. I love Al Kawakabi. Won a maiden here 2 starts back in really good style by 4.5 lengths, and then he's shown a decent form when second to Fee Educare in the Ministry of Education Cup last time out. Beaten 6.25 lengths there, but I think the winner of that race is something special. So no shame in that, and stall 14 is not the easiest to overcome, but I wouldn't be ruling him out.
Saud Al Khail is horse number 15, one of the negative for Shamila.
I would be ruling that one out.
Horse number 16 is Felfell, a winner back in meeting 41.
Beaten 9.25 lengths by Al Kawakabi in a 7 furlong open last time out. I said 7, I said maiden for Al Kawakabi. It clearly wasn't a maiden that he won 2 starts ago. It was an open, I'll take that back. But yeah, Felfel was 9 1/4 lengths behind, so has work to do to turn the tables.
Yeah, Al Frame is horse number 17 with a very impressive winner last time out, but steps up and trip.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure he wants to step up and trip. It was 6 furlong maiden. He won a meeting 52 in Taif, beating Mutulema by 4 lengths. Second was well held next time out, as was the third. So although it was very impressive on paper, I think the form has now been questioned a little bit, and the longer trip is definitely worrying.
Anna Al Saif, one of the negatives for Shamila.
Yeah, it took a few starts to get off the mark, scoring at the 7th to 10th last time out in a course and distance maiden. Clearly stays well enough, but was beaten a long way in the Ministry of Education Cup on his penultimate start, and a lot more needed here.
Yes, the next horse we'll look at is Hakimi.
Yes, Hakimi was a third to Fee Care in a maiden meeting 61, and then won the auction race here last time. I don't think he had to improve an awful lot to win that. I didn't think there was an awful lot of depth to it. 1:42.33 his time over course and distance suggests that he will remain vulnerable at this sort of level.
Wakid is horse number 20, the final one.
This has done a very good time over course. 1 minute 40.2. Still 20 is difficult for him, but yes.
I'm just going to jump in here. Black Type TV have entered the comments on YouTube. Great to have you guys with us along. And they've given us some information regarding Ricardo Ferreira. Now, let's get it right. His real name is Ricardo Sousa Ferreira. Sousa is not his middle name, but is his first and last name. He's got multiple last names. So Ricardo Sousa Ferreira. That will be where some of the confusion has come with his name earlier on.
Right, you are.
Sorry, I just got very excited. The Black Type TV.
No information about Jose Rodriguez?
None at all.
Yeah, Wakid won his maiden by 7.5 lengths 2 starts ago, and progressed again to finish to be 2 1/4 lengths second to Mashur in a strong course and distance open last time out. 1:40.2. I think he's a big danger to Wall, despite the fact that the handicapper only gives him a rating of 82. I think that's on the lenient side. Not that he's using it in the handicap, but I think if you're looking at the ratings and judging them by that, I think he's the one that's got away there.
The White Stable could have a 1, 2, 3, 4 here, couldn't they?
They could.
It's genuinely possible.
Yeah, I think it's a big ask, even in a race like this, but they've got a very, very strong hand,
Yes.
and there are positives for all 4 of the runners from the stable here.
I was really taken aback by how good Mark had looked in the parade and completely understand why Shamila would want him to be her paddock selection. He's a real stunner, as well as Lila Alem. Obviously, I'm fascinated to see how that horse gets on. We've got some video footage of him that hopefully we can see soon as well, because he's a very nice performer indeed. And I thought, for me, one of the 2-year-olds that really caught my eye in Taif, and you mentioned he tore apart the clock at his second start, where he won that maiden race. He ran it in a time that we didn't see another 2-year-old make over that distance.
Yes, it was enormously impressive, it has to be said, and we've been looking forward to reacquainting ourselves for some time.
We have, haven't we? It'll be good to see him, but they're already putting the gates together, so we might be a bit tight for some of these bits of video footage. It'll be interesting to see whether we can get that out. Best Alakam, I'm a big fan of Best Alakam. We can just see him in the back of shot. Lou Morales on board, but he will probably find this a little bit tough. Raider Al-Bari is interesting. He really seemed to relish stepping up last time out, and was a good winner last time out.
Yes, there was a nominative 3 that he won. That's in Taif, won it by 5 lengths by Karamallanaya.
Let's see if we can see some of these in action. And the first one we're looking at is Lila Alem. This is the performance in the Taif Cup where he just comes second. He's in the red cap and he just doesn't get there.
Yes, Ibn Al-Areen kicks off the bends, and Lila Alem was just behind the other White Stable runner and runs on really strongly from this point, but the winner rather nicked it off the home bend, as she can do at Taif. But I love the attitude of Leila Alem to keep running to the line, and isn't beaten very far in the end, and would have been getting up in another couple of strides. The third has frankest form since as well, so it's a strong contest.
Let's have a look at Wakid in action here. This is him finishing second to a horse that was putting together back-to-back successes, and this winner Mashoud has gone on to finish 5th last week in a decent enough contest.
Yeah, I thought this was a good performance from Wakid. He did it in a good time as well, although he was no match for Mashur in the end, he's come clear of the others and battled all the way to the line. Also, I thought Mashur rather sort of came across him and tried to intimidate him as well, which rather didn't really help Wakid's run late in the day. But he's seen it out nicely enough, and I can see him stepping up in that again and getting amongst them here.
Yes, this is Jcsa running last time we saw him. This was a win. This was a decent enough effort. Another one of the white stable runners, but probably the one that's least likely to win, would you say?
No, I'm not sure I would say that, to be perfect. He's got a rating of 95, and I thought this was a good performance. This is 1:40.36, I think he does, in victory here. So it's a good time. He needs to improve a little bit on it if he's going to win a race like this. But you'd have thought after only 5 career starts, there might be a little bit more to come. I liked how strong he was at the finish here.
And then we've got Riyadh Al-Bari, the last one to have a look at, and he's a really nice horse indeed, isn't he, Riyadh Al-Bari, because he just gets up here. But watch what he does later on in the race. He's pulled wide for the challenge, and then when he's set down to go about his business, he does it really, really well.
Yes, he ends up beating Karam, Alanea and Marquez here. Now, Marquez obviously has gone on and shown improved form since. Marquez looked like he was going to win this other bend and then faded quite tamely.
He hit the rail as well,
yeah.
Didn't he?
But he improved a chunk to win last time out. There's not. I would say that Marquez on his most recent start is the better of the two.
Now they're already loading, so let's do selection. Shamila likes Marquez, number 10. Rory, who do you like here?
I like Leila Alem.
Me and Rory are teaming up with Leila Alem. So Rory and myself are with horse number 4. Shamila is with horse number 10. We've got a few YouTube comment selections as well. We'll get to them right now. We know Pick the Pros and Ponies likes number 5. David Ballon is teaming up with us with number 4. So Fonda and Leila Alem are interesting indeed. But the loading process is nearly finished. So John Blance, who do you like in this one?
Well, I'll settle for getting through it without making any errors, to be perfectly honest, but I do think Leila Alem will take quite a bit of beating on what we've seen so far. There is Fonda, who got a positive mention there in the YouTube comments, and always great that you do get in touch with the show. This is Besht Al Kahem going forward. The 6 going forward is Kaseb Al Maidan. And horse number 4 will be Leila Alem, who has the red cap. If you're watching and trying to make your way through the white stable runners, red cap for Leila Alem, the putative favourite for this race. Besht Al Hakem to come forward. I was just backing out now, and there is Leila Alem out the back. So the blindfold going on Besht Al Kalem, and yeah, thanks for clearing up the Ricardo Sosa Ferreira situation as well. Of course, the old Hispanic or Portuguese naming conventions, meaning 2 surnames. If you're going to take one, you take the first one, which is usually the paternal surname. How do I know this? I hear you cry. Well, my wife is Latin American, so I do bull rank a little bit when it comes to that sort of thing. So Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, we will refer to him as, or indeed if he wants to take one surname, it would be Ricardo Sosa, but there we go. It is a funny old game. This is Leila Alem to come forward. Still waiting for Besht Al Hakem to go in as well. So having got a large chunk of the field in, suddenly the last 2 are causing a problem or two. Leila Alem into post position 4. Again, no colour coordinated saddlecloths here, which just adds a certain extra puissance to proceedings as a race caller. Now we've got dismounted Besht Al Hakem now. Back aboard, Luis Morales. And again, this horse is not keen and doesn't seem to be playing along with the old blindfold trick either. And the further we go on, the less likely this horse's participation appears to be. Getting very, very nervous. Shamila was talking about a naughty step earlier on. Well, quite a few of those have been on this, and I think patience might well be wearing thin with this 7 here. Trotted away. This looks a bit ominous for supporters of the 7 horse, Besht Al Hakem. Coming forward again, but without the jockey. Tell you what's a brave man who gets back aboard this horse. Luis Morales will have plenty of that, but oh, goodness me. This is not a happy horse. I'm not an equine scientist, but he's not a happy horse. I think they are going to persevere? I don't think they are. No, they're off, behind racing. They've gone without the 7 as they make their way through the early stages of the Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz Cup over the mile trip once more. And a good start was made by Lila Alem in that red distinguishing cap and has come through to just about lead in the early stages. Also prominent in the run is Kaseb Al Meidan. Another one that's making its way forward in the early stages is Marquez in the yellow cap. You can see that one with the sheepskin noseband. Towards the outer there in the blue and yellow colours is Anna Al Saif. Also there is Fel, the 16 in the blue noseband. Another one that's prominent is Saud Al Kale. But there's a right old bun fight on for the early leadership here. Field trailing back to horse number 14, Alco Akivi, who's a long way off the speed at the moment, and so too is Alawegi as they start to make the turn for home here. Lila Alem's got a lovely position right up the inside rail there to on the outer in second, Kaseb Al Meidan, the white cap. These two have kicked on to in third position, Marquez, who's got a reasonable posse as well. Right round the outer still there is Anna Al Nassef as they start to make the turn for home, and it's Lila Alem who's kicked on here, being asked a question or two, but does lead to Kaseb Al Meidan, who's now looking rather tired in second spot. Then Anna Al Nassef, who's racing in third. Trying to stay on from the back now is Tawi Al Baid, but they're all playing for place money, it would appear, at the moment, behind Lila Alem, who's going further and further clear here. This is a demolition job. Lila Alem out in front by 7 or 8 lengths. Reda Al Bari is now staying on from the back, but it's Lila Alem who's well clear here. Yet another winner for Camilo Ospina, and it's Lila Alem, far too good, and wins with loads in hand to in second position at Reda Al Bari. Third horse home was Alco Akibi from a long way back. That was a really interesting effort, and it was tight for fourth. Another one for Ospina is third on the card today, and Lila Alem, well, the interesting thing to note here, and it wasn't a particularly difficult assignment to undertake for Camilla, was how Lila Alem got a lovely position there in the fight to the first bend. There were about 8 or 9 abreast as they came to that turn. A lot of horses all powering forward. They all wanted a position at the head of affairs, and Lila Alem got it, but crucially got it without having to work a great deal, and was going the most economical route of all. Typical Ospina. In second position there was Reda Al Bari. Alco Akibi, who got a very slow start and was miles off the early speed, has finished in third. That's an eyebrow-raising performance, to say the least. And it's tight for fourth there. The winning time, 1 minute 40.57 seconds. Another spacing there. 5 1/4 lengths, the winning margins. Today has been the day to buy winning margins here at Riyadh. Still waiting news on the fourth there. Seems to be an irons problem as well for the jockey on Alco Akibi, Alexis Moreno. All things considered, that horse has run a mighty race. There's old Wigberto Ramos congratulating his fellow Latin American Camilo Ospina. Panama congratulating Cuba there. Hakim has finished in third there, 1 minute 42.59 seconds. This is all about Lila Alem. The White Stable have got some very good young horses. I think that's been fair to say over the last couple of races that we've seen. And Lila Alem just far too good for them in the Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz Cup.
للعلم عطانا العلم اليوم كلاكيت ثاني مرة. الاسطبل الابيض يحقق كاسي، الاميرة صيتا بنت بعد الدامر والامير فيصل بن خالد بن عبد العزيز السنة الثانية على التوالي والنسخة الثانية مع للعلم والخيال كاميلو اسبينا. كاميلو ولده كاميلو، جود ريس كاميلو.
Thank you very much, Salman. Thank you always to the Primita bin Abdullah, Talal bin Sharan, Yak bin Neri, Abdullah Bah, and Beef, thank you to the Y stable for giving me support, you know. Thanks God, this is very good horse. I may stay in tight because I run another horse, he finished second, but today, thanks God, he ran very good and he's 100% for that race, and thank you very much.
Well done.
Thank you.
what a race indeed. That is a hat trick for jockey Camilo Ospina for today, and a four-timer for the White Stables as well. So huge congratulations to them for winning this second race worth 1 million Saudi Riyal. This is the Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz Cup, and it is a huge race filled with huge horses as well. But as always, White Stables has come out on top to victory. And Lil I Am, very, very impressive there. Rated 97. Should go up after that performance, absolutely. Absolutely stunned us at meeting 32 back in Taif. And I wasn't sure if he would continue on that passage, but he really has. He is a stunning 2-year-old colt by Premium Tap, one of their main sires for White Stables as well. So you can really see it means the world to them to win these big races on their homebred horses as well. Premium Tap is a huge part of the White Stables team. So is Camilo Ospina. So it will be fantastic to speak to him and see what he has to say. Congratulations, Camilo. Not only is it a hat trick for you today, but you've won one of the biggest races worth 1 million Riyal.
I'm very happy, and always thankful with the Prince Mita for giving me support, Talal bin Sharai and the White Stable. Big thank you, because we are one team and we work for that races, and thanks God today we do.
And this horse was so impressive in the Taif season. I wasn't expecting him to continue being impressive here, but he was so good today.
Yes, I had this story with this horse and Taif, because I had 3 horses in the same race, and I chose another one, but this horse he finished second and he lost the race. But thanks God today he's much better, and today, thanks God, he's coming 100% and he won the race very good.
What was going through your head as soon as the gates opened? What were you thinking? Where were you going?
He brought very good, and he went in front. Nobody pushed too much. I come in very, very easy with him. And thanks God, when I asked him in the last 400 meters, he responded very good, and he won very good.
And huge congratulations to your White Stables as well. Tabar failed in the previous race. How impressive was she?
Yeah, thanks. Thank you very much. Thanks God.
Well done, Camilo.
Thank you very much.
We can see Prince Bandar approaching the awards ceremony section as well. A large delegation here as well involved with the prize giving of the Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz Cup. This was for the colts. This is worth a whopping 1 million Saudi Riyal. And what's fantastic is the White Stable have just run away with these contests today. That's their 4th winner today. I'm sure it's Ahmed Mahamoud's 4th winner of the day as well. Top of the Trainers' Championship, top of the Owners' Championship. Camilo Ospina, top of the Jockeys' Championship.
Yeah, indeed, it's a big day for horses of this standard, and you can see that the White Stable and Ahmed Mahmoud have lined these horses up for today, and they don't mind going in multiple-handed as well. If they would have had a number of horses they thought they'd hope would come through and challenge for these races, and as long as they're coming in the right direction, just run them all in there if you need to.
And what's fascinating is, isn't it brilliant to see that the Taif form is holding up, and they were willing to run good horses in Taif, because what we've seen with a lot of owners is they're not running their good 2-year-olds in Taif. They're keeping away from Taif, or maybe they're running once, and if they win, they're put away.
Yes.
And that doesn't help the Taif season. But what we've been lucky enough is we've seen Lila Alem run so many times, 3 times, been defeated twice.
Yep.
And he's now gone to be successful here in a 1 million Saudi Riyal contest.
Yeah, and again, it's great to see horses who've been busy in the Taif season able to show the form here. There's some horses who will be Taif specialists, but it's not. I know some people look down on Taif and consider it to be sort of
it's not comparing
regional.
Chester to Ascot. No. It's not that much of a specialist course.
No, not really at all. It's it's a deeper track. I think a lot of the jockeys prefer being here just because they're in the middle of the action a little bit more. Whereas I think Taif feels a little bit more cut off from the world. But I enjoyed my time there, and the standard of racing was not at all bad.
No, not at all. But the standard of racing here is fantastic, because you'll see Lila Alem get a great start. Satay Alanea on the inside was trying to be up there. So was Mohammadi, who, let's remember, Mohammadi bolted up last time. Nowhere to be seen in this level of competition.
Oh yeah, this is a different class of race altogether. Mohammadi just struggling got away well and went forward, but just couldn't match the pace of those towards the head of affairs. Marquez has shown a bit of early dash. Kasab Al Maidan was up there for a long way before weakening out a bit late. He's run he's run a very good race for a horse who's been struggling for form of late and is still a maiden. But as you see going into the bend, 1, 2, 3, about 9 of them want to be up there, but unfortunately, really only a couple are able to cut across the inside and get the best positions.
This point of the race is fascinating here. Just watch what Camillo does, because he's just under a bit of a pressure and he just squeezes. There's a little squeeze at that point of the bend and he just says, okay, go and win your race. And you can see that no matter what Kassab Al Maidan does, it's over at this point.
Yeah, well, once you go into a battle like that and you drop off the girth of the horse in front, it's very hard to get back.
But Kassab Al Maidan's pulled about 5 lengths clear of the main body of the field there. He's been dragged away from them.
Yeah, he has, and then obviously once he's been dropped, he falls through the field, but it really broke up the contest and made it hard for those in behind to close as well. So tremendous ride again from Camilo. I know he's on the best horse in the race, but he doesn't make mistakes, does he?
And Riyadh Al-Bari as well, the horse that you want to give a positive mention to, was very poor away from the start, ends up running on very well.
Yes, I'd like to see this start again, work out whether he's just slowly away or whether Ricardo Sosa Ferreira on board was keen to get him across the rail. He was keen to get across the rail, but I wonder if he did that after a slow start or whether it was something he wanted to do early on. And he knew that he didn't want to be caught wide, and horses would be caught wide and would end up coming to the end of their tether, so he wanted to make his ground towards the inside and pick his way through. He's done exactly that to get second. You could see his plan B from a very early stage of the race, and he couldn't get anywhere near the winner, but that's a very good ride on the second to pick up the pieces and maximise the prize money there, because bear in mind, it's a $1 million Riyadh prize, 300,000 to win. There's plenty of money for the second and third in this race as well.
200,000 for the second. So
that's a lot of money.
Awful lot of money for second.
You don't normally get second prize money that's so close, that's so big for a race like that. So that's a really good bit of work from Ricardo Sosa Ferreira to get second place.
But let's talk about Lila LM. We've seen quite a lot of the imported 2-year-olds running very well all season, the likes of Al Mottahed, Kaflahom, to name but a few. Where do we rank this horse amongst those of the same generation but of different sort of division?
Well, I think the handicap mark is essentially the answer to that question.
But
I know the important ones you expect to have a little bit more in terms of what they might be doing in a year's time, and the local breds are more likely to be turned out and try to take advantage of their precocity. But some of them, as a rule, you'll often hear Shamila say in the paddock that the local breds are smaller than the imported ones, the US breds, as a rule. But it's not always the case. And of course, bear in mind that some of these local breds are now coming from US families on both sides of the pedigree as well.
Absolutely.
They're just locally bred from the same sort of stock. So there's no reason why we can't have this. This is a horse with plenty of size and scope and a bit of growing to do still. There's no reason why he can't have the same kind of future as some expensive US purchase at the sales.
Yeah, he's a very exciting colt to look forward to in the future, and now he's got 2 wins from 4 starts, and that doesn't look like the best strike rate, but my goodness, has he been impressive in those victories. We must, however, move on, though, to race 10. This is the first of the primary championships of the racecourse. This one is for the fillies. It's over 1,800 metres, and John Blas has the runners and riders.
Thank you, guys. Yep, another big race here. Race number 10, I should say. Horse number 2 is a Jedi El Khair in the hands of Adel Al Faradi. Horse number 1, of course, doesn't go. Number 3 is Theka T. That's the man of Abdulaziz Al Musa. Horse number 4 is Fruziat Watan, Mohammed Al Nevzi. Horse number 5 is Heza, Mohammed Al Hadaham. Horse number 6 is Foz Al Later, Ahmed Al Shrab. Horse number 7 is Nasayem Al Riyad, Eddie Castro. Horse number 8 is Malay, Mohammed Al Hubail. Horse number 9 is Zircon, Osama Al Sharani. Horse number 10 is Mosafira, Luis Morales. Horse number 11 is Abura, Victor Gutierrez. Horse number 12 is Noor Alelia, Khalid Al Mimoni. Horse number 13 is Shark Darfur, Sultan Al Mimoni. Horse number 14 is A Washar in the hands of Alid Alorfi. Horse number 15 is Mawakit, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. Horse number 16 is Bint Always, Third Al Timyat. Horse number 17 is Kaltar, Camilo Ospina on a 4-timer. Sana Noura is horse number 18. Alexis Moreno is riding. Horse number 19 is Deauville with veteran jockey Wiggy Ramos in the saddle. Horse number 20, Wardat Al Mayadeen, does not go. Horse number 20 is a non-runner. 21 and 22 do go, though. In place of 1 and 20, they are Awari and also Miracle Al Shagaf. So another bumper field as they make their way into the parade ring. And we can get back to the boys in the booth.
Thank you, John. Yes, we must move forward after a cracking pair of 1 million Riyal races. We're now on to the primary championships of the racecourse. This builds up to the championships of the racecourse, which we've seen plenty of decent horses take part in before. Shamila is in the parade ring and they're already making her way towards her.
They are in the parade ring, and the jockeys, the bell has just gone for the jockeys to mount, and my selection, horse number 18, Sana Nora, is just coming up beside me here. Now, a really nice 3-year-old filly by Worldly for Abdulaziz Al Musa. 6 last time out at meeting 71, but first the time before that at meeting 60. I really like the look of her. I think she is a really, really nice sort. Yeah. That she's going to be my paddock selection for this race. It was a toss-up between her and horse number 9, Zircon, who is also looking really, really well. A lot of high-strung fillies in this contest as well, but it's understandable, as we've seen in the last race, they're still very young horses, still pretty much learning the ropes. So a lot of horses on edge. There are a lot of people around the parade ring as well, and there's actually 2 sections to the parade ring. So one of the sections get closed off when there are people there for the prize presentation, so the parade ring is actually smaller, less space for the horses to walk around, so that can make them anxious as well. But my selection, horse number 18, Sana Nora, has been doing really well in the preliminary stages. She looks cool as a cucumber, and so does horse number 9, Zircon, which I really like as well. She was 5th last time out. The only paddock negative that I would have to say is horse number 15, Mawaquit, is being really hot behind the saddle. Almost dripping with sweat, and as you can see, I have my jacket on now. It is no longer hot and balmy, it is cold down here in the parade ring, so that is a bit of a red flag for me.
Thank you, Shamila. Yes, got the coat on, and no surprise there. The fires have been lit, so make sure you get close to those and keep warm. We've got 3 more good races to look forward to. We'll start with Jade Al-Khair, horse number 2.
Yeah, one of the more interesting ones in this contest. Ended Taif on a low note, but better than ever when taking a course and distance, non-winners of 2. By 2 1/4 lengths last time out from Hakwat, and a repeat of that performance will see her very much in the mix.
Sakati is horse number 3, another one for a short list.
Beat Jade Al-Khair by 7.5 lengths in an auction over course and distance last November. Has gone back a fair while. Hasn't really gone on in the same style. Was 9 3/4 lengths 4th to Akfik over 7 furlongs last time out. She's inconsistent but capable on her day.
Foz Aleta is horse number 6, a horse I'm quite keen on.
Yeah, won a 1 mile non-winners of 2 back in March. Was beaten 12 1/4 lengths when the 10th in a not to 85 handicap last time out. She hasn't quite hit form this season yet, but the form she was shown in the spring is very good, and if she can find that again, she's got a big chance.
Mullane is horse number 8. Mohamed Alaber will be taking some weight off that one.
Yes, Milani was a mile winner in meeting 35 in Taif, 9th of 14 in the 7 furlong Asia Cup last time out. That was a tough ask for her, given her rating. She'll find this an awful lot easier, and she's not ruled out.
Lua Morales couldn't even get in the stalls in our last race. He'll be hoping Musafira at least does that.
Yeah, Musafira seems to be running into form. Was disappointing at the end of the Taif season, and then her first run here. And Riyadh, but she bounced back to form to be 2nd in a non-winners of 2 last time out over a mile. Was well held in a course and distance open 2 starts back. Whether that's trip related or whether that was just first run of the season, reacclimatising to the track, I don't know.
Noor Alalia was in good form at the end of the Taif season, so but it's all got a bit wrong in Riyadh.
Yeah, it has. In fairness, she did a lot better last time out. She was a dual Taif winner, third of 8 in a course and distance not to 85 last time out. It needs to do a little bit better, but that was at least a step in the right direction.
Let's take a look of some of these in action. Jade Al-Khair, horse number 2 on your race card. This was her winning last time out, beginning of December, and it was a really good performance, I thought, and I thought sets the standard for this day.
Yeah, and she won this by 2 1/4 lengths from Hakwat. You see running on the white stable colours in 2nd. Likeable performance. What I like most about this is that it's over the 1800 metres. We talked about this being a bit of a specialist trip and sometimes the form being hard to read, but the fact that that she's shown her form over this trip last time out. She wouldn't want any further. She was just crying out for the line a little bit late on, but the first two come a long way clear, and a repeat of that will see her go close.
This is Mosafira, the horse we're going to have a look at next. Now, this wasn't a bad performance, finishing second last time out in the orange colours and ran on well, but again, is Trip a concern for you here?
Trip's a little bit of a concern, have been well beaten over course and distance 2 starts back, but she's run on well enough here. She's come from quite a poor position on the bend to run into second place over a mile. And watching this, you'd say that a step up on Trip would suit. And there might be other excuses for that poor run over course and distance 2 starts back.
Yeah, so those are our 2 inserts for here. We are going to see Wada Al Maidan, who is unfortunately a late withdrawal on this one, so this horse doesn't go. But of those 2 horses that we have seen, I was still taken aback by Jadal Care, who I quite like here. For me, it's almost impossible to look at any others in this one. For me, I was drawn to her from the start, and as I went through, I couldn't find much to take her on.
The more I looked at this race, the more I liked Jadal Care. As I said, Thakati beat her last season at level weights in an auction contest, but Jadal Care has she's had her moments, but she's progressed again through the rice race. Thakati is capable on her day, but hasn't really progressed and is a little bit in and out.
Milani is one of those horses who we just spoke about, but hard to get a gauge on what her level is, because you want to think she looked to be quite good. Meet 35, that win, she got right down the rail and just powered on, and I thought that's a horse that you want to keep an eye on. But every time she's run, she's almost got worse with each start.
Yeah, I mean, she's a little in and out. In between her 2 good runs in time, she finished right out the back. I think she does need things to go her way a little bit. Finished Taif with a poor run and started the Riyadh season with a moderate performance when 9th last time out. That at least wasn't a better race. That was in the Asia Cup over 7
furlongs. And she shaped like she was going nicely in that race as well for a while.
Yes, so hopefully she can step up on that, but she just has a little bit to prove. But on the ratings, you have to take her seriously.
Mawakit, horse number 15, an interesting runner here. We're talking about horses being in form, but only had the 5 runs, so still quite unexposed, and 2 decent performances this season.
Yeah, still a maiden though after 5 starts, and has had showed promise last season. Hasn't quite built on that yet. Last we saw of Mawakit was a meeting 17 in time, so it's quite a long layoff to overcome as well, and I thought she had a bit to prove.
Do you think it might be one of those situations which we saw yesterday where a horse runs twice early season Taif and then is taken away because they think, right, we're going to aim for Riyadh now, or are you slightly more concerned because she finished 3rd and then 6th in meeting 17, and it's not like she's won and they pulled up stumps?
No, this is true, and she ran similar races in her 2 runs here last season. She's run over course and distance before. She's done 1:57.06, and that's 3 seconds slower than Jadal Care has. So yeah. She's better than that, but she does need to show that she can punch her weight against these sort of rivals.
Sana Nora was Shamila's selection in the parade ring, obviously looking good. Alex Moreno in the saddle. What did you make of her form?
Well, she was 6 to Jadal Care in this the race that Jadal Care won last time out. She's held on that form. She was a winner in a previous start, and she had been largely consistent before that. So I can see her getting closer, but it's not that easy to see her turning the tables with Jadal Care.
She gets a kilo, but it might not be enough.
I don't think that's going to be enough, given that there was 9 1/4 lengths she was beaten.
Let's go for our selections. We know Shamila likes Sana Nora jumping out stall 18. Who do you want here?
I'm with Jadal Care.
Perfect. You and me for Jadal Al Care. So myself and Rory like horse number 2. Shamila likes horse number 18. Interested to see what David's going to pick here. He's gone with Mosafira, horse number 10. So it's 10 for David, 2 for Rory and myself, and 18 for Shamila. John Blance, are you with us or are you against us?
Yeah, I'll be with Jadal Care as well. Obviously, seen quite a bit today how sort of normal standard racing, common sense and logic applies in terms of the inside run, and I think Jadal Care from stall number 2 should be able to get a very nice position in transit throughout. And has obviously got some very good recent form. They're all in and they're off and racing, and Jadal Care got away pretty well in the red colours and is prominent in the run. Milan has also got away well, one of the grey horses there in the light blue and brown colours. Another one that's prominent in the early stages is Bint Always, who's getting across from a wide draw. Another one that's wide is Sana Nura from stall 18. That's going to be tricky to circumnavigate a position from there, but is going to try. Mawakit is also prominent in the run, but again quite wide as they sort themselves out and head on through the early stages. It's Thekati of those drawn low who's bagged the rail and leads to Mullane, who's racing in second, the 8, the brown cap. Then Jed Al-Khair, who does have a nice position, the red sheepskin noseband just up the inside. They're then followed by Sana Noura, who's also prominent as well. Then on the inside of that one, we have Bint Always, who's relatively prominent in the run as well, as indeed is Noura Lelia in the black cap, who's now just being nudged along. But as they make the turn, it's Thekati, the 3, in the hands of Abdulaziz Al Musa, who leads them to Mullane, who sits in second, and Mohammed Al Hubail. Then towards the outside in third is Sana Noura, who's just being nudged along now. Bint Always is trying to stick with them. Right up the inside now, Hezam is making good progress as well. The yellow cap, the yellow sheepskin noseband, but swinging for home. It's Thekati, who's opened up a lead of about 4 lengths to Mullane, who's still going okay in second. Now staying on is Jad Al-Khair, who just got shunted back in the run, but is now free and is making headway down the centre of the track. Over the far side, Thekati to Mullane, then Jed Al-Khair, followed then by Hezam, who's in 4th spot, and then after that in 5th, Sana Noura, who's still trying to box on inside the closing stages. They go. Thekati grimly out in front. Here comes Mullane, but also Hezam, who's been making a good run from a long way out and now comes through to take it up. And it's Hezam who's going to go on and score here. The Jed Al-Khair, who stayed on for second in the end, but couldn't quite nab the horse who won. And then we'll sort third out in a moment. But it was Hezam who was towards the middle to rear of the field in the early stages, but made eye-catching headway as they made the turn there at the top of the home stretch, and has sluiced through them in the closing stages. Mullane's run a good race. You can see there the grey horse in the light blue and brown colours, as indeed is Thekati, who got a good posse early and was able to maintain it. Probably didn't help the chances of Jed Al-Khair there, who did get away quite well, was then shunted back to the field and then had to extricate itself to produce a run and has finished in second. So it's a pretty good effort. Mosafir, I think it was, who got up for 3rd spot, and the 4th horse home there was the gallant Thekati. But it's Hezam who scored at a time of 1 minute 55.30 seconds. Jed Al-Khair was second, beaten a length and a quarter, and Mosafira was third, a further neck back, and Thekati has finished in 4th. So Hezam has scored and is now the proud owner of a 2 wins from 12 runs record here in Saudi Arabia. Mohammed Al Daham was aboard this one today, and he was in the right position early doors. The gaps appeared and the horse had plenty in the tank to go through them when it mattered. That was race number 10. Still 2 more to come. Don't you dare go anywhere else.
Well, isn't Mohammed Al Daham just on fire? Because himself and his horse Hezam have won the 10th race of the evening, sponsored by the Jcsa, the primary championship of the racecourses open fillies contest for local bred 3-year-olds, worth 300,000 Saudi Riyal. The big prize money does not stop here. There are 2 more races left. both worth 300,000 Riyal as well. So fantastic result there for jockey Mohammed Al-Daham. On board Hizam, this is a 3-year-old grey filly by Latam out of Tina's Time, adding another win to her name. Last time out, she won at Riyadh, at Taif, over 1,200 meters back in July. And she's been kind of up and down since then. In her career, 8th last time out, 11th the time before that. The last time she placed was at meeting 15 when she was 3rd. But no doubt that the owners and trainer of this beautiful filly will be delighted with that. Well done to Ibrahim Mosid Al Mohaya. And we should be able to grab a quick word with Mohammed Al-Daham after that as well. He is a man of few words. However, we will catch him before he runs into the weigh room. Congratulations, Mohammed.
Thank you, alhamdulillah.
Tell me a little bit about the race. What was your plan at the beginning?
This field I ride before one time. I ride mile. And I tell him, the trainer, this field is good, inshallah, but today, first time, now I know the filly, inshallah, more distant, better. And alhamdulillah, he come back again, come very good. And thanks for the God first and the trainer, because he come bring the filly very good fit and good form.
Were you confident? Because there was a lot of strong fillies in this race.
Yeah, I know many good filly for this race, but alhamdulillah, my filly today come very good. This is a race.
And it was a really good ride from you. You had to go through a small gap, so well done for your riding performance as well.
Thank you, alhamdulillah, because I see my filly have power, I can come, and I come.
Well done, Mohammed.
Thank you, welcome.
Well, Mohammed Al-Daham gets all the plaudits here because this is the ride of the day for me. I know Kamil Ospina did almost something similar, but he found himself squeezed between two horses. Mohammed Al-Daham burst through two horses like a hot knife through butter.
Yeah, this was. I think the key here is that Adel Al-Faredi had an opportunity of sticking with an inside run on Jadel Care.
Take it from the start.
And he went the safe route. You see a fair degree of pace out wide from Bint Always, who gets to the early lead, and Takati goes forward as well. The Jadel Care, who we're with, is in a good position on the rail in about 6th place at this stage. And I thought, you see Milani and the grey now taking 2nd spot in front of her. The positions will stay the same going into the bend, and I thought that Adel Al-Faredi might have been best just waiting on the inside of Milani and waiting for the leader to perhaps swing off the rail in the straight, or maybe make his move on the inside of Milani and then try to pull out when they straightened up. But he goes for the safe route, if you like, of pulling wide. There's room to come wide here, and he thinks, well, you don't want to get yourself in a pocket and lose the race doing that. Whereas our winning jockey, who's just moving up the rail now, doing exactly the same thing, decides that his best chance of winning the race is going for the pocket and hoping that he gets the break.
Mohammed Al-Daham must have been absolutely bouncing with excitement at this stage. He's just gone, well, the horse that clearly everyone thinks is going to win has just pulled out and given me free rein. And he knows horses drift towards the stand side here in Riyadh. And look, it's parting like the Red Sea.
Milani's moved massively off, and that's taken Adel Al-Faredi off his line. So he ends up having to go further. And now Mohammed decides,
brave, though, isn't it?
He's going to go for a run between the front two here. Now, that's not easy to do because they can roll around a little bit. The gap gets very narrow, but he gets through it.
All four in line. Wow.
And that's the winning of the race, really, isn't it? Because he took the chance that he wouldn't get stopped in his run, and in getting a clear run, he's won the race. Whereas Adel Al-Faredi thought, I'm on the best horse. If I avoid trouble, I should win. But it didn't work out for him.
And it's a lose-lose situation if you're Adel Al-Faredi, because if you go down the rail and you go through, no one pays any attention to it, because you just stuck to the rail. If you go wide and don't get there, everyone's talking about, well, he went wide and he should have stayed down the rail, isn't it?
But once you start thinking about what people think about your ride, then that's where you're in a little bit of trouble. Really,
Absolutely, he's just got to commit to that one. So, in your opinion, you think he should have stayed down the rail and just held his ground and just waited for those in front to drift?
Well, that's what I was thinking during the race. You know, and obviously we can sit here watching the race and call it, and it's completely different from what the jockey's got to
Absolutely.
do. And of course, we can call it and be wrong as well. And it's easy for us to say after the event.
He might have felt that the horse was actually, because you saw it hanging in the straight anyway.
Yes.
He might have felt as if he wasn't getting any momentum and wanted to get out from behind, some kickback, get some clear air, and have another go. And the horse did pick up again.
Listen, Jadel Kerr's kept on really well to the line to be second. But unfortunately, there has been ground lost by coming that wide route and then actually meeting trouble.
Yes, John Blanc can give us the runners and riders for our penultimate contest. Yes, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. We're already on race 11.
Yes, indeed. And we've got the Arabian Primary Championship now. Fakir de Puy is horse number 1, Abdullah Al Kradis. Horse number 2 is Good Day Violette, Adel Al Faradi. Horse number 3 is Amma Al Ghanim, Thurb Al Timyat. Horse number 4 is Tay Al Mashna, Mohammed Al Habib. Horse number 5 is Haydar, Hamza Saad. Horse number 6 is Umran, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. Horse number 7 is Qassam Al Dam, Adel Al Faradi's aboard. Horse number 8 is Al Hareth, Asil Al Saidi is aboard. Horse number 9 is Bariz, Alexis Moreno. Horse number 10 is Vizier, that's the mount of Mohammed Al Daham. Horse number 11 is Al Kaif, in the hands of Isa Al Shamari. Horse number 12, Ghazi Al Zaman, Camilo Ospina. Horse number 13, Nayar Athbar, Abdul Ella Al Hussein. And horse number 14 is Megdam. That's the mount of A.S. Al Odib. So those are your runners and riders for our penultimate race, the final Arabian race on the card as well. They're making their way to the parade ring. Back to the boys.
Thank you, John. And yes, we saw a track record broken and a series purebred Arabian horse in our first Arabian contest. Might not see the same in this race, but not taking anything away from the quality of those running for this 300,000 Saudi Riyal race.
Strictly speaking, we've got every chance because we've got horses with similar ratings in this race. Al Hareth rated 111, Vizier 109, Bariz 107. So there is a possibility, Fakir Dupuy at the top, 107. So they're not that far off the rating of our earlier winner. But that was a progressive horse. He took a big step forward again. These are more exposed sorts, are unlikely to be producing career bests.
Yeah, we do have Vizier number 10 in this contest. He was a 3-year-old, so was eligible to run in that last race we saw previously. So it's sidestepped that and gone for this. Do you think there's a reason why they've made this decision?
Well, Vizier gets plenty of weight here, and sort of comes out the best of these at the weight. Was an impressive winner last time out of a 2,000 metre open, winning by 10.5 lengths, beating Mubarizat Al Khalidia. I think a repetition of that would put Vizier very much in the driving seat here.
Let's start from the top and work our way down then. Fakir de Puy, horse number 1.
Has a fair chance in the ratings, but a lot of these met in the in a course and distance open last time out, won by Hamdani Khalid Al Khalidia, and Fakir de Puy was only 7th that day.
Good de Violette is horse number 2.
Won the final championship of the race course over this track and trip in 2022. That's going back a little bit. Was off the course for a fair while afterwards and unplaced on his last 5 starts.
This is just a prep race. Amer Al Ghanim is horse number 3.
No chance of the rating of 50.
Tay Al Mashna is horse number 4.
Shocking run last time out. Was second in meeting 62, but isn't up to this, I don't think.
Yeah, looking going seriously the wrong way. Haydar, a horse we've seen plenty of, number 5.
Yeah, Haydar was a winner in meeting 65, but things have gone wrong since in better company. And a rating 62 tells you plenty. I think it was not a 60 handicap that Haydar won, and it's been much tougher since.
Hamza Saad takes us some valuable weight as well. He's an apprentice to keep an eye on. Umran Ricardo Sosa Ferreira is on board this one. Was
5th to Hamdani Khalid Al Khalidia over course and distance last time out. Prior to that was a good second in a 0-90 over a mile 2 starts back. Has placed claims with his best foot forward.
I know they're both great, but he reminds me a lot of Mullane. Hard to catch right, but can sometimes run quite a good race. Qassab Al Dan is horse number 7.
3rd in a 1 mile open 2 starts back, and a length and a half second to Sab Al Khalidia, and a course and distance open last time. Again, with a rating of 100, you'd think he should be thereabouts.
Al Hareth is horse number 8.
is the top rated in this race, although it has 61 kilos. Third in the Jockey Club Cup 2 starts back. That's his best effort. But sixth behind Hamdani Khalid Al Khalidiyah over a course and distance last time out, and held by a couple of these runners on that form.
Barriz, a winner overseas, comes here interesting. Stepped up from a debut performance, I thought.
Yeah, was well beaten on debut, but did step up markedly to be third in that race behind Hamdani Khalid Al Khalidiyah. That's an excellent performance for a horse with limited experience here, and is a player here on the back of it.
It's Vizier, we've already spoken about him, so we'll move on to Akaif, horse number 11. Al-Kaif, sorry.
Yeah, making his Saudi debut here, and it's a pretty tough ask for his time.
Ghazi Al-Zaman is horse number 12.
Unseated Camila leaving the stalls last time out. Was a winner in France and Italy, won twice in Italy, but it's a couple of years since his last win.
Shamila is in the parade ring. She's our purebred Arabian expert. Who's caught your eye?
Well, Callum, I don't think anybody can be an expert at these Arabians because you just never know what they're going to do next. However, I'm going to set my hopes on horse number 10 at Vizier, rated 109, and I think Mohammed Al-Daham could very much be in the winner's enclosure yet again very soon, because I really, really like the look of this horse. He is really nice and strong. He almost looks like a thoroughbred compared to some of these other horses, so he really impressed me in the prelims, and Mohammed Al-Daham is riding out of his skins as well, so I definitely think they could be a winning pair. Other horses that I like, horse number 6, Umran, as well, for the ride of Ricardo Ferreira. It came 5th last time out. Just a really nice, solid-looking Arabian as well, much like Vizier, but grey, rated 100. And I also really liked horse number 7, Kasab Al-Daham, as well, for Abdullah Al-Faraj, second last time out. So you have a lot of really strong Arabians in this contest, but I have to stick with Vizier. I think anybody who would go against Vizier would be very silly.
He's not about getting winners.
Yes, and we're seeing the runners making their way out onto the course. We've got two more we've not talked about. Naya Atbar, number 13, who is looking for the hat-trick.
Looking for a hat-trick after handicap wins in not 80 and then 75 to 90 grades on his last 2 starts. But up sharply in class here, and I think that winning run will come to an end here.
Isn't it interesting how he's been doing, this is a smaller field, it might not work out to his favour the way he kind of runs, where he comes from off the pace of a strong gallop. This looks like a much smaller field, and although we've seen some fast paces early today, I'm sure these purebred Arabians will be just tapping on the brakes a little bit early.
Yeah, but you know, we've still got 14 of them in here, so and you never know what's going to happen. We've had stronger paces than we would have expected in some of these races, so never say never.
Crazy that we say 14 in a small field now. At home, we're going to have 14 runner field. Let's go. Yeah, unbelievable. And the final horse is Meg Dan, horse number 14.
Yeah, not from 4 lifetime, and a disappointing effort on his recent seasonal reappearance, so doesn't make a great deal of appeal.
Yeah, so there's a few in here. There's 3 I would chuck straight on a short list. One would be Naya Atbar, Vizier and Barriz would be my other 2. Is there anyone else that you'd be considering outside of those 3?
I wasn't massively keen on Naya Atbar at the
wipe that one out. We could just see Naya Atbar going to post.
Again, you know, horse coming here at the top of his form, I wouldn't specifically put you off. I thought Barriz and Vizier were the 2 to concentrate on, and I just came down in favour of Vizier.
Hopefully we can take a look at Vizier. We just had a brief shot of him going down the post. Gorgeous looking individual that Shamila highlighted in the parade ring. He was her eye catcher, which is always a big positive here. So hopefully we'll see him in action. Here's the highest rated horse in the field, Al Hareth, and you can understand, good looking individual, very strong type, much like our winner of our previous Pure.
Yeah, looks really well. Just in a bit of a losing run for a horse with a rating of 111. He's been finding it hard to get his head in front, and that's 6th behind Hamdani Khalid Al Khalidiyah. Last time out was a bit disappointing. Here's Vizier bolting up in a 2,000 metre open last time out. The drop back to 1,800 won't be a bother to him. This is a solid piece of form. The time's okay as well, and he just seems to be thriving on his racing. He's still fairly lightly raced. 3-year-old, only 7 runs under his belt, and of course he gets lumps of weight here. He's got 55.5 kilos against 61 kilos for the others. So again, essentially 11 pounds from the other runners here must give him a decent chance.
Yeah, here's the other one that's a fascinating contender, Barriz, a 2-time winner overseas. 10th on debut, did not show much, but 3rd last time out, beating plenty of these in behind.
Yeah, this was a very good performance in finishing 3rd in a 2,000 metre open. Sorry, I say 2,000, course and distance open rather.
Yeah.
I'll get it right eventually. he can't really go on in the last furlong. My only concern with this was that he was very well placed the way the race went. A few of these disappointed, but maybe were poorly placed.
Is he running away from the force of fist towards the end there?
No,
he seemed to kind of get a bit lost in the middle of the straight and then sort of.
He was holding his lead, and it was a good performance. It's just a slight question, as I said, if he's not so well positioned the way this race goes. But he does look well. He's kept his condition since that run. He seems to be physically in good order.
I think you're right about knocking Naya Akbar off the list. I just remember we talk about a lot of these purebred Arabians dropping back in class and the difference between a 75 to 80 to a 80 to 95 contest. It was a massive gulf, and I think Naya Akbar, although he'd looked very good in both his recent wins and has hit the line hard and done it well, this is a big leap from there.
Yeah, and it's worth bearing in mind you've got a different scale for the Arabians as well. When you think of a handicapper improving through the ranks in the UK and it's rated, it's won a not to 85 handicap and it's rated 90 odd. Now you think, well, that's a horse heading towards group class. But of course, you do need to be aware of the different sort of scale that you're using.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's interesting to see. And it's interesting to see just how volatile sort of the class steps up are in purebred Arabian racing. I remember when you first came, I'd rub my hands saying, don't worry, Rory, we've got this on tap. Just find the highest rated horse in the field. It's easy, this purebred Arabian stuff. And we couldn't be more wrong. And we're just seeing Barry's in shot here. Really gorgeous individual. Plenty of purple shampoo used there to keep that grey horse nice and shiny. I think I'm going to probably go with Vizier here. I imagine you're doing the same thing.
Yes, I'm with Vizier, yeah.
So Rory, myself and Shamida will go for Vizier. In the comments, we've seen David has gone for Ghazi Al-Zaman, who is the same owner as Bariz, hoping that Camille Ospina can at least stay on board this time. Got on ship last time coming out the stalls.
Yes, and that race only lasted a stride, really, and there's no way Camille was going to stay on board. It's just that sometimes horses come out and lose their footing, and when they lurch forward, there's no staying on.
But Camille is a man in form, so good luck with your selection, David. Good luck to everyone at home with whoever you've gone with here, but our team is going for Vizier. John, are you going with him too?
Well, yes. This could be great news for Vizier, or it could be completely the opposite. We will see very shortly. Then goes Tai Al Mashna. I do like the step back in trip for Vizier as well. Lots of early speed last time, and to coin that hackneyed old phrase, did hit the line pretty well over the 2,000 metres. Should have no problems with the trip back. Should be able to take up a good posse, and we know this horse stays the 2,000 very well, so staying the 1,800 shouldn't be an issue at all. In goes Good de Violette. He looks a very grey chestnut to me, reported as a chestnut in the form that I'm going off, but is exceptionally grey. Bariz to come forward as well. The 11 is Al Kaif. Ghazi Al Zaman to go in as well, and then Al Hareh. Reminds me of an old Craven Stakes winner from many, many years ago. Nearly ready. 1,800 metres for these Arabians. They're off and racing for the Jcsa, the primary championship of the Arabians. And a good start was made by Good de Violette in the red jacket, also out very nicely as well. Was Bariz for Alexis Moreno, and it's Bariz just about the leader to Good de Violette, who sits in second. They're then followed by Vizier in that dark jacket, so it's got a very good posse at the moment, has Vizier, as they make their way through the early part of the contest. You can see the chevrons there on that one's jacket. Just working across now is Ghazi Al Zaman in the very similar colours to Bariz, and it's Ghazi Al Zaman and Bariz, followed then up the inside by Good de Violette, who's got the inside pitch, then Vizier. The yellow and red colours of Al Kaif, rather wide, but racing in around about fifth at the moment. Then we have Umran in the orange colours, followed then up the inside by Fakir de Poy, appeared for a moment there to be a slightly uncomfortable ride for Abdullah Al Kradis. Arma Al Ghanim is comprehensively the back marker at the moment. Tai Al Mashna is also towards the rear of the field, as indeed is Haydar, as they make their way towards the turn. And the lead is now with Ghazi Al Zaman, I should say, but Vizier is looming large in that one's wing mirrors. They're then followed in third by Barry's, who's just been relegated through the field a little bit. Towards the outer now, the green sleeves of Al Hareth getting a little bit closer. But as they make the turn for home, it's Vizier who's hit the front here and is really pouring it on to an under pressure Ghazi Al Zaman in second position. In turn, well clear now of Al Hareth, who's staying on from the back of the field and might still be a threat here. Then in fourth, Umran, who's only finding the one pace, but it's Vizier who's well clear at the moment, going on down towards the final couple of 100 metres with a 7 or 8 length advantage to, in second position, Al Hareth, who's run an honourable race but has still got loads to do here, well inside the final furlong. Vizier just a little bit of a flash of the tail there, but is clear, and Vizier still by 6 or 7 lengths is going to beat Al Hareth here and racing up towards the line. Vizier very, very impressive. Al Hareth in second, and the third horse home was Fakir de Poy, who got going well to take the bronze medal, and Kassab Al Dam, another one from towards the rear of the field, has finished in fourth. Yeah, the writing was on the wall pretty early on for Vizier and the opponent, because was always travelling well, came through as they turned for home to tackle and pass already under pressure Ghazi Al Zaman and stroll to the front. They were gaining on a little bit in the closing stages, but it was still easy for Mohammed Al Daham, who's in the double on the day, and Vizier. No problems with the step back and trip. You knew that the horse wasn't going to stop. He wasn't stopping over 2,000 last time, unless something had gone very wrong in the run. He wasn't going to be stopping over the 1,800 here. 2 minutes 2.71 seconds. Al Hareth in second. So in terms of ratings, the cream has risen to the top here. Fakir de Poy has finished in third. Another big winning margin, 5 1/4 lengths. Vizier dominant in the penultimate race.
Well, Mohammed Al Daham gets his day in the sunshine with a double on board Vizier in our second Arabian contest of the day. This time it is worth 300,000 Saudi Riyal, sponsored by Jcsa, the primary championship of the race courses. So second race in that series tonight, and Vizier made easy work of it under Mohammed Al Daham as well. So very well done to the Ajmel stables. He is rated 109. That will probably go up slightly. Oh, and he's just getting a little bit worked up there. Everybody cheering for him, but all is well now. Everybody is safe in the parade ring, which is always a good thing. Well, very well done as well. Very good training performance from Sami Al-Muteri. This horse was last seen out winning at meeting 75 over 2,000 meters. So he's proven himself over multiple distances, and Mohammed will be delighted with that. Well done, Mohammed. A double for you.
Thank you, alhamdulillah. Thanks, Dagad.
And what did you think of Vizier?
MashaAllah, nice horse. I see this horse when he start to race in Taif, MashaAllah, I like it. Alhamdulillah, today I ride.
And last time he won over 2,000 meters, this time over 1,800. What did you think he preferred?
No problem for this horse, MashaAllah. Good horse. He can go here and here.
And he almost looks like a thoroughbred. He's so big and strong, right?
Yeah, MashaAllah. Good horse, good body.
What were you thinking in the last 400 meters? Because you were just going clear the whole way.
MashaAllah, my horse, he go very good. He run, MashaAllah, but he wait for the horse. If some horse close to me, maybe go more.
What does it mean to you now? This is the second win in a row for you with 300,000 Riyal.
First, thank the God, Alhamdulillah, and thank for the trainer who get me the horse. Inshallah, I hope to more.
Well done, Mohammed.
Thank you.
Mohammed Al-Daham has a quick fire double, and it is thanks to Vizier, who looked the picture in the paddock, was the selection of all four of our team, and we were never in doubt, were we, Rory?
No, he always looked very strong through the contest. There's a bit of a flash of the tail and slightly awkward head carriage in the closing stages, but he's an improving 3-year-old, big, strong colt, this, and he's taken advantage of a generous weight allowance of 11 pounds from most of his rivals.
Yeah, they jumped away. It was always going to be very positive. Great to see Bariz came out well, but even better to see Ghazi Al-Zaman actually jump out the stalls and go very well for a long way.
Yes, you also saw a good de Violette jumping well from stall 2. Was up there earlier on, but the winner is very handy. From an early stage. He's up there in 4th place and travelling easily in the early stages. Ghazi Al-Zaman, as you said, is up there in similar colours to Bariz going forward. But your eye is always drawn to Vizier, who's just being allowed to move forward in his own time. He's moving sweetly and almost in dispute of 2nd place at this stage. The front row have broken away from the others, and pretty much everything in the rear group is under a degree of pressure. Al-Harith in there on the outside of that group of 4 in behind ends up running on best of the others to finish 2nd, De Grey, but it takes a long time to hit top gear. He's a classy horse, but he's not the easiest to place in a race, and he needs a strong pace to run through. At this stage, Vizier is just coming through to take up the running as 1 or 2 of the early pace setters drop away, and Al-Harith is just moving into 4th place rather now. But you can see he's really lacking the pace to come through and challenge, and that allows Vizier to set up a lead of about 10 lengths on him. And although it's eroded a little bit late in the day, he doesn't look like giving it up. And it was a bit of a gift, giving a horse with this sort of physique that much weight for age, because he clearly didn't need it. He was bigger and stronger than most of this field.
Yeah, it's fascinating to get this drone camera angle, because as they turned in for home, I thought Al-Harith was much closer, but he was actually 10 lengths down.
Yeah,
it was just with the perception of the angle. You think you're in more danger than you actually are.
It does foreshorten the angle.
That's a word there. That's a word.
Yeah, he never really looked like getting on terms, although he was gradually eating into the lead all the way to the line.
It's not a bad check to get your hands on. Is it 300,000 Saudi Riyal? That would do us nicely, Rory.
Yeah, it's at least a fortnight's work, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, for you. No, congratulations to all involved there with Vizier, who looks to be a 3-year-old to keep on the right side of, doesn't he?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see now. He's clearly doesn't have to worry about handicaps anymore.
No,
he'll keep to the best company, and of course he can run either against the older horses or back against his own age group.
And what he's seen there is he's been able to do it over 2,000 metres. He's done it over 1,800 metres now. He's shown enough early speed to be involved without having to dominate as well, which we've already seen with one horse. If not able to dominate, can spit the dummy out. He can sit in behind and be quite happy there too.
Yeah, he seems fairly adaptable. I wouldn't want to drop him back much further in trip. That's the only thing I would say.
Yes, let's move on to our final race. It's race 12. It is the primary championship of the race course, but this time it's for the boys. John Blance, take us through the runners and riders.
Yeah, thanks, guys. The 12th and final race on the card, and we can go through the runners and riders now. Yaslam Allah is horse number 1. Abdulaziz Al Yesh is aboard. Horse number 2 is Nabe Al Sad. Number 3 is Wafi Al Aiz. Adel Al Varedi aboard. Horse number 4 is Yam Safa. Abdulaziz Al Zari rides. Horse number 5 is Inze. Abdul El Al Hussein. Horse number 6 is Dere Al Fard, Ali Al Mutib. Horse number 7 is Made, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. Horse number 8 is Thud Al Sharaf, Camilo Ospina. Horse number 9 is Now, Abdullah Al Kredis. Horse number 10, December, Wigberto Ramos. Horse number 11, Al Freni and Victor Gutierrez. Horse number 12 is Rams Al Thakok. That's the man of Eddie Castro. Horse number 13 is Aku Nuf. Horse number 14 is Fareh and Luis Morales. Horse number 15 is Moslat Mohammed Al Daham. Horse number 16 is Laith Al Hami Khalid Al Mimoni. Horse number 17 is Kamikaze, and horse number 19 is Alquay Mani Asil Al Sahani. Reserves that get in are 21 Red Al Wasil and number 22 Mikdam Al Sad. So 21 and 22 will be running in our 12th and final race here on what's been a very entertaining afternoon, and providing a large chunk of that entertainment, Callum and Rory.
Stop it, John. You're making us blush in the studio here, but we've got one more race to bring you before we can celebrate just yet. So, horse number 1 in this 300,000 Riyal contest is Yaslan Allah.
Nice name.
Great name, isn't it?
A winner of a 7 furlong, not to 60 handicap last time out. So winning form, but this is a big step up in class, and I don't think he will cope with it. Also, it's a big step up in trip as well from 7 furlongs.
Nabe Al Fad is horse number 2.
Winner over this trip at Taif in June. But oddly enough, his record at this trip since then, although he's got 1 or 2 good runs, his record over 2,000 metres, 7th, 10th, 8th, 7th, 9th. And I think for that reason, he's opposable. His second, his most recent placing came over 7 furlongs. So yeah, he does stay, but his record at the trip is very in and out.
Yes, Wafi Alais, horse for connections that we see quite often and has been a model of consistency.
Yeah, very consistent sort. Ran his best race when second to Salam Al Aiz in a course and distance maiden last time out. The only slight negative I would throw into that was the first 5 home were all drawn 13 or higher in that race, and it did seem to be a benefit to be there. But you know, Skip Moon was third, and Raid. Where is he? Raid Al Wasil was further back in the field there. He was fifth
21
on that occasion.
Yama Safa is horse number 4.
Comes here in the back of a poor run. Has only got the 1 win to his name. That came in Taif during the summer, but that reappearance run at Riyadh was too bad to give him much of a chance here.
Inze, horse number 5, is running in his usual colours with the white and purple. He's not available on some race cars, but Inze hasn't changed colours. He's running in the same colours that we normally see him.
Yeah, he's won from 17 in his career. That win came at 6 furlongs. He was runner-up over a mile 2 starts back, but I very much doubt he wants 2,000 metres.
Dare Al Fad is number 6 in the blue and grey.
Was 16 lengths third to Lela Dora in an 1,800 metre contest, the Ministry of Justice Cup last time out. That might put you off that he's beaten so far, but the winner is
yeah,
top
Lela
class.
Dora is a horse, isn't he? Yeah, good animal.
So Dere Al Fad has to be considered.
Made is horse number 7, first run this season.
Did a flop on his most recent start, but was a winner over 1,800 metres before that, winning a Jcsa award contest by 2.5 lengths in March. Beats Mazarek Al Tayeb last time out, and I'd have thought he can do better still, so Made is on my short list.
Thud Al Sharaf is horse number 8, 1 win from 4.
Stays 1,800 metres well, winning a maiden over that trip last time out. Beaten Al Nazer by a neck, the pair clear. I think that's decent form. The handicapper gives him a rating of 71. I think it might be a little bit better than that.
Have you chucked in?
Yeah, well, no, he's certainly not chucked in, but I think he's got a slightly better chance than the ratings would suggest.
Now is horse number 9.
Now was a mile maiden winner in Taif. Well beaten in 2 Riyadh outings of late, however.
December, a dashing grey who we've seen plenty of. Hard to kind of find a trip for him, I feel.
Yes, he's very capable, but he looked more and more tripless in Taif. Had lots of good early season form. You know, it just slipped a little bit late on, and then he ran a stinker here in meeting 74. So beginning to wonder whether he's a bit of a Taif specialist.
Al Franey is another one who we've seen plenty of.
Yeah, has been runner-up in his last 2 starts at this trip and running in reasonably good form at the moment. 4th last time out to Karima and Inze in a mile open. He'll appreciate the step up in trippers. I think Inze won't.
Rams Al Sakok is horse number 12.
Second 2 starts to go, but that's his one good run in his last 4 starts. He's won from 13 in his career, and I think others are more reliable here.
Berdan Al Sabai needs to get himself some winners because he's been getting better this week, but overall he's not had the season to remember. He's got Akunuf here.
Yeah, Akunuf is running pretty well. 3rd in 1 mile maidens on his last 2 starts. A little bit more required at this sort of level.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Who do you like, Shamila?
Well, it is the final contest of the day, and I'm hoping I can find you a winner here in the parade ring. And that I'm going to go with horse number 13, Akko Noof, 3rd last time out, and the time before that, ridden by Mohammed Al Hubail, who's in fine form at the moment. This horse is rated 69, a really stunning colt by Biz Blitz. Now, this is a strong contest, like the last 2 races, but all signs point to him being a really nice horse in this competition. He's just cantering past me now with Mohammed Al Hubail's feet out of his stirrups, but he looked really well in the parade ring. I mean, just a really nice horse overall. Another horse that I really liked is horse number 3, Wafi Alez, who's been really consistent as well under Adel Al-Furedi, and horse number 8, the Mount of Camila Ospina, who is chasing that 4-timer today. Thud Al-Ashraf is the name of that horse. As for paddock negatives, there was only one getting really hot and sweaty in the parade ring, and that was horse number 17. So that is just one to note down as a bit of a red flag because it is freezing at the moment out here. But I have my hopes set on horse number 13, Akonuf.
You, Shamila, yes, Akunuf looks stunning in the parade ring, so I can totally understand why that's your selection. Let's have a look at some form though, Rory. This is Marday. The good run that we saw last season hasn't been seen so far this season.
Yeah, this is his penultimate start. He was disappointing next time out, but this was a pretty tough run. He runs on very well from a difficult position in the first place, beats Mazarek Al-Tayeb and the yellow blinkers for this win over by 2.5 lengths on his penultimate start. Needs to show that form again, and obviously doesn't have a run, but one to consider.
Al Qamani is the next horse we'll take a peep at. This is him finishing 2nd at the end of October, coming from an uncompromising position, running on through horses.
Beaten a length and a quarter in the end by Al Sharid in this race over a mile. You see the horse that was in front has jinked and rather thrown it away. That was Kareem. And then
he went on to win, didn't he, next time, Kareem?
Yes, he did. It was in that race with Inze. And then the leader then has run off a straight line as well. So it was a slightly odd race to look at there.
Daray Al Fad is the next horse we're going to take a peek at. This is a win at the beginning of November. Not the most wide open of contests, only 4 horses in behind.
No, this wasn't a particularly strong contest, but it sees Daray Al Fad in winning action. And then he's gone on to finish 3rd to Lela Doro in the Ministry of Justice Cup last time out. That's actually a better performance, despite the fact that he was beaten double digits on that occasion.
Yeah, repeated that effort would be enough to see him bang up there here. And finally, we've got Wafe Alez, who's the final horse we'll take a peek at. Now, this is an interesting performance. This is the 2nd, right at the beginning of December. Has to come right around the houses here. But again, this horse just runs to form. He
does. Now, there was a bit of an advantage to be drawn wide here, because I think those drawn low went hard and fell in a bit of a hole late on. So that has helped him with that late run. But he ran on well to fill the place here, and there was a couple behind him. There's one, Reed Al-Wassel was back in 5th that day. It's just slightly flattered by the way the race panned out, but still solid form, and the time gives him a big chance.
I liked him. I must admit, when I was going through the video for him, he was one of the ones that jumped out of the those I'm circling. I'd like Made, but he didn't win first time up last season, although he was only a baby. We had this issue yesterday with a horse in our feature who came first time up, and although had all the form in the book, with a bit like, you just need this run here at Riyadh. Race fit rivals are tough.
Yeah, and it depends how trainers want their 2-year-olds campaigned. A lot of them want them just to get a bit of experience first time out. A lot of them, some stables get them really ready and want to make sure they win first time up. And you don't necessarily judge a 2-year-old, judge a horse by how it did first time up as a 2-year-old. In terms of how well it's going to go fresh in the future.
Of the 3 Championship of the Racecourse races, this is probably the hardest one to work out, isn't it, Rory? So let's get our selections in nice and early. We know Shamila had her eye on horse number 13, Akko Noof, who's certainly with an eye catch in the parade ring and has done nothing wrong so far this season. Mohammed Al Hubail on board too, that's a positive. Who else do you like here?
I'd certainly give Mahdi a chance, and Dere Al Fahd. As I said, I was a little bit against Wafi Alays. I think it was slightly flattered by that.
I'll give you both of them. If I'm lucky last, I'll give you both of them.
That's very kind
They're
of you.
next to each other in the race card. I'll give you both of them, and then I'll go for Wafi Alays. So we've got ourselves covered at the least of things. There were a couple we didn't get a chance to go through towards the bottom. Anybody catching your eye in the bottom half of this field? A few of the reserves sneaking in or anything of any danger?
No, those at the bottom, Bihas Al Bari, Baed, they seem to have really tough tasks at the ratings. Worth giving Mikdam Al Saad a mention, only beaten a nose by Wild Rover in a 1 mile 1 furlong maiden last time out, and he's got a chance if he can build on that. The worry with him is that the last time he ran that well, finishing second in a maiden, he then ran 2 stinkers on the back of it.
Yeah, probably not hard to catch. Right, but to go through selection finally, David in the comments has gone for Foray, horse number 14. Shamila has gone for Akko Noof, horse number 13. Rory likes Made and Dere Al Fahd. They're drawn next to each other in 6 and 7. And I like Wafi Alays drawn in 3. So those are our selections. And for the final time, as per usual, John, it has been an absolute pleasure. Look forward to hearing your dulcet tones here in Saudi Arabia in the future. Can you take us through the lucky last?
Well, I'll do my best, Callum. It's a tricky old race to finish with, both from a punting perspective and indeed from a race calling perspective as well. But I'll be doing the quick backup here because I believe I'm back on the 28th. So it'll be me today and then me for the next meeting as well before, of course, we welcome in the new year 2024, and of course lots to look forward to over here in Saudi for that particular year, with the Saudi Cup, of course, in February. They're putting them in, and as usual they're going in pretty sharpish. Kamikaze goes in. Horse number 14 is Faray in the background. Near side there, nearest to is Yatum Safa. There's horse number 3, Wafi Alays. Yeah, I do quite like this one as well. Nice draw. We've seen today the benefits of a low draw. As I said before, that is racing convention and common sense, really, that a low draw is what you want to get. But sometimes I have had seen one or two meetings here where the rail hasn't necessarily been the place to be, or that's the way it's kind of worked out. But here today there have been a lot of horses who've been running that rail and have done very well because of it. Horse number 10 to go in is December, topical, and horse number 11 Al Frani to come forward as well. December with Wiggy aboard, the 11 Al Frani and Victor Gutierrez. Also out the back there is Raid Al Wasil, one of the reserves who gets in late doors. Raid Al Wasil there in the blue 21 saddle cloth. A good few runners today. I might need to lie down after all this. There is Inze in shot as well. Horse in the colours. There's no colours published for that horse actually, but you can just see there it's white with the sort of blue trim. December goes in. Still waiting for Raid Al Wasil. All present and correct. 2,000 metres for our final race, and they're off and racing. Very slowly away was December, being driven along in the... sorry, it was Al Frani that was slowly away. December actually got away quite well as they make their way through the early stages. One that definitely got away well was Yatum Safa in the green and red colours. Also prominent is Made, a horse coming back for the first time in a while. December is up with the pace. The light blue sleeves of Akko Noof is also prominent as well. Mikdam Al Saad from a wideish gate is also trying to get into a prominent posse as they sort themselves out through the early stages of this 2,000 metre contest. right at the back of the field at the moment, Nabe Al Sad in the light colours. And another one that's well off the pace is Wafi Alays, which is not ideal. Plenty of work to do from there. And also towards the rear of the field is Al Qamani. So they make their way down towards the end of the back straight. And it is December, who's just about come through to take it up for Rigoberto Ramos, to in second position now, who's in the white and green colours. Then Aku Noof in the light blue sleeves, still prominent as well in the black and yellow colours, is Mikdam Al Sad. Then towards the outer, Al Qamani, who's also prominent. Then right up the inside, Made just being nudged along a little bit as they start to make the turn. They'll be levelling up to the home straight very shortly. Dere Al Fad is a horse who's making a little bit of headway now, the black saddlecloth and the grey colours. But as they start to make the turn, it's December that leads. Rigoberto Ramos trying to boss this contest to Ako Noof, who's racing in second. Those two turn 1 and 2 as they swing for home. Now looking at trifle 1 paced in third is Made. Mikdam Al Sad is still there boxing away. Also staying on is Dere Al Fad, but has plenty to do from there. They're making the turn for home, and it's Aku Noof who's hit the frontier. Aku Noof has gone on to December, who can't find a great deal in second. They're well clear of Dere Al Fad, who's in third. From the back, absolutely flying home is Wafi Alays, but oh, so much to do. 1 furlong in which to do it. It's Ako Noof who's well clear here, now by 3 or 4 lengths to December in second. Wafi Alays is absolutely flying home, racing up towards the line. Aku Noof is going to hang on. Aku Noof scores to Wafi Alays in second. The third horse home was December, and they were well clear of an absolute bun fight for fourth. Well, there we go. Aku Noof has won. Wafi Alays, of course, well touted from those of us here in the Brains Trust, got away very slowly, has come home, well, like Dancing Brave at Epsom, frankly, but couldn't quite get there. Aku Noof has held on, much better position throughout the run, and has gone on to score. Wafi Alays in second. December has finished in third. That was your 1, 2, 3. And Dere Al Fad ran a pretty good race to finish in fourth. And Laith Al Hami has finished well to grab fifth. That was the 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 minutes, 8.35 seconds. The winning time there for Aku Noof. After 12 races at Riyadh this afternoon, it's time for me to bid you adieu. I shall leave you in the capable hands of Callum and Rory and Shamila, who will be signing off. See you all again next week.
Aku Noof is the winner of our lucky last here in Saudi Arabia. Shamila with the selection and myself having the second as well. There was a very, very good performance from our winner. Just set the tempo with December, followed December all the way around, got first run, and Wafi Along couldn't catch up.
Yeah, that's essentially how it went. Wafi Alays came from the clouds last time out in a race that was run very fast, but with Rigoberto Ramos not inclined to set such a strong pace here in December, couldn't quite get there, but finished very fast to get second place. But well done to Shamila, picking a maiden in the final race of the day. That's a brave shout, but it's come off.
We're watching this replay now, and you can see December is going to set the early fractions, and at one point it looked like he was going to have this in the bag, but Aku Noof always looked dangerous, stalking behind. Shamila has joined us here at the after show, and you've had this horse. You must have been very confident in the back half of this race.
I was actually, and you know, when he was heading down to the start, I was like, oh, have I made the right decision here? I'm not sure, but I mean, Mohammed Al Hubayl never in doubt, and I was surprised by December as well, to be honest, running on so well, because I really like this horse in the Taif season, but yeah, I'm delighted with that win.
Yes, December has bounced right back to form. Interesting the way he was pushed so far forward and almost said, I'm going to go and try and win my race, and everyone else can worry about me in behind.
Yeah, seemed to lose heart last time out because he ran a bit of a stinker, finishing 17th on his Riyadh return. But a much better effort from December. I think Rigoberto set the right kind of fractions. I know we weakened out of it to finish third in the end, but December was there until a furlong or so from home. But this is an improved performance from Aku Noof. He's been third in handicaps over Shorter on his last couple of starts. Clearly relished the trip. travelled very well through it, and was a deserving winner in the end, despite just a rating of 69 coming into it.
He seemed to have the speed to sit up there early and be involved right from the off, but it was Wafe Alaise, who did not have any speed early, hanging out at the back of the pack, is going to run on past all of them right around the outside. He starts making his move on this bend right now and just begins to eat up this ground, but the bird has flown. The first and the eventual third have already kicked.
Yeah, you can see that Aki Noof was travelling best of all coming out of the bend. December had run well up to this point, but his measure's been taken now. Aki Noof goes on, and you can just see that run coming from right at the back of the field. Wafe Alaise, as you saw last time out, but unfortunately the pace didn't collapse in this race. And Wafe Alaise, you can see making relentless progress, getting past December, but never able to get to Aku Noof, who has run out a ready winner in the end.
Aku Noof, very impressive. Wafe Alaise, that's another second, so that's now 3 seconds in a row. Not the easiest to follow, I'm sure, but I'm sure people will be sticking with him at home. Now, Rory, I must ask you, have you got us a highlight for today? Because we've seen some very good performances.
Yeah, there were some debate over what the highlight should be, whether it should be the fillies race or the colts race, but I thought Lila Alem would be my highlight of the day. I thought he's run really well to make it 2 from 4 in his career. I thought he got a very good ride in front, but I also thought the second in this race was very well ridden to pick up the pieces, and you've got to bear in mind there's quite a lot of prize money for placed horses tonight. So Ricardo Souza Ferreira, I thought, give that a very good ride after a bad start to pick his way through the field and finish second. But Lila Alem was very impressive on the day.
I think Camilo was over the moon crossing the line there, because this horse's record reads run 4 times, only won twice. Now, Tabar Fail is unbeaten, but I think everybody that's been watching racing in Saudi Arabia knows how good Lila Alem is. Such a talented individual, so much class. He's just been arguably quite unlucky in the 2 races he's been defeated.
Yeah, and Ibn Al Aroon, who's beaten him in both of those races, it must be a very good horse indeed. Although Lila Alem, I thought, was a match for him in the Taif Cup, just getting going slightly too late. The winner given a very, very good ride that day, and Lila Alem finishing fast, but just failing to get there. Made amends today on no uncertain terms.
Yeah, he got right back into it. Let's talk about Tabar Fail, though, guys, because Tabar Fail was so impressive, making it 4 wins from 4 in the fillies event. Really good performance.
I couldn't quite believe it. I mean, 4 wins in a row. I mean, it's almost unheard of. 3 wins in a row here in Saudi Arabia is quite common for these really good horses of high quality. But I mean, even in the parade ring, there's no doubt that she is a champion horse, and I can't wait to see her run in bigger cup races.
Rory, she's not the biggest, but she's certainly got plenty of ability despite that small, narrow frame.
Yeah, she's well put together, though. She's light. But she is well put together, and she's always going to stay sound. And you tend to look at the bigger horses and think, well, this horse is a hand bigger than her, is going to go and beat her. But the bigger horses tend to have their physical problems, and she just looks like a machine, doesn't she?
Yes, the White Stable showed their dominance, winning both the million Saudi Riyal races. They also won a couple of other contests. Camille Ospina flying in the saddle. He had a double, including a cracking ride in one of our 2-year-old contests as well. He actually ended up getting the treble. He rode 3 winners. I'm underselling him. But one horse I cannot undersell is Nadem Al Mulk Al Khaladia. Happened very early in the card, but what a performance from that purebred Arabian, smashing the track record.
Yeah, over 0.1 seconds inside the track record, and the race was over remarkably quickly. It looked a match on paper, but Nadem Al Mulk Al Khaladia went head-to-head with his main rival and just broke that one after a furlong and a half.
Shamila, what did you make of that performance?
That was my highlight of the day, 100%. I mean, we had races worth 1 million Riyals, but that was definitely my highlight. I mean, you can't doubt the Al Khaladia stable horses, and I went against them.
Oh, I know you did. Oh, I know you all did. Don't you worry about that. I remember what you did. But seriously, though, Thai form has come to the table today, and I think that's something we can take away from this meeting. One of the biggest days of the Riyadh season. 3 of our big race winners all have Thai form.
Yeah, it's really good to see, and of course, it's great that some of the big stables are happy to run their best horses at Taif as well. It's a good track. It's a little bit deeper here. It suits certain horses more, but it's not a poor relation, and it's great to see the form coming through.
It's been great to have you with us over the last 3 days here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse, and we cannot wait to bring you more racing next week. Remember, it will be Michael and Tom bringing you the coverage next time. Shamila, you will be there as well. Sorry, Rory and I won't be, but I hope you
can be too, because it's going to be brilliant.